Chapter 14 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Fall of Antwerp, 28th September to 10th October. Visitors to Antwerp in the June before the outbreak of war found the city settled and comfortable and decorous, full of ease and prosperous business, and all the signs of an interminable peace. She had had stormy episodes in her history. She had been the object in 1576 of that sack and massacre which is called the Spanish Fury. She had been captured by Parma. The Treaty of Münster in 1648 had closed the Scheldt and broken her prosperity. In 1832, she had been taken by the French and Belgians, and the Dutch general Jesse had bombarded her streets from the citadel. But she bore no sign of this restless past. In the 17th century, a Venetian envoy had reported that more business was done at her wharves in a fortnight than in Venice during the year, and in the last 4 decades she had recovered her commercial preeminence. With a population of between 300 and 400,000 and an annual trade of more than £100 million sterling, she was one of the largest and richest ports of the world. Her broad streets and her handsome buildings, with the delicate spire of her great cathedral soaring into the heavens, made her one of the comeliest of European cities. Museums, libraries, and many halls and public buildings testified to her wealth and the variety of her interests. If a man had been asked to name a city from which fighting seemed infinitely remote, which seemed the very shrine of peace and the citadel of that bourgeois civilization which it was fondly hoped had made war impossible, the odds are that Antwerp would have been chosen. We have seen how, when Brussels was threatened, the Belgian court and government had retired inside the Antwerp lines, and how, during the first fortnight of September, the Belgian army had made several gallant sallies against the German troops of occupation. The main object of these efforts was to relieve the pressure on the Allies in France, but another motive was in the minds of the Belgian staff. Sooner or later it was certain that the Germans would make an attempt upon the city, and the lessons of Liège and Namur were beginning to be understood. The great howitzers must not be allowed to come within range of the forts, and the Belgian lines of defense must be far to the south, beyond the Neth and along the roads from Malines to Louvain and Brussels. By 17th September, they had been driven back from the line of the Malines-Louvain railway. By 25th September, after 2 days' hard fighting, they were on the railway line between Malines and Clermont. Here, on the 26th, there was a moment of success. The enemy was driven from the village of Oudegem and pressed back on Alost, while at La Baker next day there was also a German repulse. The day after, the Germans regained most of the ground they had lost, but their left seems to have given up the idea of forcing an immediate crossing of the Scheldt, owing to the strength of the forces which the Belgians had massed on the northern bank. Meanwhile, the main attack was beginning to develop against the first line of the Antwerp defenses. Malines, what was left of it, had been subjected to a new cannonade on Sunday the 27th, and on the Monday the great siege howitzers were so far advanced to the north that they were within range of the southern forts, and the bombardments of Antwerp began. The Belgians had done the right thing, but they had been too weak to achieve success. They had been fighting without intermission for nearly 2 months, and the Germans were fresh troops. But the decisive factor was the enormous German preponderance in artillery. The defense in prepared positions may repel an attack 6 times as numerous, but it cannot stand against 6 times its weight in guns. The fortifications of Antwerp demand a brief exposition. In the days of Spanish rule, Alva had demolished the old walls of the city and refortified it with a citadel and a bastioned rampart. These were the works which Carnot held against the Allies in the last days of Napoleon's empire, and which Chassis later defended against Shiraz. When Belgium won her freedom, it was realized that the city must have space to grow in, and after much debate, the reconstruction of the fortress was entrusted to Briamont. His plans, completed in 1859, provided, as we have already seen, for a wholesale reorganization of the Belgian defensive system. Belgium's chief danger was believed to lie in the ambitions of Napoleon III, and Briamont's idea was to make of Antwerp an entrenched camp, into which, in the last resort, the army could retire to await succor from Britain. That is why the main citadel of Belgium was erected at a point within easy reach of reinforcements from the sea. Briamont's works were begun in 1861 and completed 10 years later. The old ramparts were leveled and replaced by a line of boulevards around which the new quarters of the city grew up. A fresh line of ramparts with huge bastions and a ditch like a canal was erected more than a mile in front of the line of the boulevards, with, as a further defense, a circle of outlying forts 2 miles in advance of these ramparts. Taking into account the range of siege artillery at that time, it was believed that such a line of forts would be an absolute protection to the city and the harbor. On the northern and western fronts, and on parts of the eastern and southern fronts, large inundations could be made to add to the strength of the defense. The new entrenched camp had a circuit of 27 miles and formed the most extensive fortress in Europe. It was expected that the alliance or the friendly neutrality of Holland would permit supplies to enter from the Scheldt, so that complete investment would be impossible. To meet the objection that it would take more than a fortnight to put the place on a war footing, Briamont added to his plan 2 strong forts on the Net to delay the approach of an invader from the southwest. But the issue of the War of 1870 upset all these calculations. Strasbourg and Metz passed to Germany, leaving the eastern frontier of France open, and in 1874 was begun the construction of the French barrier forts from Verdun to Belfort. Presently, it was apparent that these new fortresses might be a serious danger to Belgium. France was no longer a probable assailant, but the Verdun-Belfort line meant that the natural route of a German invasion of France was closed, and that Germany, in the event of war, might be disposed to turn the barrier by a movement through the Belgian plain. The result was the strengthening of Liège and Namur, and a complete overhauling of the Antwerp defenses. Much had happened since 1861, and the time had come to replace the earthworks and stone casements with concrete and steel. Again, Antwerp had prospered beyond the dreams of 1861. New suburbs were demanded, and Briamont's ramparts were cramping the growing city, while the citadel prevented the construction of new docks. Besides, the greater range of modern artillery made the place no longer safe from distant bombardment. On all these grounds, it was proposed to demolish Briamont's inner works and construct a new rampart along the line of the outer forts, which would still serve as bastions. Further, to protect the city from long-range guns, a new circle of outlying forts was to be built some 10 miles out in the open country. The southern forts would be beyond the line of the Uppel and the Net, close to Melun. The northern would be within gunshot of the Dutch frontier, and the whole circle would be not less than 60 miles. Briamont opposed the scheme, on the ground that the defense of so great an enceinte would require not a garrison, but an army. He was overruled, and the work was begun. The outlying forts, constructed on the same plan as those of Liège, were only completed on the eve of war, and it is doubtful whether the eastern and northern sections were ever fully armed. In one respect, the great entrenched camp of Antwerp was very strong for its extent and its contiguity to the sea, and the Dutch frontier made investments practically impossible. It fulfilled its purpose, too, of serving as a rallying ground for the Belgian forces, where they could shelter themselves for a time and wait on the coming of their allies. But so far as bombardments went, its strength was no more than the strength of any group of its advanced forts, and what that was, Liège and Namur had given a melancholy demonstration. That the Belgian army should make a stand in Antwerp was inevitable. The great city was the last important piece of Belgian soil left under the administration of King Albert's government. It represented Belgium's sovereignty, and if it fell, the nation would be homeless. Germany's reason for the attack was no less obvious. The possession of Antwerp would give her no outstanding strategic advantage. It did not command any main line of communication, and the neutralization of the Scheldt, unless she chose to quarrel with Holland, prevented its use as a naval base against Britain. But since she had projected a sweep to the Channel ports, it was essential that, to begin with, she should clear her flanks. There were other motives. Germany, strange as it may seem, still cherished the idea of conciliating Belgian sentiments, a proof of her complete incapacity to gauge the temper of peoples other than her own. She argued that, so long as Antwerp remained as a focus of resistance, Belgium would continue intractable, but that with its fall she would realize facts, and accept, grudgingly perhaps at first, but with growing alacrity, the part which Germany had destined for her. About this time, the German papers were filled with curious cartoons, in which female figures representing Hamburg and Bremen had their arms about the neck of Antwerp, their weeping sister, with the consoling words on their lips. Soon you shall be happy as we are, when you have won a German mind. Accordingly, efforts were still made to convince Belgium of her errors. A certain elderly publicist of Brussels was employed to make a proposal to King Albert. If the Belgian army would promise to keep quiet, wrote Vondergott, to stay within its defenses and do nothing to molest the German occupation of the rest of the country, Antwerp should not be attacked. The emissary returned to Brussels with a very short answer. Some days later, Bezeler sent an airplane over Antwerp to drop proclamations addressed to the Belgian soldiers. "You have fought long enough," ran this curious document, "in the interests of the Russian princes and the capitalists of perfidious Albion. Your situation is desperate. If you wish to rejoin your wives and children, if you long to return to your work, stop this useless strife, which is only working your ruin. Then you will soon enjoy the blessings of a happy and perfect peace." It seems strange that those responsible for Louvain and Aschot should have believed in the efficacy of such a lure. But Germany had not yet begun, even dimly, to realize how her code of military ethics was viewed by normal human beings. A second reason was also political. The capture of Antwerp, one of the chief ports in the world, would be an acceptable present to the German nation, which was beginning to be in want of such encouragement. Hindenburg had failed on the Niemen, the Russians were drawing near to Krakow, and the end had proved a costly refuge. The high hopes of the week of Sedan had declined, and it looked as if the speedy realization of German dreams were out of the question. A solid gain, such as the taking of a great city, would give an enormous stimulus to civilian Germany. Generally speaking, a political purpose must subserve strategical aims. Still, if it can be achieved without loss to the main strategy, it is mere pedantry to disregard it. At the time, the world believed that Antwerp was virtually isolated, that 4 or 5 miles inland from Ostend, the Germans controlled all the country east of the Scheldt. The truth, however, known at the moment only to the more careful students of war, was that they held no part of that district. Bruges was unoccupied. Ghent was not held. The main line from Antwerp to Ostend by St. Nicholas, Ghent, and Bruges was open, as were the smaller parallel lines running from St. Nicholas westward along the Dutch frontier. Further, there were half a dozen good roads available for traffic. That is to say, there was not only an outlet left for the Belgian army to emerge, but an inlet for Allied reinforcements to enter. Moreover, the Belgians did not hold, and could not have held, this district in any strength. Why did Besseler neglect this open flank? Why, before attacking Antwerp, did he not isolate it? For only thus could he reap the full fruits of his victory. He made, indeed, some attempts to cross the Scheldt, but never in force till it was too late. Yet, if he had advanced to St. Nicholas before 1st October, not a British sailor would have entered the city, and if he had reached it before 9th October, not many fighting men would have left it. The explanation is that, with little more than an army corps at his disposal, he had not the men. The assault on Antwerp relied upon the siege guns. If they failed, Besseler must wait for the new corps now marching from Germany to the Duke of Württemberg. It was the advent of these that was the essential point in Falkenhayn's plan. If the Fourth Army could turn the extended Allied left and drive on to the coast at Calais, the Belgian garrison of Antwerp and any reinforcements the Allies might have sent would be cut off in northern Flanders without shelter or base, and could be dealt with at leisure. On Monday, 28th September, the curtain rose on the first act of the tragedy of Antwerp. The German howitzers were in position against the forts south of the river Net, and the first attack was directed upon Willem and Wavre St. Catherine. All day on the 28th, the pounding of Willem and Wavre went on, and there was a good deal of infantry fighting all along the line from Termonde to Lier. The Belgians south of the Net, assisted by their few batteries on the northern bank, met the German attack and counterattacked with some success. But for the big howitzers, the day went well for Belgium. Yet those who saw the effects of the shells on the two forts realized that the end could not long be delayed. The bombardment went on during the night, and early on the morning of Tuesday the 29th, Fort Wavre was silenced. Its cupolas and concrete works were smashed beyond repair, and the blowing up of the magazine made the work untenable. Its commander insisted on returning with a fresh garrison, but found that every gun was out of action. Willem also had one of its cupolas smashed, but managed to continue its resistance during the day. Next day, it and Fort Lier were the center of German attentions. An unfortunate accident which happened during the morning had important results for the defense. Behind Willem lay the main waterworks of Antwerp, and shell after shell was dropped by the Germans on the embankment of the great reservoir. At last the dike gave way, and the water poured into the infantry trenches which had been dug between the forts. These were presently flooded out, the few guns were submerged, and it became impossible to carry supplies to Willem. The Belgian device of inundation was turned against them. A more serious result was the shrinkage caused in the city's water supply. It did not fail, for there were artesian wells, but water had now to be carried long distances in pails and buckets. The health of the citizens was imperiled, and it was certain that any conflagration caused by the bombardment must burn unchecked. Thursday, 1st October, saw the fall of the southern forts. Wavre was destroyed. Willem had only one gun. Fort Condisoit, south of Lier, was silenced, and Fort Lier soon followed, while the village of Lier was set on fire and advertised by its smoke. which was seen clearly from Antwerp what was happening south of the Net. Farther west, German infantry attacks had cleared out Termonde and forced the Belgians across the Scheldt by a wooden bridge, which they afterwards destroyed. On that day and during the night which followed, the Belgian forces relinquished the ruined fortresses and fell back to the northern bank of the Net, to a line of entrenchments which they had already prepared. Fort Wavre and its fellows had held out for 4 days, a fine achievement if we realize the circumstances. It was longer than any of the Liège forts had resisted after the big guns had once been brought against them, and 4 times as long as Namur. The stand of the southern defenses of Antwerp represented probably the maximum achievement of a Briamont fort against modern artillery. The fight for Antwerp had now ceased to be a siege and become something in the nature of a field battle. The Net lines gave a strong position, but to hold them required a large force and an artillery equipment not inferior to that of the enemy. In Antwerp itself, a gallant effort was made to keep up the spirit of the citizens. The newspapers published reassuring statements, and any whisper of the true state of affairs across the Net was rigorously excluded. All day long the faint thunder of the guns was heard in the streets. By night numbers of wounded and dead were brought in the darkness. The hotels and cafes were filled with staff officers and correspondents, and airplanes circled daily above the city. But for some reason, the hopes of the inhabitants were high. They had a fixed idea that their great forts would hold off the enemy, and that at any hour the British might arrive to turn the defense into an advance. By Saturday the 3rd, however, melancholy had begun to descend upon the crowds in the streets and boulevards. Something of the views of those in authority had filtered through to the ordinary citizen. For on the Friday afternoon it had been decided that the government should leave for Ostend. One boat was to sail on the Saturday morning with the Belgian authorities and the foreign legations, and another in the afternoon with the members of the French and British colonies. A proclamation was issued by the burgomaster, M. Duvoux, allowing those who wished to leave the city, and General Dugues, the military governor, issued another, calling upon the citizens to show courage and coolness in all contingencies. These 2 proclamations had an immediate effect upon the popular mind. Many of the ordinary inhabitants, especially the well-to-do, began to leave for Holland and England. The second boat, arranged for the Saturday afternoon, sailed with the principal members of the French and British colonies. But the first boat, which was to carry the government and the legations, did not leave, for on the Saturday came a sudden change in the situation. Belgium had made a last despairing appeal to Britain for help, and news had arrived that this help was on the way. The condition of Antwerp had, since 2nd October, given Lord Kitchener acute anxiety. He saw the malign consequences involved in its fall, and was resolved to make every effort to prevent it. He had already a brigade of Marines at Ostend, and he induced the cabinet, still very nervous about invasion, to allow him to send the 7th Infantry Division under Sir Henry Rawlinson and the 3rd Cavalry Division under Sir Julian Byng to Belgium as a relief force. Sir John French was at the time moving his army from the Aisne and was too far away and too much engaged to take charge of the new operations. For this reason, and also to quiet the nervousness of the cabinet, Kitchener kept the relief forces under his own command. Joffre was sending a brigade of Marines and a territorial division for the same purpose. But these reinforcements could not reach the Belgian coast before the 6th or 7th, and already the condition of Antwerp was desperate. He agreed to send at once the only troops immediately available, the half-trained Royal Naval Division. On Sunday, 4th October, about 1 o'clock, Mr. Winston Churchill, the British First Lord of the Admiralty, arrived in Antwerp and stayed for 3 days. He visited the firing lines, exposing himself with his usual courage, and he managed to convince the authorities that there was still a reasonable chance of victory. Late on the Sunday night, the first installment of the British reinforcements arrived by train from Ostend in the shape of the Brigade of Royal Marines, 2,000 strong, with several naval guns. They at once marched out to the front and took up a position on the net to the left of the Belgians. Next day came the remainder of the reinforcements, 2 naval brigades totaling 6,000 men, the whole British force being commanded by General Paris of the Royal Marines, who was himself under the direction of General de Guise. The 2 naval brigades, the cadets of which were drawn from the Royal Naval Reserve, the Royal Fleet Reserve, and the Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve, had been constituted in the 3rd week of August and were still busily recruiting at the beginning of October. Most of the officers and men had no previous military experience, and some of those recently joined had come straight from civil life and had not yet handled a rifle. Their equipment was imperfect. Many had no pouches to carry their ammunition, or water bottles, or overcoats, while some were compelled to stick their bayonets in their puttees, or tie them to their belts with string. The 4 battalions of Marines were, of course, regulars, representing the full efficiency of their splendid service. Each naval brigade was organized in 4 battalions, named after famous admirals. The 1st brigade was made up of the Drake, Benbow, Hawke, and Collingwood battalions, the 2nd of the Nelson, Howe, Hood, and Anson. The arrival of the British had an electrical effect on the spirits of the Belgians, both soldiers and civilians. The spruce, well-set-up lads looked businesslike and fit, and only trained observers could see that the majority of them were novices at soldiering. Cheering crowds followed them in the streets, and the sorely tried Belgian soldiery marched out to their trenches with songs on their lips and a new light in their eyes. It was not only for themselves that our men were welcomed, but as an earnest of what might follow. The Belgians could not believe that Britain would put her hand to the business unless she meant to see it through. The military authorities thought that the better part of an army corps was on its way, and that the 6 naval guns were only the beginning of a great influx of artillery, sufficient to equalize their strength in this arm with that of the enemy. The London motor omnibuses with their homely legends lumbering through the Antwerp streets with the ammunition and supplies of the naval division seemed a proof that their allies had come at last. Another grant of confidence was the British armored train, which had been built in an engineering yard at Buchan and which mounted 4 4.7 naval guns. Whatever may have been the actual achievement of this train, it served wonderfully to raise Belgian spirits. The other 4 6.5 guns were mounted close to Forts 3 and 4 in the inner circle of the defenses. We have seen that from Friday, 2nd October, the fight for Antwerp had become more in the nature of a field battle, the Belgians holding a line of trenches just north of the net. They were not good trenches, their head cover was bad, and certainly they were not prepared to resist the storm of shrapnel which the Germans directed against them. Something between 300 and 400 field guns were brought into the attack. The villages in the Belgian rear, especially Wallows and Lint, were destroyed by the German fire, and the inhabitants of all the districts north of the net began to flock towards Antwerp. On the Saturday, 3rd October, the Germans attempted to cross the river at Wallum. Several pontoon bridges were built, but in each case they were blown to pieces before they could be used, and here probably the invaders incurred the heaviest losses. On the Sunday, a crossing was attempted between Duffel and Leer, and was rigorously resisted by the British Marines, who were stationed in this section. but the numbers both of men and artillery were too great to be long denied, and on the afternoon of Monday, the 5th, the left wing of the defense fell back from its trenches on the river bank to a second line some hundreds of yards to the north. On the Monday night, there was a great German attack, covered by powerful artillery, on the Belgian center. The defenders managed to prevent the building of pontoons, but in the night, several thousand Germans swam or waded the river and established themselves on the northern shore. Early on the morning of Tuesday, the 6th, the passage of the net had been won, and there was nothing for it but to fall back upon the inner circle of forts, whose armament was obsolete, and as little fitted to face the German howitzers as a liner to meet the shock of a battleship. That day, the 6th revealed to everyone the desperate case of Antwerp. She had indeed been at the mercy of the big howitzers from the moment they were brought up close to the net. But the Germans did not choose to use these for the bombardment, contenting themselves with bringing their field guns and their lesser siege pieces against the inner forts. The country between the net and the inner circle became uninhabitable. In that land of closely tilled fields and windmills and poplars, in the pleasant autumn weather when the laborers should have been busy with getting in the root crops and preparing the soil for the spring sowing, there was only desolation and destruction. Many villages had been leveled by the Belgian army, and some set on fire by the enemy's shells, smoldered in the windless air, instead of the common October bonfires of garden refuse, while the inhabitants, with their scanty belongings, poured along the guarded highways to Antwerp or to Holland. In the city, the truth was faced at last. The British troops could not delay the inevitable, and there was no hope of further reinforcements. In the evening, the Belgian government and the legations of the Allies went on board the 2 steamers which had been kept in readiness, and early on the 7th sailed down the Scheldt for the coast of France. That evening, too, the machinery of the German ships lying in Antwerp docks was rendered useless by dynamite explosions. During the night, the citizens had another proof of Antwerp's impending doom. On the western side of the Scheldt, beyond the bridge of boats which led to the railway terminus at Was, stood the great oil tanks which formed one of the chief depots in northwestern Europe. These tanks were tapped by order of the authorities, but since the oil ran off too slowly, they were set on fire. When the people of Antwerp woke on the morning of the 7th, they smelled the rank odor of burning petroleum, and saw drifting above the city a dense black cloud which obscured the sunlight. Wednesday the 7th brought the official announcement that all was over. Proclamations signed by General Dugues were posted throughout the city declaring that a bombardment was imminent, while the burgomaster advised all who wished to leave to lose no time, and recommended those who meant to stay to take shelter in their cellars. The newspapers announced that the enemy was already attacking the inner forts, and that a service of steamers had been provided for refugees, and would begin at midday. The more dangerous wild beasts in the zoological gardens, many of them treasured gifts from the Congo state, were shot by their keepers. The day before, Bessler had sent a message to Dugues warning him of the intended bombardment, and the Belgian governor had answered that he accepted responsibility for the consequences. That day, there came another message from the German lines, asking for a plan of Antwerp with the hospitals, public buildings, and museums clearly marked that, as far as possible, they might be spared. Such a plan was carried to Bessler by an official from the American consulate, but the inhabitants, suspicious of the honor of the enemy, gave all such places a wild berth, and regarded them as likely to be the first objects of the German attack. Meanwhile, the nerve of the townspeople had at last broken. Up till now, they had kept their spirits high, but the official proclamation, the sound of the great guns ever drawing nearer, the the black pall of smoke, the blaze at night of the shell fire to the south, and above all the sight of their own soldiers marching westwards over the bridge of boats towards Was, convinced them that the doom of the city was sealed. Small blame to them that, with Louvain and Aschot in their memories, they expected a carnival of unimaginable horrors. Antwerp on the morning of the 7th contained little short of 500,000 people, for the inhabitants of the neighboring districts had flocked to it for refuge. By the evening, 250,000 had gone. By the next night, the place was as solitary as a desert. Half at least went by water. The great sides were packed with frantic crowds, carrying household goods on their backs and in their hands, and struggling for places on any kind of raft that could keep afloat. Trams, ferries, draggers, trawlers, pleasure yachts, steam launches, fishing boats, and even rafts were put in use. There was desperate confusion, for there were no police, and vessels, sunk almost to the waterline with the weight of humanity, lay for hours in the stream till the actual bombardment began, and the incendiary bombs made lurid patches below the dark canopy of smoke from the oil tanks. One observer reported that, as each shell burst, there came a great sigh of terror from the vessels lingering in the dark waters. The exodus was even more terrible by land. Many crossed the Scheldt by the bridge of boats and the ferries, and fled to Ghent, but most took the road where the tramways ran to the Dutch frontier and Bergen-op-Zoom. This little town, which has only 16,000 inhabitants in normal times, received in these days at least 200,000 exiles, and it says much for the patient kindliness of the Dutch people that somehow or other food and shelter were forthcoming. Most of the refugees had been too hurried to provide themselves with provisions, and many fell weary and famished by the wayside. Infants were prematurely born, and the sick and old died from exposure. Women who had been delicately nurtured ate raw turnips and potatoes from the fields. Every kind of conveyance from motor cars to wheelbarrows was utilized, and many an Aeneas carried ankuses on his shoulders. On the Ghent road, women in fur coats and high-heeled shoes clung to the ends of wagons. White-haired men grasped the harness of the gun teams or the stirrup ladders of the troops. Pale nuns shepherded flocks of weeping children. It was worse on the road to Bergen, by which the poorest and weakest fled. There, the highway and the fields for miles on either side were black with the panting crowds, stumbling over the forms of those who had fallen from exhaustion, and ever behind them roared the great guns, and the horrible fleur-de-lis of pitchy smoke seemed to form a barrier between the tortured earth and the merciful heavens. Such was the passion of Antwerp. Let us return to the final stage of the conflict north of the Net. Early on Tuesday the 6th, the Germans had won the crossings of the river, and the defenders had fallen back on the inner forts. On that day, the withdrawal of the Belgian army began, and several divisions, chiefly cavalry and cyclists, were hurried through Antwerp across the Scheldt towards the Ghent railway. Their duty was to hold the western road and block any flank attack. All day the Germans were busy bringing their guns over the river, and by the evening the inner forts were subjected to a heavy bombardment. The great howitzers were not brought north of the Net, and the Germans confined their activity to common shell, shrapnel, and incendiary bombs. On the 7th there was desperate fighting on the Scheldt, for Basler seems to have at last resolved to do something to cut off the retreat of the garrison. German troops crossed that river at Thurmont as well as at Scharnade and Wetteren, and began a movement towards the railway line at Lokeren. Now was proved the usefulness of the advance guard of the Belgians, which had been sent west on the night of the 6th. They made a gallant stand at Zala and prevented for nearly 2 days the German approach to the railway. The official bombardments began at midnight on the 7th, and the suburb of Buchan was set on fire. During Thursday the 8th, there was fierce fighting along the inner ring of forts, while the Belgian and British troops were being withdrawn across the Scheldt. General Paris asked that his naval division should act as rear guard, but General Duguesne reserved the privilege for his own men. All through the day, the inner forts were assailed, and by the evening, forts 3 and 4 had fallen. By this time, the defense was at an end. Nearly all the garrison had fallen back, and much of it was over the Scheldt. The naval division had stuck to the end to the forts and the trenches between, and for new troops had acquitted themselves most gallantly, considering the badness of the commissariat arrangements and the weakness of their artillery supports. Unfortunately, the staff work proved faulty, as it well might in such a confusion. The 2nd Naval Brigade was on the west of the Melun Road, and the 1st Brigade was on the east, around forts 1 to 4. The order to retire did not reach the Hawk, Bambow, and Collingwood battalions of the later brigade, and the result was that they were almost the last to leave the now useless defenses. By the morning of Friday, the 9th, practically the whole of the garrison was across the Scheldt. The 3 lacquered battalions of the Naval Division arrived to find that the bridge of boats had been destroyed, but they managed to cross on rafts and barges and found a train at Was. Then the difficulties began. One party got as far as Lokeren, where they heard that the Germans had cut the railway ahead. Probably a false report, for the Germans do not seem to have reached that part of the line till the evening. Accordingly, they marched north to the Dutch frontier. A second party got as far as Nieuwerken, the station east of St. Nicholas, where they found the Germans in possession and were forced to surrender. Some went down the Scheldt in boats and landed in Dutch territory, out of ignorance of the law as to internment. About 18,000 of the Belgian troops were also driven into Holland, and some, mainly those who fought at Zelle, were made prisoners by the Germans. The British losses were 37 killed, 193 wounded, nearly 1,000 missing, of whom over 800 became prisoners of war, and 1,560 interned in Holland. Of the 1st Naval Brigade, which had arrived at Antwerp 3,000 strong, less than 1,000 returned to England. The expedition to Antwerp occasioned at the time much heart-searching in Britain and among our troops in France. It was a side show, and side shows are condemned by sound strategy. Cynics found comfort in the fact that we had never won success in continental war without a disastrous adventure in the Low Countries organized by politicians. But to see in the Antwerp affair a second Walcheren expedition does less than justice to the sanity of the scheme. It was no escapade of a single minister, but part of a larger strategical plan which had the approval of the Secretary of State for War. Lord Kitchener's scheme was for a considerable relief force which should not only relieve Antwerp but join with the main British army in operating against the enemy's right flank. But Rawlinson's 7th Division and Byng's cavalry did not arrive at Zeebrugge and Ostend till the 6th and 7th, after a most difficult passage, and by that time Antwerp was doomed. There was nothing to do but to retire to meet the main British forces coming north from the Aisne, for by the 8th it was clear that the German right was in far greater strength than had been at first imagined. Sir John French has criticized the whole operation, but as an emergency measure it was justified, since it was plain that any relief work from its end was impossible. It is true that it condemned Byng and Rawlinson to a difficult retreat, but to urge that they should have been sent straightway to French's command is to deny the reasonableness of any attempt at Antwerp's relief. They failed in their purpose because events at Antwerp marched faster than Kitchener expected. The value of the dispatch of the naval division is more disputable. The British brigades, undoubtedly, by delaying the fall of the city for a few days, enabled much useful destructive work to be done in the city and among the ships in the harbor. They did not cover the retreat of the Belgian army, for it is clear that the Belgians covered the retreat of the naval division, and it is not improbable that this duty increased the total of Belgian losses. Had the garrison retired on the 4th or 5th, it would have got clear away. It must be written down as a failure, but that failure was due to the fact that it was an isolated enterprise, and by ill fortune could not be combined with the large operation which was Kitchener's purpose. The bombardment, which began at midnight on the 7th, lasted throughout the 8th. Antwerp was like a city of the dead. Only the hospitals remained, working hard to get off their patients and a few Belgian soldiers left behind on special duty. Shells whistled overhead, and now and then the gable of a building would fall into the streets. But it did little harm, for there was no one near to be hurt. Night, when it came, presented an appalling spectacle, as in old pictures of the fall of Troy. Fires had broken out in various districts and burned luridly in the still air. A number of flaming lighters lit up the Scheldt till the waters flowed blood-red like some river of Hades. Overhead was the black mushroom of petroleum smoke which seemed to brood over the housetops, and only on the far horizon was there a belt of clear star-sown sky. There were no lamps in the city, so that acres of abysmal darkness were varied with patches of glaring shell light. But all the time, the desperate cannonade went on, and sometimes an incendiary bomb would make a rosy cavern in the heart of the dark cloud. Early on the 9th, the bombardment ceased. The inner forts had fallen, and the gates of the city lay open. About 1 o'clock, German motor cars entered by the Porte de Malines, and an officer informed the burgomaster that Antwerp was now a German city. When Admiral von Struder made his stately entrance down the broad boulevards to the Hôtel de Ville, a very different sight met his eye from that which had greeted Armand's forces when they entered Brussels. There were no spectators to admire the Prussian parade step or be impressed by the precision of the part songs. It might have been an avenue of sepulchres instead of one of the gayest cities of Europe. No flag was flown, no inquisitive face looked out of the blind windows. As someone caustically observed, it was like a circus that had come to town before it was expected. The world had never before seen such a migration of a people or such an emptying of a great city. It recalled the time when the king of Babylon carried Israel captive to eat the bread of sorrow by foreign streams, or those doings of ancient conquerors when they moved the inhabitants of a conquered town to some new site and raised and sowed with salt the old foundations. But those were affairs of little places and small numbers, and this involved 500,000 souls in one of the proudest cities of Europe. Fighting has its own decencies, and when it is done on conventional lines of attack and counterattack by normal armies, our habituation prevents us from realizing the colossal unreason of it all. But suddenly comes some such business as Antwerp and unseals our eyes. We see the laborious handiwork of man, the cloak which he has made to shelter himself from the outer winds, shrivel before a folly of his own devising. All the sacrifice and heroism which are the poor recompenses of war are suddenly overshadowed and edged in with bitter clearness. We note its horror and futility. Some day the world, when its imagination has grown quicker, will find the essence of war not in gallant charges and heroic stands, but in those pale women dragging their pitiful belongings through the Belgian fields in the raw October night. When that day comes, the tumult and the shouting will die, and the kings and captains depart on nobler errands. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Part 1 The Political Situation in the First Months of War. Even in a history of war concerned mainly with the operations of fleets and armies, it is imperative to pause now and then and glance at civil events. The most notable are those which shed light upon the domestic conditions and the spirit of the belligerent peoples, and upon the feeling of the neutral states. The political situation is especially interesting at the beginning and the end of a campaign. Halfway, the position is apt to ossify. Belligerents settle down to a sullen resolution, and neutrals to a somber acquiescence. But in the first months, we are witnessing the creation of national attitudes, and much wavering and disquiet before the realization of the facts is complete. The first week of war broke to pieces the accepted military policy of Britain. It was not that that policy was inherently wrong, but it was shaped for 99 out of 100 possible contingencies, and the 100th had happened. Her expeditionary force, adequate for any ordinary crisis, was transparently inadequate for this, and had to be many times multiplied. Her territorial force, consecrated to home defense, was soon an army of volunteers for foreign service. It may fairly be said that the British people set themselves with commendable sang-froid to revise their theories and improvise levies on the continental scale. They were both assisted and hampered by the fact that the ordinary life of the country was not seriously dislocated. They had no invaders within their borders, nor much likelihood of invasion. After the first hectic days, they found that their commerce and industries were not greatly affected. The financial crisis was manfully faced, and the government, in consultation with the chiefs of the City of London, devised a series of measures, some of which, indeed, were open to criticism, but which, on the whole, served the purpose of restoring confidence and safeguarding national credit. Expedients like the moratorium and the new note issues were obvious enough, but it required courage to guarantee outstanding bills of exchange to the amount of £400 million, and to devise the various means of preventing the stock exchange from disappearing in wholesale bankruptcy. Except among a very limited class, there was far less unemployment than in the beginning of an ordinary autumn. Some industries were crippled, but others were enormously benefited by war. In a few weeks, a sense of security stole over the land, and when later the government announced a vast scheme of new taxation and the raising of a war loan of £350 million, by far the largest state loan in the world's history, the people of Britain assented without a murmur. She possessed one signal advantage as compared with her past struggles. Her leaders, at any rate, recognized that they were face to face with war on the grand scale. Policy was in harmony with strategy. There was not likely to be any interference with the armies on political grounds. None of the maddening and inept dictation from home which was the bane of Wellington in the peninsula. Both the great political parties were determined on a fight to a finish, and willing to trust the experts. No praise can be too high for the conduct of the official opposition, and for those smaller sections which were not wholly in sympathy with the party in power. The government had not to face the kind of attack which Pitt suffered at the hands of Fox and his allies, and which in a lesser degree appeared during the South African War. An opposition quickly formed, but it was small in numbers and intellectually inconsiderable. It contained the men who, whether from generosity or from perversity of spirit, must always side with the minority. It was sufficient for such that Germany should be wildly unpopular. Instantly they discovered merits in the German case. Their motive, as has been well said, was that peculiar form of pugnacity which is often miscalled love of justice, a habit of irritation at excess which finds vent not in justice but in counter-excess. Others were so rooted in a stubborn British confidence that they could not envisage any danger to their liberties, and distrusting after the British fashion all politicians, convinced themselves that the country's interests were being sacrificed to some shoddy political gain. Some, out of a gross spiritual pride, conceived that the ethical principle which brought the nation into war must needs be wrong, since it was so generally accepted. There were the few genuine pacifists to whom war on any ground was abhorrent. There were various egotistical practitioners of minor arts and exponents of minor causes who resented anything which distracted attention from themselves and their works. But whether the cause was moral arrogance, or temperamental obstinacy, or vanity, or mere mental confusion, the anti-war party was negligible. The nation had rarely been so completely united. But it was not yet completely awake. The government, after the first shock, anticipated a short campaign and a decisive triumph, in which they showed no desire to allow their political opponents to share. Lord Kitchener's insistence upon a 3 years' war was considered to be the grandiosity of a specialist who exaggerates his own speciality. They recognized the reality of the challenge which they had to meet, but underrated its magnitude. Mr. Asquith stated with admirable clearness the issues, but seemed to regard the result as predetermined. Mr. Lloyd George lent his impassioned eloquence to rouse his countrymen, but was himself so far from realizing the nature of the struggle that he estimated Britain's daily expenditure at £750,000, which, he said, would be a diminishing figure. Like leaders, like people. The national psychology of Britain during the first months of war provided an interesting contrast with the state of mind of a land like France, where compulsory service and the presence of the invader brought home to every man and woman the terrible gravity of the contest. In Britain, there was no lack of patriotic enthusiasm. Large sums were subscribed to the Prince of Wales's fund and to similar collections. 1,000 war charities were started. The sports and pleasures of the rich disappeared. There was an honest desire in all classes to lend a hand. From the press flowed a torrent of pamphlets in which the German character was exactly analyzed, and the badness of the German case compendiously expounded. Letters from angry novelists and furious poets filled the newspapers, and every man who could write became a publicist. Many a noted pacifist, temporary bellicose, girded on his pen. Much of this gave the impression that the writers wrote to soothe uneasy consciences and to atone for past perversity by present exuberance. But with all this activity, the attitude of the ordinary Briton was curiously academic. He was indignant with Germany because of her doings in Belgium, because she seemed to him the author of the war, and because her creed violated all the doctrines in which he had been taught to believe. He was determined to beat her and to draw her fangs. But he had as yet no realization of the horrible actualities of modern battles, or of the solemnity of the crisis for civilization, for his country, and for himself. The ordinary mind is slow to visualize the unknown, and the smoke of a burning homestead, seen or remembered, is a more potent aid to vision than the most graphic efforts of the war correspondent or the orator. A proof of this was the popularity during the early weeks of the phrase "business as usual" as a national watchword, a watchword acclaimed by every type of citizen, from advertisement agents to cabinet ministers. The phrase, properly applied, was not without good sense, but its application was preposterously wide. Many came to think more of capturing the enemy's trade after the war than of beating him as soon as possible in the field. The catchword showed the comparative remoteness of the bulk of our citizens from any true understanding of the struggle. Early in September, the government, faithful to the same motto, took occasion to pass into law their two chief controversial measures. For such an action, there was no doubt, under the circumstances, a certain justification. But that it was possible show how greatly the situation of Britain differed from that of France, where a national and not a partisan government was in power, and where the gravity of war was intimately present to every mind. This feeling, as of a crisis serious but not too serious, was obviously bad for recruiting. There were other hindrances. Britain's treatment of aliens looked very like playing with the question. Hordes of humble folk, waiters, barbers, and the like were interned or put under surveillance, but various wealthy and highly placed foreigners went free and continued to share the confidence of the authorities. Most of these, no doubt, were naturalized, but the world was already aware of the value of such naturalization. Again, she was not fortunate in her handling of the press. She established a press bureau which proceeded upon principles not easily intelligible. Britain, with her free traditions, made a bad censor, and in official secrecy she went far beyond what was demanded by military requirements. Her people heard little of the great deeds of their army, and regiments were rarely mentioned, so that the chief aid to recruiting was abandoned. Such a censorship was in truth inconsistent not only with her system of voluntary recruiting, but with her type of democratic government. In time of war, a civilian First Lord at the Admiralty and a civilian Home Secretary, dealing with many semi-military questions, involved as their logical corollary a large measure of free public criticism. To withdraw this right by withdrawing reasonable information was to make of her constitution a bureaucracy without a true bureaucracy's efficiency. There were other blunders made in the machinery of enrollment. The magic of Lord Kitchener's name was beyond doubt one of the chief aids to recruiting, but the Secretary for War increased the immense difficulties of his task by refusing to use the existing territorial organization for his levies and creating a brand new model. A mistake was made, too, with regard to Ireland. The outbreak of war had called a truce between the combatants there, a truce most honorably observed by the respective leaders. Sir Edward Cowson and Mr. John Redmond flung themselves into the work of recruiting, and Ireland's well-wishers hoped that the partnership of North and South in the field might bring about that sense of a common nationality without which home rule must be a forlorn experiment. For a moment it seemed as if there was a chance of such harmony, but the refusal to attract nationalist sentiment in Ireland by the creation of national units chilled the fervor of these first stages. The chance of the flood tide was not to come again. Yet, in spite of many hindrances, the voluntary system did not at once break down. Indeed, it justified itself beyond the hopes of its warmest advocates. Remember what Britain asks of her volunteers. In a continental country, with the enemy at its gates, a man was called upon to enlist for the defense of his home and his livelihood. But that was not her case, nor at the time did it seem likely to be her case. She could only ask for recruits to fight for the honor and interest of Britain and of her allies. These were great matters, but obviously they must appeal to a more limited class than the call to strike a blow against a direct invasion. The men who enlisted came often from classes to whom the soldiers' pay was no attraction, and who had other ways of earning their living. They came either because they comprehended and believed in the principles for which the Allies stood, or because they liked fighting for its own sake. Those who were engaged in the business of recruiting soon came to realize that a man's readiness to enlist depended mainly upon his understanding of the situation. The areas which did especially well, the mining districts of North England, London, Lancashire, the Scottish Lowlands, Birmingham, were those near the center of things or where the people showed a high level of intelligence and education. The Durham miners enlisted in thousands when the news came of the German destruction of Belgian coal pits that make them visualize the realities of war. The backward areas were either those remote from news centers or localities where the mills were busy with the manufacture of war stores. The rural districts were, on the whole, apathetic till after the harvest or the term day. But when the shepherds and laborers were free, they showed no disinclination to serve. By Christmas 1914, 42 millions of the inhabitants of the British Isles were under arms, either for home defense or foreign service, and the figures were daily growing. To an impartial observer, it must seem that the voluntary system achieved wonders, miracles, if we remember the many needless obstacles placed in its path. In France, the arresting feature was the singular calm of her people. War was inside her threshold, and the usual social life was at a standstill. By the end of August, she had lost 93% of her wool industry, 83% of her iron industry, 63% of her steel industry, 92% of her iron ore mines, 35% of her sugar industry, and 10% of her cereal production. Presently, the government left Paris, and the capital waited breathlessly for the sound of the fortress guns which should announce the beginning of the German assault. But in the press, in public speeches, in private letters, in conversation, there was no sign of fear or flurry. She realized the worst. She expected it, but she was confident of the end. For some years past, there had been a remarkable revival in the country of what may be called a religious nationalism. The old shallow secularism was losing its grip. At the moment, she led the world in philosophy, and the teaching of men like Buchan and Henri Poincaré was in the direction of a rational humility before the mysteries of the spirit. Just as there was a striking religious movement in the armies of Lee before the great conflicts in the wilderness, so in France, before the outbreak of war, there had been a very clear reaction against the former materialism. In her public life, she had suffered in late years, especially from two dangers: a doctrinaire international socialism, and, far more insidious, a conscientious international finance. When the hour of crisis came, the exponents of the first rallied, as we have seen, most nobly to the national cause. The second disappeared from the surface, though its evil effects were long to be felt in the corruption which had weakened the army in many branches of war material. The spirit of France can best be described in the words of Maurice Barrès as a grave enthusiasm, a disciplined exaltation. It was the temper which wins battles, for it was unbreakable. Once more, she felt herself leading the van of Europe, and the alliance of Britain, her secular enemy, filled her with a generous delight. On the great memorial crucifix on the field of Agincourt, French soldiers encamped nearby wrote, "Hommage à le Ravali." Old critics of England, like M. Anatole and M. Weston, recanted their suspicions, and testified to the spiritual unity which wars had never wholly broken between those whose history was so closely knit. France awoke to a consciousness of her past. In all this, there was no violent reversal of things, no leaning to a sectional aim, nothing of Boulangism or Royalism or clericalism. She became Catholic in the broadest sense, zealous to maintain her republican freedom and her post in the forefront of intellectual liberty. but not less zealous for that delicate spiritual heritage which is independent of change in creeds and churches. The bane of her wars in the past had been the domination of the soldier by the politician. But at the end of August, politicians of all shades subordinated themselves to the soldiers. There were no appointments made because this or that minister wished to do a kindness to a friend, and no moves were undertaken because Paris had views. The discretion and self-effacement of M. Viviani and his colleagues were as remarkable as their resolution. A standard of naked efficiency ruled at General Joffre's headquarters. Eminent generals were ruthlessly dismissed when they failed. Younger men were promoted with bewildering speed when their competence was proved. The personality of the commander-in-chief was beyond doubt one of the chief assets of his country at the moment. That square, homely figure, scant of words, loathing advertisement, plainly, almost untidily dressed, and looking not unlike a North Sea pilot, was far enough removed from the traditional French general who, in brilliant uniform, cavets on a white charger and pronounces eulogies of Le Roi. He was another portent of the new France. The position of Russia seemed at the moment almost the most hopeful of all the allies. For the first time since 1812, it looked as if she had a national war and a national ideal which could permeate and vitalize the whole of her gigantic body politic. In Manchuria, she had been fighting half-heartedly for a cause which she neither liked nor understood, and thereafter had come that welter of disorder, that ill-led scramble for liberties, which often follows an unsuccessful and unpopular campaign. The forces of order won as against the forces of emancipation, for the liberationists were not ready, and in a strife of dreams and policy, policy will usually be victor. But the forces of order learned much in the contest, and under men like Stolypin began a slow movement towards not the westernizing of Russia, but the realization of her own native ideals. When the campaign opened, there appeared to be an amazing rally of those very elements in her society which had hitherto seemed intent upon a doctrinaire cosmopolitanism. The intelligents were not less enthusiastic than the moujiks, and the student class, formerly the nursery of revolutions, was foremost in offering its services, and accepted joyfully the repeal of the laws which gave it freedom from conscription. Russia, it was assumed, had one special advantage in such a war. In the Tsardom, she had a natural center of leadership, an office with mystic sanctions which no other modern kingship could display. The humblest peasant from the backwoods fought for a monarch whom he had never seen as the soldiers of the French Guard fought for Napoleon. In the Allied lines in the West, there was a strange mixture of nationalities and races, but it was nothing to that battlefront in the East. There, indeed, you had a bewildering array of figures, Finn and Tartar, Caucasian and Mongol, Buryat and Samoyed, and Kyrgyz and Turkoman, fighting side by side with the normal types of European Russia. To weld such a mercenary into a fighting force, more was needed than skillful organization, more even than a great national cause. It required the spell of a kingship, mystic and paternal, and half divine. It seemed as if the Tsardom were such a kingship. To Western observers, it appeared that Russia had undergone a great regeneration, and that the scandals of the Russo-Japanese War were now forever impossible. A further proof was found in the renunciation by her government of the alcohol monopoly, which meant a loss of many millions of revenue. Only a great and simple people, it was argued, could take such heroic measures and loyally obey them. This belief in the strength and efficiency of Russian power was buttressed by an altogether different confidence in her spiritual quality. Many Western observers had long looked towards her for an influence which should counteract the weakness of our modern commercial civilization. Russia, with all her faults, was perhaps the purest democracy in the world. She had not felt the blighting effects of a mechanical culture and had retained a certain primitive simplicity and spirituality. At her best, in her literature and her thought, she represented the new spirit which we have seen to be appearing in France. She still dwelt in the ages of faith. Her mystic communism had no affinities with the shallow materialism and the capitalistic tyranny which had been the working creed of Western Europe and the United States. The great writers like Dostoevsky and Tolstoy had flown the flag of an unshaken idealism. Of the fighting valor of the Russian there was never any doubt, for the spirit of the men who fought at Borodino still lived in their descendants. But joined to their courage was a curious gentleness, the gentleness of that iron dreamer, that practical mystic, whom Lord Rosebery has called the most formidable of all combinations. The race which Prussia condemned as barbarians had a culture beyond that of their critics. In them there seemed to be a wide humanity, a pity for the oppressed, a mercifulness and an unworldliness like that of the Gospels. From them it seemed that there might spring the new hope of the world. In the first throes of a struggle, the mind of man is apt to lose the power of accurate generalization. He cannot judge soberly, for he sees the facts all tainted with his private hopes and fears. Moreover, his thoughts are so centered upon instant needs that he cannot look to the horizon. No one in that early stage had any true vision of what the war must mean to the social fabric, the utter sweeping away of old debris that must follow the remodeling and transforming of every problem. This blindness as to world consequences was paralleled by the blindness of most men towards Russia, which in effect was a world by itself, as strange to the rest of Europe as the new conditions produced by the war. The statesmen who marveled at Russia's apparent strength and exulted in her alliance did not realize that she represented a stage of development wholly unlike that of the Western nations, and that the impulsion of new forces which elsewhere led to rapid but orderly changes might spell in her case a relapse into anarchy. He did not see upon what insecure foundations her monarchy reposed, and how the strain of war which could be borne by tempered steel must crumble a cast iron machine, however vast its dimensions. He believed too readily that the vices and corruptions of 500 years of autocracy could be removed in a week. He forgot that a simple and undeveloped people, while it may bear itself heroically up to a point, has not the store of corporate discipline and inherited knowledge that enables it to recover from disaster. The dreamers who saw in the Russian temperament a new revelation were not less mistaken. They forgot that the humanity which they admired in Russian idealism might as easily have its roots in moral apathy and intellectual slovenliness as in divine wisdom, and that qualities which may characterize the saint may also be an attribute of the mollusk. End of chapter 15, part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Part 2. Germany presented the unique case of a nation where the crisis had been long foreseen and every means had been taken to meet it. Her civil life was beautifully stage-managed, but it was artificial, not natural. Her financial arrangements, highly impressive on paper, were in the nature of taking in each other's washing. They were spectacular rather than sound. Her press was directed with immense care. It was given ample information of the right kind, and daily it said the things which the government wished the people to believe. It was not till the 23rd of September that any news was allowed to leak out about the disaster of the Marne. Germany's chief mistake at the outset had been to get at variance with the opinion of neutral nations. She realized this and at once began to angle for their sympathies with all her terrible industry, but with all her customary lack of tact and perception. The pose of the government was that Germany could beat her foes with her right hand and conduct her ordinary life with the other. Her captains of industry issued reassuring pronouncements. Her cities were brilliantly lighted, while London and Paris were in shadow. Her cafes, restaurants, theaters, and operas went on as usual. To a casual observer, except for the absence of young men, her streets seemed as gay and busy as ever. The nation was kept in a high vein of confidence, and scarcely one man in 1,000 had a suspicion of a doubt that the war could end otherwise than in a complete triumph. The 1,000th, who was in the secrets of the government, took a graver view, for he was aware how utterly the first great plan had failed, that wholesale victory was now out of the question, and that in the long war which threatened the country's resources would be stretched to the uttermost. But he was consoled by the singular unanimity which prevailed. Civil ministers and general staff wrought in complete harmony. The Burgfriede was absolute. The Social Democrats had placed all their resources at the disposal of the government, and provided the most useful propagandist emissaries for neutral states. A few men like Kautsky and Bernstein, Haase and Liebknecht were beginning to criticize, but as yet there was no serious opposition. Undoubtedly, the policy of the German government was wise. Germany needed to conserve all her confidence and power, for she could not relax her efforts for a moment, and if she was to win, she must win quickly. She was rapidly falling into the position of a beleaguered city. Except through Scandinavia and Holland, Italy and Romania, her communications with the outer world were cut, and even those few ports of entry were woefully restricted. Soon the pinch would be felt, not only in war munitions, but in the civil industries which she so feverishly toiled to maintain. Once let the spirit of the people weaken, and the palace of cards would fall. There was another reason for this policy. Foreign observers had been in the habit of describing the ordinary Teuton as stolid, unemotional, and unshakable, and German admirals and generals fostered this notion by declaring that the people with the best nerves would win, and that the German nerves were the strongest in the world. The truth was almost the opposite. Scarcely any nation suffered so acutely from nervous ailments. The German lived on his nerves. He was quick in emotion and sentiment, easily fired, a prey alike to hopes and suspicions. In his own way, he was as excitable as the Latin, and he had not the Latin's saving store of common sense. He was the stuff out of which idealists are made, but also neurotics. This trait could be seen in the overweening national arrogance which he had acquired. That was the characteristic not of steady but of diseased nerves. It could be seen in his almost mystical fidelity to a plan. The neurotic loves a mechanical order. He flies to it for comfort, as a hysterical lady obeys the dictates of an autocratic physician. It could be seen in the passion of hatred which about the beginning of September rose against Britain, drowning all the lesser antagonisms against Gaul and Slav. Hymns of hate became the popular form of composition. They sometimes had poetic value, but they were the scream of jangled nerves rather than the poetry of sane men. It is not easy to exaggerate the courage and self-sacrifice of the German people. Their great armies fought like heroes. Their young men flocked to the colors to fill the places of the dead. their women cheerfully laid their best on the national altar. But it is important to recognize the high, strained pitch of the German temper, which could only be sustained by frequent stimulants. One such was ready to their leaders' hands. The cause for which Britain fought was to Germany unintelligible. It seemed to her a wanton malice, a sordid jealousy of a neighbor's prosperity. Hence it was easy to convince the nation at large that they were fighting a war of defense against a malevolent world, and in such a conviction lay the secret of German unity. Even the most scrupulous among her people were not likely to question the doings of their armies, or believe the accusations of misconduct brought by their enemies, when they considered that these enemies had entered the war for purposes of naked brigandage. As a halfway house between the belligerent and neutral powers, we naturally turn to Turkey, which in September was still maintaining an uneasy peace. She had committed a grave technical breach of neutrality in connection with the Goeben and the Breslau, and through August and September her military leaders were busy with underground preparations which were perfectly well known to the Allied powers. German gold, arms, and men were imported through Bulgaria. A German general, Liman von Sanders, had for some years been a kind of honorary inspector general of the Turkish army. The two German warships remained under German control, and a large German element was introduced into the Turkish fleet. German merchant vessels, such as the Colorado and the General, were used as naval auxiliaries, and their wireless apparatus was adapted for communication with the German general staff. The army was mobilized, and large quantities of war stores were sent to Syria and Baghdad. Meanwhile, under German direction, an attempt was made to preach a holy war throughout the Muslim provinces. It was represented that the German emperor was a convert to Islam, and that presently the Caliph would order a jihad against the infidel. Stories were told of the readiness of the Mohammedan subjects of Britain, Russia, and France to revolt at this call, and preparations were made for the manufacture of Indian military uniforms at Aleppo to give proof to the Syrians that the Indian faithful were on their side. Egypt, which had long been the hunting ground of German emissaries, was considered ripe for revolt, and the Khedive was known to be friendly. The Mohammedan world was believed to be a powder magazine waiting for the spark. All this activity was not the work of a united government. There were serious differences of opinion in the higher Turkish councils. The Sultan was consistently averse to a breach of neutrality, and did his best to prevent it. The Grand Vizier, a weak man, could not at first be persuaded of the danger, but was as strongly against war as his nature permitted. David Bey, the Minister of Finance, was well aware that the treasury was empty, and stoutly opposed the designs of the militarists. Nor were the Turkish people at large in any way hostile to the Allies. They had been offended by Britain's action in preventing delivery of their two battleships, the Sultan Osman and the Rashadi, but this feeling was passing, and they had little love for the military junta who ruled the land with an oppressiveness at least as great as in the old days of Abdul Hamid. But the Turkish people were voiceless, and the Turkish government was in the hands of the army, which in turn was in the hands of the strangely named Committee of Union and Progress, of Anwar, the commander-in-chief, and of his German patrons and paymasters. The Turkish nation had been unhappy under its old rulers, but it was infinitely more unhappy under the new. When the young Turkish movement in 1909 drove Abdul Hamid from his throne, the Western critics of the former regime proclaimed the dawn of a nobler world, and burned foolish incense before the shrines of the revolutionaries. It needed little familiarity with Turkey and with the character of the new leaders to see that the later end of the country would be worse than the beginning. Turkey's strength lay in her religion and in her peasantry. For a strong Turkey was needed an Islamic revival and a pure government which would relieve the burdensome taxation of her provinces. The Young Turks were at bottom anti-Islam and therefore anti-national, and they were fully as corrupt, as unscrupulous, and as brutal as their predecessors. Their creed was the sort of thin communism which the Western world had more or less forsaken. Their aim was dominance for their own sect and faction, and their leader was Anwar, a tinsel Napoleon who dreamed of himself as the master of the Mohammedan world. They insulted the Sheikh Islam and neglected orthodoxy, forgetting that the whole strength of Turkey lay in her faith. When honest men stood in their path, they removed them in the fearless old fashion, beginning with journalists and politicians and ending with the ablest soldiers, Nassim and Mahmud Shevket. They envisaged a holy war, engineered by unbelievers, which should beguile the Mohammedan populations of Africa and Asia, and they naturally leaned on the broad bosom of Germany, who made a speciality of such grandiose visions. There was little chance of such a jihad succeeding. To begin with, the Committee of Union and Progress were too deeply suspect. They had proved themselves both corrupt and incompetent. They had led Turkey to defeat in 2 great wars, and in the matter of oppression, their little finger was thicker than Abdul Hamid's loins. Again, the ordinary Turk had no natural leaning toward the German side. In the great days of Turkey's history, the Grand Vizier had been wont to assemble the standards at the Adrianople Gate for the march to Vienna, and it was in that direction that the Turkish war should roll in the view of many conservatives of a deeply conservative people. In a pure-blooded race, too, birth counts for much, and the committee's origin was too patently mongrel. Anwar was partly Polish. David was crypto-Jew from Salonika. Talat was Bulgarian by descent. Ahmed Reza was partly Magyar and partly Circassian. They talked of Islam, but their conduct had shown no love for Islam. In the Tripoli War, the Arabs had been scandalized by the infidelity of the Young Turk officers, and news spreads fast through the Muslim world. The Sultan's title to the Caliphate, too, was very generally questioned. The Turks had won it originally by conquest from the Abbasids, and the Arabs had never done more than solemnly acquiesce. But a title won by the sword can only be held in the same way, and to the faithful of Islam it looked as if the sword had grown blunt in degenerate hands. Most important of all, the Turco-German alliance was breaking its head against an accomplished fact. By September, the whole of Mohammedan India and the leaders of Mohammedan opinion in British Africa were clearly on the Allied side, and their forces were already moving to Britain's aid, while 40,000 Arab Muslims were fighting for France in the battles of the West. Islam had made its choice before Anwar sent his commissaries to buy Indian kaki in Aleppo and informed the Syrians that the most Christian emperor had become a follower of the Prophet. Of all the neutral powers, the action of Italy was most vital to the struggle, for she held a strategical position on the flank of both combatants. Her intervention on behalf of her colleagues of the Triple Alliance would menace the French right wing, and if she joined the Allies, she could turn the Austrian flank, while her fleet would establish a crushing superiority against Austria in the Mediterranean. When Italy became a kingdom, she had 2 principles in her foreign policy: a dislike of Austria and a not unnatural suspicion of France. The assistance which Napoleon III had given to the Risorgimento was counterbalanced in Italian eyes by the price he had accepted for it, and by the obstacles he had placed in the way of Garibaldi's seizure of Rome. Besides, her position compelled her to be a naval power, and France's naval activity and the French colonization of the northern African littoral alarmed her susceptibilities. The direct result of the Congress of Berlin which gave Cyprus to Britain and Tunis to France, was the formation in 1881 of the Triple Alliance between Italy, Austria, and Germany. Italy was a very new power. The arrangement gave her powerful backers at a most critical time, and the Italian statesman Crispi did what at the moment was the wisest thing for his country. The alliance was renewed in 1887, in 1891, in 1902, and in 1912, but in each case under changed conditions. From 1882 onwards, Italy began her colonial adventures, undertaken by Crispi at the instigation of Bismarck, who aimed at setting France, Russia, and Britain by the ears. A commercial war with France did not improve her relations with the Republic. Then came dark days, days of industrial distress and colonial misfortunes, culminating in the disaster of Adwa on March 1, 1896. Italian ambition was sobered, and the disappearance of Bismarck from the European stage had removed the chief rivet which bound her to the Tripolis. Relations with France began to improve, and in 1896 and 1898 commercial treaties were signed. Then, in 1904, came the Entente between France and Britain, which was tested in the following year at the Conference of Algeciras, when Italian sympathy leaned against the German claims. In 1908, Austria's annexation of Bosnia with the consent of Germany annoyed Italy acutely, and in 1911, her declaration of war with Turkey over Tripoli showed that she was aware of and resented Germany's policy in the Near East. Probably the only thing that still kept her in the Tripolis was the partnership of Russia in the Entente, for she feared above all things a Slav advance to the Adriatic. The Italian people, however, have always shown an aptitude for realpolitik, far greater than the nation that invented the term. By 1913, Italy had acquiesced in the rights of the Balkan states, provided her own interests were safeguarded. She refused to join Austria in an attack on Serbia, and coldly rejected the Austro-German plans which were unfolded to her in the spring of 1914. Her interests were becoming clearly defined. Someday she wanted Trieste and the hinterland of Istria, and less urgently the Trentino. She must rule in the Adriatic, and especially must hold the Albanian port of Avlona, which was only 40 miles from her shores. No great power other than herself must dominate Albania. These were the essentials, and they brought her sharply up against both her colleagues of the Tripolis. When war broke out, Italy's interests were on the whole opposed to those of Germany and Austria. Her relations with France were good, and with Britain cordial, and the sympathies of her people were by a great majority on the side of the Allies. Her neutrality, at least, was assured. Whether she should go further was an intricate question. It is one thing to be estranged from your allies, and another thing to go to war against them. To begin with, she was jealous of her honor. More wise than Germany, she did not believe in a Machiavellianism which offended the sense of decency of the world, and she had no desire to be called unscrupulous. The bitter witticism of a French diplomatist, "Elle vouloir au secours du vainqueur," was in no way justified. Italy was in a most delicate position. Her treasury was not overflowing, her debt was large, her taxation high, and though the training of her army was good, its equipment was not perfect. An immediate declaration of war against Germany was difficult for 1,000 reasons, of which not the least was the appearance of bad faith. German conduct, it is true, soon gave a civilized and liberal power a good excuse for withdrawing from the Tripolis, but the immediate occasion for hostile action was still wanting, and the chance of its appearance was lessened by Germany's strenuous courtship. which culminated in the dispatch of the former Chancellor, Prince Bülow, as ambassador to Rome. Further, since Italy was one of the few means of entry for foreign supplies into Austria and Germany, considerable sections of her population were benefited by her neutrality. On the other hand, if she delayed too long and the Allies were victorious, she could not expect to have much share in the fruits. Italy, as the youngest of the great powers, was bound to consider the matter on practical lines, and it was inevitable that her real interest should be slow in revealing itself. So she contented herself with preserving an armed and watchful neutrality. But popular sympathy, being free from the responsibility of statesmanship, was not neutral. The extreme clericals and the extreme socialists, being united in the bonds of anti-nationalism, were in favor of neutrality at all costs. At the other end of the line, the nationalists, republicans, moderate socialists, and smaller oddments like the futurists favored an immediate bridge with Germany, and they probably carried the bulk of the people with them. The Centre Party, the Liberals, who were the party in office, adopted the policy of neutrality for the time being, and they had the support of the majority of the commercial and professional classes. But all the elements in Italian life which the world has been accustomed to rate high, the idealists, the inheritors of the Mazzini tradition, were arrayed against German pretensions. Many old red shirts volunteered for the French and British service, and more than one descendant or kinsman of Garibaldi gave his life for the Allies' cause in the Allied ranks. The action of Romania depended upon Italy, and on Romania again largely hinged the policy of Bulgaria. Close relations existed between Romania and Italy, since both were to some extent Latin powers, and both were free from diplomatic entanglements at the moment. The position of the former was curious. Her king was a German of the Catholic branch of the Hohenzollerns. She had no special love for Russia, since the Peace of Berlin had deprived her of Bessarabia, and the Austrian possession of Transylvania remained a bone of contention with the dual monarchy. She was bound to benefit by neutrality, for she remained the one great granary open to the Teutonic League, and after the Russians had seized Galicia, the only source of German oil supplies, her strategic position on Austria's flank made her intervention of considerable military importance, for she could put in the field nearly 500,000 troops. The death of King Carol on 10th October removed the chief dynastic bond with Germany, and presently the Russian domination of the Bukovina seemed to forebode a summary cutting off of her activities as an exporter of wheat and oil. The sympathies of her people were with the Allied cause, but her cause craved weary walking, and for the first months of war she maintained a decorous and observant neutrality, waiting for events to give the lead. The situation of the smaller Baltic and North Sea states was very different. For them, there could be no question of intervention, at any rate for many a day. Holland, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden were compelled by their geographical position and by their military feebleness to bear with the best grace possible the penalties of an impotent detachment. They were useful to Germany as conduits for foreign supplies, but the omnipresence of the British fleet, the unsafeness of the North Sea from mines, and our vigorous application of the doctrine of continuous voyage with regard to contraband gravely interfered with their commerce. Holland was the chief sufferer. She was compelled by the Rhine Acts to forward to Germany any consignments arriving on a through bill of lading, and the British government was forced in consequence to take stringent measures, including the absolute prohibition of the export of certain foodstuffs to Dutch territory. But in spite of all our efforts, large quantities of goods, both absolute and conditional contraband, reached Germany through Holland and Scandinavia, including materials for the making of war munitions in the shape of copper, rubber, and various chemicals. On the general question, these countries stood to gain by a victory of the Allies, but political foresight is often obscured by an immediate loss to the pocket. Yet, on the whole, they conducted themselves well. The Allied cause, in spite of ceaseless German attentions, was the more popular, except perhaps in Sweden, which had an old dislike and dread of Russia. Holland, remembering the proclaimed ambitions of Germany and realizing that the quarrel with Britain would mean the end of her colonies, showed by her press the direction of her sympathies, and though suffering severely herself, welcomed and sheltered many hundred thousands of Belgian fugitives with an uncomplaining generosity which deserves to be honorably remembered. The United States of America, on the outbreak of war, revealed, in spite of her large German and Irish-American population, a clear bias towards the Allied cause. Something was due to those ties of blood and language which are apt to be forgotten except in a crisis, much to the hatred felt by a free democracy for a creed which put back the clock of civilization. No proud people likes to be told that it is not competent to make up its mind for itself, and America resented patronage of this kind from Germany, as she would have resented it from Britain. The German ambassador, Count Bernstorff, who was personally popular and had married an American wife, set agoing a vast bureau of information and sedulously cultivated the press. He was assisted by Herr Langborg, a former German colonial minister, and between them they managed in a month or two to antagonize thoroughly American sentiment and to make themselves the object of general ridicule. There can be no question but that during the first months of war, except for a few German financiers in New York, the Irish-American politicians, and the German communities of the Middle West, the feeling of the United States was clearly, even enthusiastically, on the side of the Allies. But in war, it is inevitable that outsiders must suffer, and America soon began to feel the pinch. The campaign at sea which Britain conducted was bound to play havoc with some of her industries. And just as during her Civil War the loss of cotton imports almost beggared Lancashire, so now the cotton and lumber interests in America were heavily handicapped. Some American products benefited, for all the Allies were buying in her markets, but others were gravely hurt. Copper was a case in point. American exports of this metal to the neutral states of Europe were suddenly multiplied fourfold. Undoubtedly, the bulk of this was destined for Germany, who was soon in straits from her excessive expenditure of ammunition. Accordingly, British cruisers seized American copper in neutral vessels and held it up unless, which rarely happened, it was clearly proved that the goods were for bona fide neutral use. This practice, while foreign to our old customs, was justified by more recent maritime law, first laid down in the American courts, as in the Springbok case during the Civil War. America forgot this fact and protested, and later, in a proposal to buy, at the expense of the nation, from German owners, German ships interned in American ports, she infringed a fundamental rule of law. She had indeed ever been an ardent student of international principles, but like most other nations, not always a consistent practitioner. It would be as unfair to blame the United States government for their protests and the American people for their occasional outbursts at this period as to blame British feeling during the American Civil War. When industry is disorganized and thousands suffer, there is not the time or disposition to abide calmly by the textbooks, and it was highly exasperating to see a great fleet playing havoc with what till a few weeks before had been legitimate commerce. Besides, by her wavering attitude towards the Declaration of London, Britain had made it exceedingly hard for neutrals to know where exactly they stood. Happily, there was a real disposition in both governments and peoples to bear with each other. In the British, to abate the right of capture as far as was consistent with the demands of war, and in America, to listen to reason and put a friendly construction on the occasional differences. The support of America was of high value at this time to the British people. American intervention in the quarrel at the moment would indeed have made little immediate difference to either side, from the smallness of a regular army and the distance from the scene of war. No statesman or soldier foresaw the length of the contest, and the part which would be played in the last stages by American soldiers who were now still in the schoolroom. But to have the moral assent of the great English-speaking republic was a supreme comfort even to those in Britain who know little of the United States. Americans and Englishmen, it was realized, would continue to criticize each other to the end of time. But such criticism was only a proof how nearly they were related. Their wrangles were like the tiffs among the members of a household. End of chapter 15, part 2. Chapter 16, part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, part 1, The Beginning of the Flanders Campaign, the First Battle of Ypres, 8th October to 20th November. In this war, the historian, in whatever part of the arena he moves, is accompanied by mighty shades. In the east, in the woody swamps of Masurenland and the wild levels of Poland, he has Kutuzov to attend him, and Barclay de Tolly and Bagration, and the inscrutable face of Napoleon. In the west, looming like clouds through the years, he sees the shapes of Caesar and Attila, and Theodoric and Charlemagne, and as the centuries pass, a motley host of great captains, Charles of Burgundy, Joan the Maid, Bedford, Talbot, and King Harry, Guise and Navarre, Turenne and Condé, de Warsolet, Villa, Marlborough, and Saxe. Then come the shaggy leaders of the Revolution, and Napoleon again with his 20 marshals, and the pursuing Teutons, Blucher and Schwarzenberg, and Wellington, holding himself a little aloof from his ill-assorted colleagues. And last, in the clothes almost of our own day, he has the sturdy, bristling figure of Bismarck and the unearthly pallor of Moltke. Of all these we have already trodden the battlefields, and now we return to the campaigning ground of one who ranks only after Caesar and Napoleon. The cold, beautiful eyes of John Churchill had 2 centuries ago scanned the meadows of West Flanders, and Marlborough's subtle brain had faced the very problem which was now to meet the Allied generals. After the crushing defeat of Blenheim, the French marshal, anxious for the safety of Paris, took to a war of earthworks and entrenchments. He could not save Flanders, but he managed to check the invader in northern France. But after Oudenarde, not all Vauban's fortifications could keep Lille from the Allies, and Villa prepared the great line of trenches from the Scarpe to the Lys, which had for their center the high ground about La Bassée. What followed is familiar to every student of the history of the British Army. Marlborough feinted against the lines, turned eastward, took Tournai, and won the Battle of Malplaquet. Villa replied with a new line of trenches, and though the Allies took Bethune and Douai, La Bassée itself proved impregnable, and the wall of entrenchments moved toward that stalemate which ended 3 years later with the Peace of Utrecht. Had Marlborough had a free hand, the turning movement, in which Malplaquet was an incident, might well have brought his armies to the gates of Paris. Villa's qualified success showed the enormous strength of entrenchments in that corner of France which marches with West Flanders. When the Allied generals in the first days of October 1914 considered the situation, the campaign of Marlborough must have occurred to their minds. It was true that the situation was reversed, for it was the entrenching of the invader that they wished to forestall, and they moved from the south, not as Marlborough had done, from the north. At that time, they believed that they had the initiative in their hands, and their aim was to turn the German right and free Flanders of the invaders. For this purpose, as well as for defense, should their offensive fail, it was necessary to gain the two crucial positions of La Bassée and Lille. The first gave the strongest defense in all the districts, and the second was even more vital than in Marlborough's day, for it controlled the junction of 6 railway lines and a great network of roads, and contained large engineering works and motor factories, as well as the construction shops of the Chemin de Fer du Nord. With Lille as a position in the Allied lines, the invasion from the east would be in a doubtful case. The city had been relinquished at the beginning of the German sweep from the Somme, but since then it and the surrounding country had reverted to the French and was held at the moment by a division of territorials. The occupation of Lille in force was one of the tasks entrusted to Mauduit when, at the end of September, his new army aligned itself on Castelnau's left. In telling the story of the opening of the West Flanders campaign, it is necessary to proceed slowly and with circumspection. No rapid summary will enable the reader to understand the nature of the task which confronted the Allied forces. It was for the moment a self-contained campaign and concerned only 4 out of the Allied armies: the French 8th Army under D'Urberville, the Belgian Army, the British Army, and the 10th Army of Mauduit. Its story is of 3 successive strategical plans which miscarried, then of 3 weeks of a desperate defensive which broke the enemy's attack. The record naturally divides itself into 3 parts: the movements which culminated in the positions reached by all 4 armies on or about 20th October, the attacks upon the Allied line on the Isar, at La Bassée, and at Arras, and the final attack delivered upon the forces holding the salient of Ypres. With the failure of the assault upon Ypres, the West Flanders campaign entered upon a new phase. In the first days of October, the Allied plan, based on the assumption that Antwerp could be saved, was so to extend the left as to hold the line of the Scheldt from Antwerp to Tournai, continuing southwest by Douai to Arras, and with this as a base to move against the German communications through Mons and Valenciennes. But by 6th October, it was seen that Antwerp must fall, and this plan was replaced by a second. The Belgian army, covered by Rawlinson's British force, would retire by Bruges and Ghent to the line of the Isar to protect the Allied left, and meet, along with the new French reinforcements, any coast attack by the German troops released after the fall of Antwerp. Lille and La Bassée must be held by the Allies, and the British, pivoting on the later place, would swing southeastward, isolate Basile's army of Antwerp, and threaten the northwestern communications of the vast German front, which now ran from somewhere near Tournai southward to the Aisne heights. In the last resort, if the Allies were forestalled in La Bassée and Lille, the strategy of Marlborough might be used, and instead of a frontal attack, an enveloping movement could be attempted from the line of the Lys against the right flank of the main German armies. For this purpose, the town of Menon on the Lys, southeast of Ypres, was essential as a pivot, and we shall see how the loss of this point ruined the last of the 3 strategical schemes. Clearly, the whole of the Allied plan was contingent on the German right not being farther north than the neighborhood of Roubaix. Joffre knew that it was rapidly extending, and it was the business of his whole northern movement to overlap it. Time was, therefore, of the essence of his problem. The strategy was well conceived. If it succeeded, the Allies might be in the position to strike a decisive blow. If it failed, then the situation would be no worse. It is true that the extension of the lines to the sea would prevent any attack upon the German communications, which would then be sheltered behind a ring fence of arms. But on the other hand, it would prevent any German enveloping movement and pin down the enemy to a slow war of positions. And since time was on the side of the Allies, he would be driven to a stalemate, which would militate disastrously against his ultimate success. The Germans were from the start well informed as to the Allied movement and divined Joffre's intention. By the end of September, they had begun the transference of first-line corps from the southern part of their front. They had excellent railways behind them for this purpose, and since they held the interior lines, most of their corps had a shorter distance to travel than those of the Allies. But the change took time, and so it fell out that the more northerly parts of the line were not manned till the Allies were almost in position. Against this drawback, however, the Germans had one great advantage. They had a fairly fresh army released from Antwerp, which could occupy the coast end, and they had through North Belgium a straight line from northern Germany for the dispatch of newly formed corps. They had quantities of cavalry which had been of no use in the end battle to harass the left flank of the Allied turning movement, and to occupy points of advantage till their infantry came up. But it was an anxious moment for great headquarters. For them, not less than for the Allies, it was a race to the salt water. To the Allies' scheme, they sought to oppose a counter-offensive which should give them Calais and the Channel ports, and ultimately the Seine Valley for an advance to Paris. To succeed, they must be first through the sally port between La Bassée and the sea. If the British forestalled them, Basel would be cut off, and the German front would be bent round into a square, with the Allies operating against three sides of it. The 40 miles between Lille and Nieuport became suddenly the critical terrain of the war. On 8th October, Foch, who had been appointed to the general command over all the Allied troops north of Manoury, was at Toulon, some 20 miles north of Amiens. There he was visited by Sir John French, who arranged with him a plan of operations. In all likelihood, the Germans would attack the points of junction of the Allied armies, always the weak spots in the front, and it was necessary to determine these points with some care. The road between Bethune and Lille was fixed as the dividing line between the British command and Moudwy. If an advance were possible, it would be eastward, when the British right and the French left would be directed upon Lille. To the north, it was arranged that the British Second Corps should take its place on Moudwy's left, with the cavalry protecting its left till the Third Corps came into line. The cavalry would perform the same task for the Third Corps till the First Corps arrived in position. Nothing was decided about the future of Sir Henry Rawlinson's force, which was covering the Belgian retreat from Antwerp and might be expected in a week from the direction of Courtrai. 1. By the close of September, Castelnu's position was fixed west of Rouen and Lyon, while Moudwy had taken up ground from the north end of the Somme Plateau to Lens. A territorial division was in Lille as an advance guard of the outflanking movements, which in the case of the 10th Army would be directed towards Valenciennes. Arras, the center of its front, was a place of the first strategic importance. It lay below the northern edge of a plateau between Somme and Scheldt. The slopes on three sides of it provided strong defensive positions, and a network of railways connected it with every part of northern France. The beautiful old city was famous in history. France and Burgundy had contended for its possession. There Vauban raised his celebrated ramparts. There Robespierre saw the light. By 1st October, Mauduit had occupied Arras and was pushing eastward on the road to Douai. But presently he found himself in difficulties as the German Sixth Army came into line, and for the first week of October was heavily engaged in the flats east of Arras between the Scarpe and the town of Lens. He was aware that the enemy was outflanking him, and he had only 9 divisions and a cavalry corps wherewith to hold all northeastern France till the British should arrive. He was forced back upon Arras, and soon the city was under bombardment. By the 8th, he was in an awkward place. The Germans held Douai and Lens, and were closing in on Lille, from which at any moment the territorials might be driven. Every day the enemy was increasing in numbers. The plain of West Flanders was swarming with his cavalry, and they were reported as far west as Azerbourg, Bayeux, and Cassel, the last place only 20 miles from Dunkirk. Mauduit's task was to cling to his position at Arras till some relief came from the Allied operations on his left. That, generally speaking, was the work of both him and Castelnau for the succeeding 10 days up to 19th October. There were awkward sects in the French line at Rouen, at Albert, and at Arras, but much was done during these days to straighten them out. The attackers were driven back from Arras, but to set against this, on the 12th Lille fell to the Saxon 19th Corps. So stood the position on 19th October, the day when the Allied line was at last completed to the sea. Mauduit's experience supplies an answer to the conundrum. Why, since the possession of Lille was of the first importance, was it not held from the first with some force stronger than a territorial division? The explanation is that the 10th Army was far too sorely pressed to do more than retain its position. Had its offensive succeeded, had it driven the enemy from Douai towards Valenciennes, then Lille would have been occupied by its left wing, and would have formed part of its front. But it was forced back on Arras, where for weeks it could do no more than maintain its ground. We turn to the task of the British Army, which during the first 3 weeks of October was coming into line north of Mauduit. The extreme left of the French 10th Army was at the time in the villages northwest of Lens, and the Lille-Bethune highway had been fixed as its northern limit. Cournou's 2nd Cavalry Corps was engaged in watching this flank against the dangerous German enveloping movement. On 11th October, Smith-Dorrien with the British 2nd Corps had marched from Abbeville to the line of the canal between Aire and Bethune. On his right was Cournou connecting him with Mauduit, and on his left Hubert Gough's 2nd Cavalry Division, which was busily engaged in driving German cavalry out of the forest of Nieppe. Sir John French's plan at this time for the 2nd Corps was a rapid dash upon La Bassée and Lille. Smith-Dorrien was directed to bring up his left to Merville, and on the 12th move east against the line Laventie-Lorgy to threaten the flank of the Germans in La Bassée, and compel them to fall back lest they should be cut off between the British and Mauduit. On the 12th, the movement began in thick fog, the 5th Division on the right and the 3rd crossing the canal to deploy on its left. Smith-Dorrien, however, found that the enemy were in great strength, 4 cavalry divisions and several Jäger battalions holding the road to Lille. The 2nd Corps, struggling all day through difficult country where good gun positions were rare, made some progress, but not much. His experience convinced Smith-Dorrien that an ordinary frontal attack was impossible, and he resolved to try to isolate La Bassée. His object was to wheel to his right, pivoting on Givenchy, and to get astride the Labasi Liu Road in the neighborhood of Fawn, so as to threaten the right flank and rear of the enemy's position on the high ground south of Labasi. On the 13th, the wheel commenced, but it met with a strong resistance. The work of the British Second Corps now resolved itself into a struggle for Labasi. On the 14th, the 3rd Division lost its commander, Major General Hubert Hamilton, who was killed by the explosion of a shell, a serious loss to the army, for he was one of the most skillful and beloved of the younger generals. Next day, the division avenged its leader's death by a brilliant advance, crossing the dikes by means of planks and driving the Germans from village after village till they had pushed them off the Eter-Labasi road. On the 16th, they were close upon Uba. The following day, they took the village, and late that evening carried Ali at the point of the bayonet. This was the end of the movement of the Second Corps. Hitherto, they had been opposed chiefly by German cavalry and had made progress, but now they were against the wall of the main German line, the center of the Sixth Army. While the counterstroke was impending, supports were arriving for the Second Corps. On 19th and 20th October, there appeared west of Bethune the Lahore Division of the Indian Army. The Indian Expeditionary Force consisted of 2 infantry divisions, the 3rd, or Lahore, under the command of Lieutenant General H.B. Watkins, and the 7th, or Meerut, under Lieutenant General C.A. Anderson. The force was under Lieutenant General Sir James Wilcox, the general then commanding the Northern Army in India, who had originally won fame in West African fighting. On a hot autumn morning, the first troops had landed in Marseille and been received by the French with the enthusiasm due to their martial appearance and splendid dignity. Then, for days, the smell of wood smoke rose from the dusty hills behind Boeli. Strange flocks of goats thronged the streets. The first step in the Indian commissariat, and grave, bearded Sikh orderlies slipped through the southern crowds. From Marseille, the Indian division went to camp at Orléans, and that city, which had seen so much, saw a new pageant in her ancient streets. Much had to be done before the troops were ready for the field, for an equipment adapted for an Indian year was no match for the rigors of a Flemish winter. The troops were chafing to be in action for the honor of their country, and their race was in their keeping in this far western land, where the Sahibs had fallen out. The Third Corps, under Poutenay, destined for the position on the left of the Second Corps, had completed its detrainment at Saint-Omer on the night of the 11th. It marched to Azerbourg, where it remained during the 12th, and next day moved generally eastward towards the line Armentières-Wisquets, with its advance guard on a line through the village of Strasser. Poutenay's aim was to get east of Armentières astride the Lys and join up the Ypres and Labasi sections of the front. It was an impossible length of line for one corps to hold, so he had cavalry operating on both sides of him, Allenby to the north and Kunu to the south. The Germans were found in strength at Meteren, west of Bayeux. The usual advance force of cavalry and infantry supports hurried forward in motor buses. It was a day of heavy rain and a thick, steamy fog. The fields were waterlogged, aircrafts were useless, and the countryside was too much enclosed for cavalry. The Germans in Meteren had no artillery, and but for the bad light would have suffered heavily from Poutenay's guns. He carried the position, drove out the enemy, and entrenched himself sometime towards midnight, preparatory to a full-dress attack upon Bayeux, in which he believed that the Germans were in force. His reconnaissances, however, on the morning of the 14th, showed that the enemy had retired, and that day he occupied the line Bayeux-Saint-Saëns-Capelle. Next day, The 3rd Corps was ordered to take the line of the Lys from Armentières to Sailly, where 5 days before, Cornu's cavalry had met with a stubborn resistance. The weather was still dark with fog, and there were many small bodies of the enemy about, but no position was held in force. Putenay, by the evening of the 15th, was on the Lys, with the 6th Division on its right at Sailly, and the 4th Division on the left at Nieppe, a point on the Armentières-Bayeux road. Next day, he entered Armentières, and on the 17th he had pushed beyond it, with his right at Bourgogne, 3 miles south of the Lys, and his left at the hamlet of Le Guier, a mile north of it. It was now ascertained that the Germans were holding in some strength a line running from Hradingen in the south through Péranger to Follangien on the Lys, while the right bank of the river below Follangien was held as far as Verviers. On the 18th, an effort was made to clear the right bank of the Lys with the aid of Allenby's cavalry corps. The strength of the Germans was still doubtful, and Putenay had some ground for assuming that it was only the mixed cavalry and infantry he had been so far pressing back. As a matter of fact, the 3rd Corps was now approaching the main German position, as the 2nd Corps about the same time was finding it at Uba and Early. That day revealed 2 facts: that the infantry could do nothing in the direction of Lille, and that the cavalry, in spite of some brilliant work by the 9th Lancers, could not win the right bank of the Lys. They found themselves firmly held at all points from Le Guier to Hradingen, and their position on the night of the 18th and on the 19th represented the farthest line held by this section of our front. This, the British right centre, was destined to have one of the most awkward places in the coming battle. It was not itself the object of any great massed attack, as on the Isar, at Ypres, and at La Bassée, but it suffered from being on the fringes of the 2 latter zones, and, as we shall see, was gravely endangered in the German enveloping movements. One link was necessary to connect the 3rd Corps with the infantry farther north. This was provided by the 2 divisions of Allenby's cavalry corps. The 2nd Division from 11th October busied itself with clearing the country of invading bands in the neighborhood of Cassel and Asselburg. On the 14th, it joined the 1st Division, and the corps took up positions on the high ground above Buchan on the road between Bayeux and Poppenheim. On the 15th and 16th, it reconnoitered the Lys, and till the 19th endeavored to secure a footing on the right bank below Armentières. On the night of the 19th, Allenby's position was generally east of Messines on a line drawn from Le Guier to Ollebecker. We pass now to the doings of the Antwerp garrison and the British and French covering troops. The 4th Corps under Rawlinson, Capper's 7th Division, and Bain's 3rd Cavalry Division was in Flanders by 8th October. On the 7th, Rawlinson's headquarters were at Bruges, and Admiral Runat's brigade of French Marines was at Ghent in support. On the 8th, the retirement from Antwerp was in full operation, and the 4th Corps headquarters were removed to Ostend, while the 7th Division was at Ghent. Next day, Antwerp had fallen, and the covering of the Belgian retreat began. The cavalry went first to clear the country, and were at Turwood on the 10th and at Ulas on the 12th, where they took up the line from Oostnieuwkerke to Isegem to cover the Ghent railway, which was threatened by roving German horse to the west and south. On that day, the 7th Division and the French sailors left Ghent, forming a rear guard for the Belgians. Next day, the Germans entered that town, and the following day passed through Bruges. 2 days later, the 3rd Reserve Corps occupied Ostend. This was from Besselaer's army of Antwerp, which included also the 4th Ersatz Division. The 7th Division, much assisted by its armored cars, arrived at Ulas on the 13th, and the 3rd Cavalry Division reconnoitered the country towards Ypres and Menon, riding in one day over 50 miles. The only hostile activity they could learn of was in the southwest, where large enemy forces were reputed to be moving eastwards towards Wervik and Menon from the direction of Bayeux. This was the force of cavalry and infantry supports with which, as we have seen, the 3rd Corps had dealings. The 3rd Cavalry Division was now in touch with Allenby's cavalry in the neighborhood of Camel, on the road between Ypres and Armentières. By this time, the Belgian army, very weary and broken, was in the forest of Autust, northeast of Ypres, and had begun to extend along the line of the Isère by Dixmude to Nieuport. On the 16th, the 7th Division was holding a position east of Ypres with the 3rd Cavalry Division as advance guard on a line which ran roughly from Bixmude to Poicapelle. North lay the Belgians with French supports, and to the west of Ypres 2 French territorial divisions, the 87th and 89th under the command of General Buchan. The line of the 7th Division ran from Zandvoorde through Gedeveld to Zonnebeke. At this time, Sir John French was still uncertain about the forces opposed to him. He knew of Basila on the coast route and was naturally anxious as to the stand which the wearied Belgians, aided by French territorials, marines, and cavalry, could make against him on the Isère. He also had word of a German reserve corps and a landward division which had been giving trouble to Allenby's cavalry on the Lys. The far more formidable movement, of which the 7th Division was beginning to get news, was still unknown to him, and if he had heard the rumors of it, he had not been able to get verification. At that time, he still believed that the extreme right of the main German force was in the neighborhood of Tourcoing, and that Basila's was an isolated flanking force. He did not know that Basila was no more the outer rim of a huge serried line wheeling against the Allies from the northeast. On 10th October, 4 reserve corps, which were to form the main strength of the 4th Army, the 22nd, 23rd, 26th, and 27th, left Germany. One corps was rushed through by rail to Courtrai, and was indeed not formed till the men arrived there. The other 3 were concentrated in Brussels, and without losing an hour began their 80-mile march westward. These corps were new formations, composed largely of Landsturm and the new volunteers, and including every type from boys of 16 to stout gentlemen in middle life. They were to show themselves as desperate in attack as the most seasoned veterans. By the 18th, they were on the line Ulas-Menon, and the 3rd Reserve Corps, which had screened their advance, drew away to the right wing. On the 16th, the Belgians were driven out of the forest of Autust and fell back behind the Azerbourg-Dixmude railway. Their retreat uncovered the left of the British 3rd Cavalry Division, but on the following day, 4 French cavalry divisions under General Dumitry cleared the forest and re-established the line. On that night, the 17th, Sir John French decided that the moment had come to put into effect the third of his strategical alternatives. If La Bassée and Lille had proved too strong for the Second Corps, then Marlborough's strategy might be employed against the German right. With Menon as a pivot, commanding an important railway and the line of the Lys, a flanking movement might be instituted against Courtrai and the line of the Scheldt. Accordingly, he instructed Rawlinson to advance next morning, seize Menon, and await the support of the First Corps, which was due in 2 days. Rawlinson had an impossible task. He had to operate on a front at least 20 miles wide, and he could look for no supports till Haig arrived. Moreover, he knew of the 4 new German corps which were still hardly credited at headquarters, For on the morning of the 18th, the French cavalry near Ulas captured some cyclists belonging to one of them. On the morning of the 19th, he moved out towards Menon, with the right of the 7th Division protected as far as possible by Allenby's cavalry north of the Lys, while the 3rd Cavalry Division was on its left, and Mitry's French cavalry to the north of them. The cavalry to the left presently came in touch with large enemy forces advancing from Ulas. The British brigades were skillfully handled, and the 6th Brigade took Liedegem and Ulaagem-Kapelle. But owing to the continued German pressure, the 7th Brigade on the left had to fall back, and in the afternoon the 6th Brigade also followed, retiring to billets in the villages of Poerkapelle and Zonnebecker, while the French cavalry held Passchendaele a mile in advance. The progress of the infantry was summarily stopped by the advance of enormous masses from the direction of Courtrai. The nearest the 7th Division got to Menon was the line Liedegem-Kasselburg, about 3 miles from the town. It had to fall back at once to avoid utter disaster, and entrenched itself on a line of 8 miles just east of Gilderveld Cross Roads, a name soon to be famous in the annals of the war. The great struggle for Ypres was on the eve of beginning. On that day, 19th October, the 1st Corps, under Sir Douglas Haig, detrained at Saint-Omer and marched to Audiobooks. That evening, Haig was instructed to move through Ypres to Toulouse, with the intention of advancing on Bruges and Ghent. That such instructions should have been given shows that the British headquarters were still very imperfectly informed about the real strength of the enemy, which the 7th Division were then learning from bitter experience. Two alternatives presented themselves to the mind of Sir John French. His force was holding far too long a line for its numbers and strength, and the natural use of the 1st Corps would have been to strengthen some part of the front, such as that before La Bassée. On the other hand, a much battered Belgian army with a small complement of French territorials and cavalry had sole charge of the 20-mile line from Ypres to the sea. If the Germans chose to attack north of Ypres, they would find a weakly held passage. Accordingly, Haig was directed to move north of Ypres, and Sir John French bade him use his discretion should an unforeseen situation arise after he had passed the town. The unforeseen situation was not long in appearing. The 1st Corps never approached Toulouse, but was detained in the front of Ypres, where it formed the left wing of the British in the great struggle. By the 19th, to continue our course to the sea, the Belgians had fallen back nearly to the line of the Isère from Dixmude to Newport. The Isère is a canalized stream which, rising near Saint-Omer, enters at Newport the canal system which lies behind the sand dunes on the edge of the cultivated land and connects with the salt water by several sea canals. The Belgians were nominally 6 divisions, but 3 had been reduced to the strength of brigades and were in the last stages of exhaustion. For 10 weeks they had scarcely been out of action, but their spirit was unconquered, and the gaps in their line, they were no more than 48,000 strong, were filled up by French marines, while the British and French fleets were waiting to give them support from the sea. But the front was still dangerously weak, and on 18th October, Joffre placed at the disposal of Foch the reinforcements which were to complete the French 8th Army. It was commanded by Victor Dubel, a man of 56, who, like Mauduit, had been a brigadier at the beginning of the war. This new army, which not only took over the existing troops on the Isère, but acted as a reinforcement to the British left, contained at the start only Unart's Marines, the 4 divisions of Mitry's cavalry, and the 87th and 89th Territorial Divisions. It was to grow before the end of the battle to 5 Army Corps, 2 Territorial Divisions, and 2 Corps of Cavalry. The 20th of October saw the whole Allied line from Albert to the sea in the position in which it had to meet the desperate efforts of the Germans to regain the initiative and the offensive. The gate was closed, but it might yet be opened. Mudry's 10th Army lay on a line from east of Albert through Arras, west of Lens, to just west of the Chateau of Vermier, south of the Bethune-la-Bassée Railway. Smith-Dorrien's 2nd Corps ran from Givenchy, west of La Bassée, through Ely and Uba to Laventie. Then came Cunou's Corps of French cavalry, and then Putenay's 3rd Corps, which was astride the Lys east of Armentières. North of it came Allenby's cavalry corps with the 1st Division south of Messines and the 2nd Division between Messines and Saint-Foude. Then, forming the point of the Ypres salient, came the 7th Division east of the Galufet crossroads, with on its left, between Zonnebecker and Poerkapelle, Bin's 3rd Cavalry Division. Northwest of them, between Zonnebecker and Bisschot, Haig's 1st Corps was coming into position. North again lay Dumitry's French cavalry, till the French Marines were reached at Dixmude. Thence lay the Belgian front to the sea, where the guns of the Allied warships were waiting for the enemy. This line of battle, little short of 100 miles, was held on the Allied side by inadequate forces. Mudry had 4 corps, the British were 3.5 corps strong, 7 divisions of infantry. The Belgians were in effectives little more than a corps. Dubel had still only a brigade of Marines and 2 divisions of Territorials. The British force had an average strength of only 1.6 rifles per yard of front. The enemy at the start had 11 corps of infantry and a far greater strength of cavalry and guns. Moreover, he was rapidly reinforcing his front from the rest of his line, so that in all the points of contact he had a clear and in many a crushing superiority of numbers. A word must be said on the terrain of the impending battles. From the peat fields and corn lands of the Santerre, where Castelnau was engaged, the plateau of Albert rises between the Somme and the Scarpe. It is the ordinary Picardy upland, hedgeless roads, unfenced fields, lines of stiff trees, and here and there the shallow glen of a stream. At the northern end, Arras lies in its group of hills, a beautiful and gracious little city on the edge of the ugliest land on earth. The hills sweep northwestward to the coast of the Channel, ending in Cape Grigny, and bound the valleys of the Scarpe, Scheldt, Lys, and Isar, forming in reality the western containing wall of the great plain of Europe, of which the eastern is the Urals. This plain of the Scheldt and its tributaries is everywhere of an intolerable flatness. A few inconsiderable swells break its monotony, such as Kimmel Ridge, northeast of Bayeux, and the undulations south of Ypres and at La Bassée. And there is, of course, the noble solitary height of Cassel. But in general it is flat as a tennis lawn, seamed with sluggish rivers, and crisscrossed by endless railways and canals. 10 miles north of Arras, at the town of Lens, the Black Country of France begins. From there to Lille and Armentières is the mining region of the Pas-de-Calais. Every road is lined with houses. Factory chimneys and the headgear of collieries rise everywhere, and the whole district is like a piece of Lancashire or West Yorkshire, where towns merged into each other without rural intervals. The Lys flows black and foul through a land of industrial debris. North of the Lys, towards Ypres, we entered a countryside of market gardens, where every inch is closely tilled, and the land is laid out like a chessboard. There are patches of wood, some fairly large, like the forest of Hauthust between Ypres and Ulla, but these are no barrier to military movements. Everywhere there are good roads, partially paved after the Flemish fashion, and the only obstacles to the passage of armies are the innumerable canals. As we move towards the Ether, we pass from Essex to the Lincolnshire fens. The fields are lined and crossed with ditches, and the soil seems a compromise between land and water. Then comes the Great Barrier of the sand dunes, which line the coast from Calais eastwards, and through which the waterways of the interior debouch by a number of sea canals. Beyond the dunes are the restless and shallow waters of the North Sea. On such a line, the Allies on 20th October awaited the attack of the enemy, as they had done 2 months before on the Somme and the Meuse. Now as then, they were outnumbered. Now as then, they did not know the enemy's strength. Now as then, their initial strategy had failed. The fall of Antwerp had destroyed the hope of holding the line of the Scheldt. The German occupation of La Bassée and Lille had spoiled the turning movement against the German right. The failure at Menon and the swift advance of the new German corps had put Marlborough's device out of the question. Once more, as at Mons and Charleroi, they waited on the defensive. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Part 2. 2. The map will show that in the Allied battle line, which on the 19th October stretched from Alberg to the sea, 2 points would give results of special value to an enemy attack. The first was Arras, which was a center on which lines converged from West Flanders and northeastern France, and from which lines ran down the Ain valley to Amiens and the basin of the Seine, to Boulogne by Toulon and by Saint-Paul, and northward to Lens and Bethune. The second was La Bassée, which gave a straight line by Bethune and Saint-Omer to Calais and Boulogne. If the Germans sought possession of the Channel ports, then their natural road was by one or the other. A third possible route lay along the seashore by Newport, where the great coast road runs behind the shelter of the dunes. If the aim of the enemy was the speedy capture of Dunkirk, Calais, and Boulogne, a successful bridge in the Allied front at Arras or La Bassée would enable them to realize it. Possible, but far less valuable for the same purpose, was the road which followed the sea. It was the shortest route to Calais, but it had no railway to accompany it, and it led through some of the most difficult country which a great army could encounter. In war, the shortest way to an end is often the longest. By this time, the German staff, as we have seen, under the inspiration of Falkenhayn, had decided that, at all costs, the Channel ports must be won. Their main reason was twofold. They thought that the capture of Calais and Boulogne would gravely alarm public opinion in Britain and interfere with the sending of the new levies, which, in spite of their official skepticism, they fully believed in and seriously dreaded. In the second place, with the coast in their possession, they hoped to mount big guns which would command the narrows of the Channel, to lay under their cover a mined field, and to prepare a base for a future invasion of England. It was argued that such a measure would complicate the task of the British fleet, which would be compelled to watch 2 hostile bases, the Heligoland Bight and the French Channel coast, and that in such a division of tasks the chance might come for a naval battle in which the numerical superiority would not be with Britain. Other motives lay behind the plan, but these constituted the chief strategical reasons. Now, with this purpose, the best road was clearly not the shortest. If the Allied front could be pierced at La Bassée, or better still at Arras, and the gates were forced for the passage of the German legions, then 2 of the Allied armies would be cut off and penned between the enemy and the sea. In this way, the chief purpose of all campaigns would be effected, and a large part of their opponent's strength would be destroyed. Further, a magnificent line of communications to the coast would be opened up, communications which could not be cut, for all the Channel littoral and hinterland west of Antwerp would be in German hands. If, on the other hand, a way were won along the shore by Newport, all that would happen would be that the Allies' left would fall back to the line of heights which ends in Cape Rini, and their front, instead of running due north from Albert, would bend to the northwest in an easy angle. Further, the coast road would be a poor line of communications at the best, and most open to attack by a movement from Ypres or La Bassée. Besides these 3 points where a road might be won, the Allied line revealed another special feature. East of Ypres, on 19th October, it bent forward in a bold salient, the legacy bequeathed by an offensive which had failed. If this could be maintained, it obviously provided a base for flank attacks upon any force advancing across the Isar or through La Bassée. It was therefore the aim of the Germans to flatten out the salient as soon as possible. The importance of Arhais, La Bassée, Ypres, and Newport must be kept constantly in mind if we would understand the complicated campaign which follows. The first 2 were the points where a successful piercing movement would have results of the highest strategic value, not only opening up the road to the Channel, but putting the whole Allied left wing in deadly jeopardy. The third was a salient which, if left alone, would endanger any German advance. The fourth, if gained, would give a short, if difficult, route to Calais, and would turn the Allies' flank, though not in a fashion to put it in serious danger. It is a sound rule in war that strength should not be dissipated. On this principle, it is at first sight hard to discover an explanation for the course which the Germans actually followed, for they attacked almost simultaneously at all 4 points, and for 3 desperate weeks persisted in the attack. Now, had the movement against Arhais succeeded, all would have been won, and the salient at Ypres would have only meant the more certain destruction of the British army. Had the attack from La Bassée been successfully carried through, the same result would have been attained, though, since the success was won farther from the Allied center, a smaller section of the Allied force would have been isolated. Had even the worst of the 3 roads been chosen for concentrated action and the coast route cleared for the passage of the German armies, then the Allied flank must have fallen back from Ypres and from before La Bassée. The explanation seems to be that Falkenhayn was imperfectly informed of the position of the Allies. His aim was to outflank the Allied front while its left was still in the air, and for this purpose he gave his 4 new corps to the right-wing commander, the Duke of Württemberg. He did not conceive that his main problem was to find the weak points in a front already formed. This view was not without reason, and it carried with it the corollary that the rest of the still mobile Allied front from Arhais northward should be pressed hard so as to prevent a reinforcement of the left. As it happened, that front was more stable than he anticipated, and what were meant for holding attacks developed by the odd logic of circumstance into full-dress battles, so that the action, instead of concentrating in the coast terrain, became a series of alternating efforts to break the front at presumably weak points. This in turn was an intelligible plan. It was cautious in 1918, but Falkenhayn had leaned so heavily on the first scheme that his balance was shaken before he essayed the second. Our first task is to consider the assault on the Isar and the subsidiary attacks at La Bassée and Arhais, before dealing with the supreme effort against Ypres. But let it be clearly understood that all 4 attacks were to a large extent contemporaneous and directed against a single battle front. The fighting on the Isar merged towards the south in the fighting north of Ypres. The struggle for Ypres was closely connected with the battle which raged from La Bassée to the Lys, and the stand of the Second Corps at La Bassée was influenced in many ways by the fate of Mauduit's left wing north of Lens. If this fact is realized, it is clearer and more convenient to deal separately with each attack, since each had its own special objective. We turn first to the country along the canal, which is usually dignified by the name of the Isar, the little river which feeds it from the southwest. Between Newport, the port on the coast a mile from the ocean, and the town of Dismude, where the Isar turns sharply to the southwest, is a distance of 10 miles. On the left bank, at an average distance of 1.5 miles from the Isar, runs a single-line railway from Dismude to Newport, through the villages of Dervies and Ramskapelle. No railway crosses the canal between Dismude and Newport, but it is spanned by several bridges. The most important is at Newport, where the main coast road runs along the harder soil of the dunes. A second lies about midway in the ridge, where a road comes east from Purvis just below the point where the canal loops into a pocket. At Dismude itself, which lies on the eastern bank, a road and a line run to Funes and Dunkirk. A number of small creeks of brackish water entered the Isar on both sides, and all around are low, marshy meadows, a little below the level of the sea. 1 or 2 patches of drier and higher land are found along the edge of the canal, but nowhere till the dunes are reached on the actual coast are there any slopes which can be said to give gun positions or a commanding situation. The whole country is blind and sodden, as ill-fitted for the passage of troops and heavy guns as the creeks and salt marshes of the Essex coast. On 16th October, as we have seen, the right wing of the retreating Belgian army had reached the forest of Houthust, northeast of Ypres, and had been driven out of it by the German movement from Ulla. They now drew in that wing, and by the following day were aligned on the east bank of the Isar, with French cavalry and territorials connecting them with the British army to the south. King Albert had under 50,000 in his command, and to a man they were battle-weary. But the presence of their king and the consciousness that they were waging no longer a solitary war, but were arrayed with their allies, spurred them to a great effort. The Isar was the natural line for them to hold, for, more than French or British, they were accustomed to war among devious watercourses. The plan was to hold strong bridgeheads at Newport and Dismude, and an advance line covering them on the east bank of the river. Behind this lay the line of the Isar itself, and should that be lost, the Newport-Dismude railway embankment for a last stand. The disposition was as follows. The 2nd Division held Newport, Montbazit, and the ground to the sea. The 1st Division on its right extended to the middle of the Terwater band, including the Swarbakke bridgehead. On its right lay the 4th Division, and beyond it the 3rd, which, along with the Breton Marines, provided the garrison of Dismude. The 5th Division was echeloned between Saint-Jacques-Capelle and Driegraten, and the 6th Division continued the front to the junction with the French territorials at Buchan. The only reserves were part of the 3rd Division and a division of cavalry. By the evening of the 17th, Besseler, to whom the first coast attack had been entrusted, had moved west from Middelkerke and Westende, and was in position just east of Newport. Early on the morning of the 18th, he attacked with the object of seizing the Newport Bridge. The Belgians were drawn up east of the Isar, holding in strength the 3 main bridges. The sudden and violent assault of a superior force upon the left wing of a much enduring army would in all likelihood have succeeded, and if at this date King Albert had been pushed well back from the Isar towards Funes, Bessela would have been in Dunkirk in 2 days and in Calais the day after. But at this most critical moment, help arrived from an unexpected quarter. Suddenly, the German right, resting on the sand dunes, found itself enfiladed. Shells fell in their trenches from the direction of the sea, and looking towards the channel, they saw the ominous grey shapes of British warships. 2.5 centuries before, when Buchan met the Spaniards at the Battle of the Dunes, he had been greatly aided by Cromwell's fleet, which shelled the enemy's wing. History repeated itself almost in the same spot, and once more the French front fought in alliance with the British Navy. Germany had never dreamed of any serious danger from the sea. She believed from the charts that, off that shelving shore with its easty coastal waters, there was no room for even a small gunboat to get within range, and she did not imagine that Britain would venture her ships in such perilous seas. Every student of naval history knows the dangers of the banks of Zealand, and at this very place, between Newport and Ostend, the San Felipe from the Spanish Armada had been wrecked. But at the outbreak of war, 3 strange vessels lay at Barrow, built to the order of the Brazilian government. Broad in the beam and shallow of draught, they had been intended as patrol ships for the river Amazon. In August, the Admiralty, with fortunate prescience, purchased these odd crafts, which appeared in the Navy list as the Humber, the Severn, and the Mersey. They were heavily armored and carried each 2 6-inch guns mounted forward in an armored barbette, and 2 4.7 howitzers aft, while 4 3-pounder guns were placed amidships. Their draft was only 4 feet 7 inches, so that they could move in shore water where an ordinary warship would run aground. With the first news of the German advance along the coast, the Admiralty saw the value of their purchase. On the evening of 17th October, the 3 monitors left Dover under the command of Rear Admiral the Honorable Horace Hood, and sailed for the Flemish coast. The German attack on the 18th had hardly started when Hood began his bombardment. Bessela brought his heavy guns into action, but they were completely outranged, and several batteries were destroyed. For days, this strange warfare continued. Admiral Hood's flotilla was presently joined by other craft, chiefly old ships of little value, for the Admiralty did not dare to risk the newer ships in so novel a type of battle. French warships acted with the British, and the bombardment extended east to Ostend. The Germans were unable to retaliate. Their big guns did not reach us. Their submarines could not maneuver in the shallow water, and the torpedoes which they fired, being set at a much greater depth than the monitor's draft, passed harmlessly beneath their hulls. Our naval guns swept the country for some 6 miles inland, and the German right was pushed away from the coast. On the 20th, Lombardide had fallen, but it was presently recovered. Newport was saved, and the German attack on the Isar was possible only beyond the range of the Leviathans from the sea. But the battle for the coast route was only beginning. The Duke of Württemberg was now in command, and with him were the 4 new reserve corps, the 22nd north of Dismude, the 23rd against Dismude itself, and the 26th and 27th against the weak Belgian right and British left. Joffre still hoped to press east along the coast, and Grossetti's 42nd Division, the heroes of Foch's stand at the Marne, which arrived on the 22nd, was ordered to advance from the Newport bridgehead. Grossetti, assisted by the guns of Hood's ships, pushed on to Westender, but on the 24th he was hurriedly recalled to reinforce the Belgian centre. For during the previous days, out of range of the British fleet, the Germans had been struggling desperately for the Isar passage. On the 22nd, they had won the west bank in the Theerwater loop and also carried the Schuurbacher bridgehead. while the strife at Dixmude had been bitter and continuous. On Friday, the 23rd, a body of Germans succeeded in crossing at Saint-Georges and forcing their way almost to Heimskapelle on the railway. There, however, the Belgians drove them back, and that day they gained no further footing on the western bank. On that night, too, no less than 14 attacks were made upon Dixmude, and were driven back by Admiral Unach and his sailors. Next day, another great effort was made at Schwabacke by the bridge which carried the Purvis road, and also at a point in the loop of the canal immediately to the south. About 5,000 men crossed, and at midnight they held the positions they had gained. On Sunday, the 25th, there was a crossing in greater force, and for a moment it looked as if the line of the Isar had been lost. But in that country, it is one thing to gain a position on the west bank, and quite another to be able to advance from it through the miry fields intersected with countless sluggish rivulets. As the Germans tried to deploy from each bridgehead, they were met with stubborn resistance from the Belgian and French entrenched among the dikes. For 3 days those ragged battalions fought a desperate action in the meadows. Every yard was contested, and the German progress was slow and costly. But even in country where the defense has a natural advantage, numbers are bound to tell, and the steady stream of German reinforcements was pressing back the French and Belgians. By the 28th, they had retired almost to the Dixmude-Newport railway, which ran on an embankment above the level of the fields. The Emperor was with the Duke of Württemberg, and under his eye the German attack grew hourly in impetus. Another day, and the Allied left might have been broken. In that moment of crisis, the Belgians played their last card. Once more they sought aid from the water, and after the fashion of their ancestors, broke down the dikes. The past week had been heavy with rains, and the canalized Isar was brimming to its bank. Under cover of the British naval guns, the Belgian left had been hard at work near Newport. They had dammed the lower reaches of the canal, and on the 28th achieved their purpose. The Isar leaped over its brim and spread in great lagoons over the flat meadows. The German forces on the west bank found themselves floundering in a foot of water, while their guns were waterlogged and deep in mud. On the few dry patches they kept their ground, but all the intervening land was impossible. The Belgians had fallen back to a position behind the Dixmude-Newport railway. Duke Albright did not at once give up the attempt. The floods were bad enough, but they were still not impassable. It was clear that the Belgians had larger schemes of inundation, and it became the German aim to win to the railway before these could be put into execution. The obvious point of vantage was the village of Heimskapelle, and on 30th October, moving from the bridgeheads at Saint-Georges and Schwabacke, the Württembergers advanced to the attack. They waded through the sloppy fields, covered with several inches of water, and by means of tabletops, broad planks carried on the men's backs, crossed the deeper dikes. So furiously was the attack pressed home that they won to the railway line and seized Purvis and Heimskapelle. But early on the 31st, troops of the French 42nd Division and of the 2nd and 3rd Belgian Divisions counterattacked, and after a stubborn battle drove out the Germans from the villages and hurled them back into the lagoons. The Württembergers retired from the ruins and found a position in the meadows where the flood was comparatively shallow. But in the meantime, the Belgians, largely under the inspiration of General Bridges of the British Mission, had prepared a greater destruction. Far and wide in all the drainage area of the Isar, they had succeeded by now in opening the sluices of the canals. Suddenly, on all sides, the water rose. Dammed at its mouth and fed by 1,000 little floods, the Isar spread itself in seething brown waves over the whole country up to the railway line. The depth now was not of inches, but of feet. The Germans, caught in the tide, were drowned in scores. A black nozzle of a field gun would show for a moment above the current and presently disappeared. All the while, the Allied gun positions at Nieuport and Heimskapelle and Pervyse and west of Dixmude shelled the drowning troops. Some escaped. Many struggled out on the wrong side and were made prisoners. The attack had failed finally and disastrously. The emperor, who had watched the operations through his glasses, shut them up and turned away. The coast road was barred, and he must look for success farther south, at Ypres or La Bassée. The flooding of the Isère marked the end of the main struggle for the shortest route to Calais. The Belgians and French now held a line resting on Nieuport and following the railway by Heimskapelle and Pervyse to Dixmude. Between them and the enemy lay a mile or two of muddy waters. Nieuport was safe, for it was protected by British guns from the sea. The Belgians, who had lost a quarter of their effectives, began to counterattack on the left and pushed forward advanced posts towards Middelkerke and Westende. Presently, the Germans had evacuated the whole of the west bank of the Isère, that is, the few dry spots where troops could maintain themselves. They managed to check the Belgian advance in the north, and on 7th November retook Lombaside. But in this section, their main efforts were now directed against Dixmude, which was the only point where a bridgehead, if one, could be maintained. The defense of the town by Unart's Marines and the Belgian 5th Division was one of the conspicuous feats of the war. It was a vital position, for its capture by the Germans at any time before 1st November would have meant the turning of the Belgian right. The Belgian batteries had been placed with great skill to the west of the town, and a big flour mill gave a good observation post. The garrison had desperate fighting on 16th October and won a few days' respite, which enabled them to complete their defenses. On the 19th, they had to meet a heavy attack which drove in their advanced posts upon the town. Thereafter, they had to face a terrific bombardment, which battered Dixmude to pieces. On the night of the 23rd and 24th, they had to withstand 14 different assaults. But the defense held firm, and Dixmude did not fall till its fall was no longer vital. After a heavy bombardment, the Germans took the town on the evening of 10th November and captured a few hundred prisoners. But it gave them no advantage. There was still half a mile of flood between them and the Belgians, and by that date the first fury of their attack had been gravely weakened. For in the great battle to the south, after 3 weeks of constant struggle, the flower of their armies had been repelled everywhere from the Allied lines. We pass over the 20 miles which separate Dixmude from the Lys, and which constituted the terrain of the Battle of Ypres. Poutenay's Third Corps, with Allenby's cavalry on its left and Cunou's French cavalry on its right, occupied, as we have seen, on 19th October, a position running from east of Mizin southward by the east of Armentières to a point to the west of Ratingen. The fighting on this section may be most conveniently dealt with in connection with the Battle of Ypres, of which it formed the extreme right. For the present, we will consider only the work of Smith-Dorrien's Second Corps, which was engaged in repelling the German advance from Lille against La Bassée and Bethune. On 19th October, the Second Corps held a line pivoting on Givenchy in the south, and then running east in a salient north of the La Bassée-Lille road to the village of Elie, where it bent westward to Hubert, and connected with Cunou's cavalry in the neighborhood of the La Bassée-Armentières highway. The 5th Division was on the right of the front, and the 3rd Division to the north of it. The Germans, the center of the Crown Prince of Bavaria's huge command, held La Bassée, the line of the La Bassée-Lille Canal, and all the country immediately to the south and east. Smith-Dorrien's first aim had been to strike at the line La Bassée-Lille in the neighborhood of Fournes, and so, with the help of the French 10th Army, isolate the La Bassée position. But from the 20th onward, as he felt the surge of the great German advance, his whole energies were devoted to maintaining his ground and blocking the passage to Bethune and the west. The main attack at La Bassée lasted for 10 days, from 22nd October to 2nd November, by which time the current of direction in the battle had moved farther north against Ypres. On the morning of the 22nd came the first big attack. The 5th Division on the British right was driven out of the village of Violin on the road between Givenchy and Langy. Smith-Dorrien could now judge of the strength of the German movement, and he saw that the advanced position of the 3rd Division on its left was untenable. Accordingly, that night he withdrew to the line running from just east of Givenchy by Neuve-Chapelle to Fouquisa, due south of Laventie. 2 days later, on the 24th, the enemy attacked heavily along the line, but the British artillery prevented him getting to close quarters. By this time, the 2nd Corps, which had been for 10 days more or less constantly under fire, was getting exhausted, and it became very necessary to find supports. These had arrived a few days before in the shape of the Lahore Division of the Indian Corps. The Ferozepur Brigade of that division had been sent on the 22nd to support Allenby's cavalry, and the remainder was now used to support the left rear of the 2nd Corps. One brigade was entrenched on the extreme left to take over the ground formerly occupied by Cuno's French cavalry, which was needed farther north. On the 27th, the Germans got into Neuve-Chapelle, and for the succeeding few days, the main fighting continued on the left of the 2nd Corps. Next day, the Indian troops were given their first taste of battle, with various British battalions interspersed among them, and the 2nd Cavalry Brigade in support. Their task was the retaking of Neuve-Chapelle. The 3rd Division was by this time very weary and reduced. The staff work had become faulty, and the attack was inadequately supported, except by the cavalry. The fighting on both sides was desperate and confused, and the Germans flung the bodies of their dead from their trenches to make cover under which they could advance. No sooner had the British won 100 yards than the counterattack came, and the lines swayed backwards and forwards, before and behind the ruins which had once been Neuve-Chapelle. At the end of the month, the Meerut Division arrived, and 2 days later came the Secunderabad Cavalry Brigade and the Jupur Lancers. The Indian Corps was now constituted under the command of Sir James Wilcox, and the much-tried 2nd Corps was partially withdrawn into reserve. Its rest was short, for very soon some of its battalions had to be sent north to take their part in the fight which raged round Ypres. The defense of the La Bassée Gate was now chiefly in the hands of the Indians, aided by 2.5 British brigades and most of the 2nd Corps artillery. The story of the next 3 weeks in this section is one of repeated attacks, gradually slackening off owing to the concentration against Ypres. Ypres was a providential intervention, for it is difficult to believe that, if the attack had been delivered with the violence of the fighting on 22nd October and earlier, our line could have held its position. As it was slowly forced back till it ran from Givenchy, to which we stubbornly clung, north by Festubert towards Étienne. An attack on Givenchy on 7th November failed signally. Then, for a fortnight, the campaign here degenerated into an artillery duel, and our men were given a welcome chance of improving and elaborating their line of trenches. On the work of the Indians, we have Sir John French's testimony. Since their arrival in this country and their occupation of the line allotted to them, I have been much impressed by the initiative and resource displayed by the Indian troops. Some of the ruses they have employed to deceive the enemy have been attended with the best results, and have doubtless kept superior forces in front of them at bay. In Britain, the ordinary man, accustomed to tales of the prowess of Sikh and Gurkha, was inclined to think them invincible, and forget that they had been brought to an unfamiliar type of warfare, and that the finest troops in the world may get into trouble in an uncongenial task. The strangeness of the whole situation, the great howitzer shells, the endless stream of shrapnel, the mole warfare of the trenches, and all the black magic of the white man's war, cannot but have shaken the nerves at first of the Indian soldiers. It is to their eternal credit that they so quickly recovered. But when the line wavered and cracked here and there, it meant a heavy mortality among the flanking troops and among the white and native officers. Of their splendid courage there was never a moment's doubt. When Indian troops broke, it was just as often forward as backward. We must remember, too, that they had very few chances, except in night work, of revealing their special excellences. Too rarely came the charge where Sikh and Pathan and Gurkha could show their unique elan. When it came, the Germans learned what many a frontier tribe has known to its cost. The climate was their chief enemy. Many who watched their arrival at Marseilles had given them 4 months to last out in a European winter. Up till 5th November there was incessant fog and rain. Then came a week of bright weather till the 11th, and then a bitter sleet began, to be followed by frost, and presently by snow. The Indian can stand cold of a kind, as he proved in the Tibetan expedition, but his diet and his habits ill fit him to resist long continued wet and the damp cold of our north. They suffered terribly from the unfamiliar weather, and physical stamina gave way in many whom no enemy's fire could unnerve. The last stroke against Arhais, which properly dealt would have been the greatest menace of all, was delivered from 20th October to 26th October. Before that, the battle had raged chiefly around Mudwi's left center. The possession of Lens gave the Germans one great advantage, for south from the town ran a railway which 3 miles east of Arhais connected with the main line Arhais-Douai-Lille. When the German front was pushed west of this, it was in possession of perfect lateral communications. The first German aim was to drive in Mudwi's left, and by extending to Buchan, come in on the right rear of the British Second Corps. If it succeeded, then an advance from Lille would force the British back into the triangle between the Germans and the Channel. But after the 20th, the objective changed to Arhais itself, and Prince Rupprecht seemed to awake to the immense possibilities of the gate which the city provided. If he succeeded, not only would the Channel ports fall to him, not only would he recover the northern road to Paris, but he would have achieved what had always been the main German objective, and split the Allied line into 2 parts, which would be driven asunder by a broadening wedge. The southern half might retire in good order, but there would be no way of escape for the northern. It was what Hausen had done on the Meuse, what the Duke of Württemberg had failed to do at Vitry, and Bülow at Reims. Had some of the German forces, which at the time were butting their heads against the Ypres salient or struggling in the Isar bogs, been brought to aid the task, the odds are that it would have been accomplished. Happily for Mudwi's slender army, the attack was not made one of the major operations. It was vigorously pressed, but advantage could not be followed up because of the growing demands of the northern battles. The German guns were now near enough to bombard the city a second time, and for a week shells rained in its ancient streets. The Hôtel de Ville, one of the oldest and finest buildings in France, was ruined, and whole quarters were reduced to debris. But the destruction of Arhais did not give the enemy possession. All attempts to break the French line failed, and by the 26th, Mudwis had begun to retaliate. The traditional furious fantasy has never been seen to better purpose Then in the counterattacks, which in many places pushed the Germans out of their advanced trenches and restored to the French some of the little villages in the flats of the Scheldt. Bit by bit, the circle was widened till Arhys was beyond the reach of the German howitzers, and the inhabitants began to return to their ruined dwellings. The enemy held the Vimy Ridge, and its lines lay in a loop round the city, but he was never fated to enter its streets. By the beginning of November, the attack had failed, and it was not likely to be renewed, for Prince Rupert's best corps were demanded for the north, where before Ypres was being fought the longest, bloodiest, and most desperate combat in the history of British arms. End of Chapter 16, Part 2. Chapter 16, Part 3 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Part 3. 3. The little city of Ypres, now only the shade of its former grandeur, stood midway between the smoky industrial beehive of the Lys and the well-tilled flats of the Isère. Once it had been the center of the wool trade of Flanders, and its noble cloth hall, dating from the 12th century, testified to its vanished mercantile preeminence. No Flemish town could boast a prouder history. It was the red-coated burghers of Ypres who, with the men of Bruges and Courtrai, marched in July 1302 against Count Hubert of Artois, and inveigled the chivalry of France into a tangle of dikes and marshes, from which few of the proud horsemen escaped. 700 pairs of gilded spurs were hung in the abbey church of Courtrai as spoil of battle, and the prowess of the burgher infantry on that fatal field established the hitherto despised foot soldier as the backbone of all future armies. Ypres possessed, too, a link with British records. Till the other day, in one of its convents hung the British flag, which Clare's regiment, fighting for France, captured at Rimy. The town stood on a tiny stream, the Yperlé, a tributary of the Isère, which had long ago been canalized. A single-line railway passed through it from Ulas to the main Lille-Saint-Omer line at Audiobooks. An important canal ran from the Isère in the north to the river Lys at Comines, and 2 miles south of the town, as the village of Saint-Éloi turned eastward, bending south again in a broad angle between Hodebeker and Zandvoorde. To the east, there were considerable patches of forest between Bischut and the Lys Valley. A series of slight ridges rose towards the south and east in a curve just inside the Belgian frontier from west of Mizin to the neighborhood of Zonnebeker. For the rest, the country was dead flat, so that the spires of Ypres made a landmark for many miles. On all sides from the town radiated the cobbled Flemish roads, the 2 main highways on the east being those to Ulas and to Menon, with an important connecting road cutting the latter 5 miles from Ypres at the village of Gelluveld. On the evening of the 19th, the Allied offensive had virtually ceased. First one and then another of the 3 strategic possibilities had been frustrated. We were aware that at last we had reached the main German front in position everywhere from Lille to the sea, and daily growing in numbers which threatened to fall in a tidal wave upon the thin and far-stretched Allied line. But Sir John French, though cognizant of the enemy's strength, was not yet fully informed about its details, and he made one more effort to break through with a counterstroke. Haig, with the First Corps, had, as we have seen, arrived behind the front on the 19th, and had been directed to move to the north of Ypres in the direction of Tours. The object he was to have in view, Sir John wrote, was to be the capture of Bruges, and subsequently, if possible, to drive the enemy towards Ghent. Had it been possible, the move would have had great strategic advantages. It would have hemmed in Basela on the sea coast, and prevented reinforcements reaching him from the south, while it would have provided a basis for turning movements against the flank of the enemy's main front. But Sir John French had his doubts about its possibility, and Haig was instructed after passing Ypres to use his own judgment. As the First Corps advanced to the north of Ypres, it had Bidon's divisions of French territorials and Mitre's cavalry on its left, extending from Bishut north through the forest of Houthust. On its right, it had Byng's 3rd Cavalry Division, and south of Byng was the British 7th Division, the two forming Rawlinson's 4th Corps, which was directed to conform generally to Haig's movements. The First Corps had borne the brunt of the fighting on the Aisne, and had had no rest save such as was afforded by the journey to the north. On Tuesday the 20th, it advanced to a line extending from Bishut to the crossroads a mile and a half northwest of Zonnebecker, with the 2nd Division on the right of its front, and the 1st Division on the left. That day it had no fighting, but the cavalry on its flanks were heavily engaged. Byng's division not only protected its right along with detachments of French territorials, but was feeling its way some miles in advance. The French in Poicapelle were driven out by shell fire in the afternoon, and Byng was compelled to fall back towards Langemarck. The position, therefore, on the morning of the 21st was, on the extreme left, northeast of Ypres, divisions of Bidon's territorials and some of Mitre's cavalry. Then the British 1st Division between Bishut and Langemarck. Then the 2nd Division extending to near Zonnebecker, with Byng's 3rd Cavalry Division in support on its right rear. Then the 7th Division to the east of the Gelleveld crossroads. In front of Mizin was Allenby's cavalry corps, which had been attempting in vain the crossings of the Lys, after which came the line of the 3rd Corps, 10 miles long, through Armentières. Clearly, the immediate posts of danger in the Allied front were the extreme left, between Bishut and Dixmude, and the right center around Zandvoorde, between the 7th Division and Allenby. But on the 21st, the main enemy attack was not at these points. It was delivered against the point of the salient between Zonnebecker and Besseler. Haig, with the 1st Corps, advanced successfully till about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when news came of trouble on its flanks. The French territorials on the left were driven out of the forest of Houthust, and they and their supports of the 1st French Cavalry Corps retired across the Yser Canal. At the same time, he was informed that the 7th Division and Allenby's 2nd Cavalry Division beyond it were heavily attacked, and it became necessary to halt on the line Bishut, Langemarck, Jean-Julien, Zonnebecker. That line marked the limits of the last British offensive. Toulouse and Bruges were now as inaccessible as the moon. The main fighting was along the front of the 7th Division, against which the left wing of the German 4th Army was thrown. In the first place, its left was enfiladed by a German movement against Zonnebecker, and for a little looked like having its flank turned. Not till the afternoon could Haig's 2nd Division link up with it at the level crossing of the Ypres-Ulas railway and safeguard that danger point. In the center at Besseler, the Germans succeeded in temporarily piercing our line. On the extreme right, a fierce assault was made from the direction of Houdem against Goff's 2nd Cavalry Division in Klein-Sillebecker. The only reserves available were Byng's 3rd Cavalry Division, and from it Kavanagh's 7th Brigade was directed to support the left of the 22nd Brigade, which it did successfully till help came from the 2nd Division. The 6th Cavalry Brigade was hurried south to Zandvoorde in the afternoon and filled the gap, occupying the 2 canal crossings at Hollenbecker. By the evening, the whole of Byng's cavalry had been moved to the right of the 7th Division, linking up with Goff between Hollenbecker and Wisket. That evening, Sir John French in Ypres had an anxious consultation with Haig and Rawlinson, Mitre, and Bidon. It was now abundantly clear that the most they could do was to hold the Ypres salient from the Lys to Dixmude till Joffre could send help, a length of fully 30 miles. For that purpose there was the First Corps, the Third Corps, though Poutenay had also his own separate battle to fight, the 7th Division of the Fourth Corps, 3 divisions of British cavalry, Mitry's 2nd French Cavalry Corps of 4 divisions, and Bidon's 2 divisions of French territorials, all told about 100,000 men, and some of the troops not of the first line. French's first task was to arrange matters in Ypres, which had become congested with French territorials, and it was decided that they should immediately move out and cover the flank of Haig's First Corps. He had that day seen Joffre, who had told him that he was sending the 9th Corps to Ypres, that Dubel's further forces were being rapidly concentrated, and that he hoped presently to take the offensive. This help, however, could not arrive before the 24th, and for 3 days the present line must maintain its precarious and extended front. Thursday, the 22nd, was a heavy day all along the line. Haig, being compelled to send help to the 7th Division, could do little but maintain his defense. This he did with much loss to the enemy, but late in the evening a violent assault was made upon his left, north of Pilgrim, and the line was partially broken. Farther south, the 7th Division was in a difficult place. In consequence of the attack upon its 22nd Brigade, it had retired its left, and so made a sharp new salient with the left of the 21st Brigade. Farther south, there was a long line from the Sanfoude Ridge to south of Messines, held by the 3rd and 2nd Cavalry Divisions in trenches. Round Hollenbecker, the Germans pressed hard, both with artillery and infantry attacks, and their snipers greatly troubled our men. But they did not press hard enough, for this long cavalry line was our weak spot, and an attack in force would have broken it and uncovered Ypres. Farther south, Poutenay had been having some anxious days. On the 20th, the Germans had attacked the advanced posts of the 12th Brigade on its left, driven them in, and occupied Le Guer, just north of the Lys. A counterattack, however, drove back the enemy with great loss, and occupied the abandoned trenches. At this time, the 3rd Corps was divided into 2 halves by the Lys, and on the 22nd, the center, held by the 16th Brigade, was heavily attacked from Freilingen. It was rapidly becoming necessary to shorten the line by drawing in the right and bringing Cunu's 2nd Cavalry Corps nearer Armentières. The failure of the attack of the 22nd, especially that part delivered by the 23rd Reserve Corps between Bixschoote and Longuemarck, seems to have convinced the enemy that he could not break through in that quarter. The new corps had fought with the utmost gallantry, but in the nature of things they could not be depended upon in a protracted battle. They must do their work with their first impetus or not at all. Accordingly, Falkenhayn began in all haste to pull out troops wherever they could be spared and to constitute a new army group under the Württemberger von Farbeck to operate between the 4th and the 6th armies against the Allied front from Ypres to the Lys. This new group by itself was to start with almost the equivalent in numbers of the British Army, and was presently to consist of 9 divisions of infantry and 4 of cavalry. Its assembly was to be complete on the 29th, and its attack was fixed for the 30th. Its formation would allow the Duke of Württemberg's left wing to concentrate against Dixmude and the Ypres Canal. On the morning of Friday, the 23rd, the position was as follows. There was a bad dint in the British front on the left of the 1st Division. There was an ugly salient on the left of the 7th Division, where the left of the 21st Brigade was brought to a sharp angle by the refusal of the 22nd Brigade, and a dint in the line of the 21st. An effort was made during the day to get rid of these dangers. Major General Balvin restored the left of the 1st Division, and a furious enemy attack was beaten off in the Longuemarck neighborhood. There was also a determined frontal attack on the 7th Division. That evening there came a welcome relief. The 31st Division of the French 16th Corps and the bulk of the French 9th Corps arrived and took over part of the front held by the British 1st Corps, which was thus enabled to extend to the south and relieve the hard-pressed 7th Division of the northern end of the line near Zornebecker. Next day, the 24th, there was an advance upon our extreme left. The French 9th Corps, the veterans of Cézanne and Reims, pushed forward between Zornebecker and Boerkapelle and won a fair amount of ground. In the evening, the line of the 1st Division was taken over by French territorials, and the former moved to behind our front at Sillebecker. The 2nd Division had now closed up and relieved the left wing of the 7th, and this relief came just in time, for on that day the point of the salient gave way at last, and the Germans entered the Polygon Wood at Rethel, west of Besseler, destined to be the scene of much desperate fighting in the days to come. The next day, Sunday the 25th, saw the advance of the left continued. It was in the nature of a counter-offensive to relieve the pressure on the center, and it temporarily succeeded, some guns and a number of prisoners being taken. In the center itself, the Germans did not follow up their achievement in the Polygon Wood. They were waiting for von Farbeck. At night, an enveloping attack was made on the salient held by the 20th Brigade at Kruzek, northeast of Zandvoorde. It was renewed in force just before the wet misty dawn, and all the morning the battle continued to rage around Kruzek, a critical place, for if the salient were broken there, the enemy would gain possession of the Zandvoorde Ridge. The situation was saved after midday by a brilliant counterattack of the 7th Cavalry Brigade, who were in trenches at Zandvoorde. Meanwhile, the extreme British right under Putenay had been hard pressed, and it was resolved temporarily to shorten that part of the line which was south of the Lys. The falling back of the 2nd Corps in the south and the continuation of its front northward by Indian troops enabled Putenay to take up this new position with the less risk. On the evening of the 26th, it was becoming clear that the line of the 7th Division was dangerously advanced. All that night, its commander, General Kepper, was busy readjusting his brigades. The work was completed on the 27th, when the front ran as follows. On the extreme left, north of Bischut, the 87th French Territorial Division. From Bischut to Zornebecker, the 4 divisions of Mitry's cavalry, 2 divisions of the French 9th Corps, and 1 of the French 16th. From east of Zornebecker to the Gilleveld crossroads, the 1st Corps. From Gilleveld crossroads to east of Zandvoorde, the 7th Division. From Zandvoorde to Klein-Zillebecker, Bain's 3rd Cavalry. From Klein-Zillebecker to east of Mizin, Allenby's Cavalry Corps. And south of that, Putenay's 3rd Corps. That evening, Sir John French visited Haig at Hooge and discussed the position of affairs. The 7th Division for a month had been engaged in continuous marching and fighting, and had suffered terrible losses. It was resolved, accordingly, that Rawlinson should return to England to supervise his 8th Division, which was now being formed, and that the 7th Division and the 3rd Cavalry Division should be temporarily attached to the 1st Corps. Next day, the 28th, there was little but shelling on the front, a dangerous lull which heralded the storm. The enemy was gathering his forces for a cumulative attack upon our whole line. On the morning of Thursday, the 29th, about 5:30 a.m., the British staff learned of his intentions, for they intercepted a wireless message. It was the beginning of the sternest phase of the struggle. The great battles of the world have not uncommonly been fought in places worthy of so fierce a drama. The mountains looked upon Marathon and Thermopylae, Marengo, Soverino, and Plevna. Mighty plains gave dignity to Chalon and Borodino. The magic of the desert encompassed Arbela and Omdurman, or some fantasy of weather lent strangeness to death, like the snow at Austerlitz or the harvest moon at Chattanooga, against which was silhouetted Sheridan's charge. Ypres was stark carnage and grim endurance, without glamour of earth or sky. The sullen heavens hung low over the dank fields, the dripping woods, the mean houses, and all the sour and unsightly land. It was such a struggle as Lee's Wilderness stands, where amid tattered shrub and dismal swamps, the ragged soldiers of the Confederacy fought their last battles. The worst danger lay in the re-entrance of the salient, to the north between Bishut and Sonnebecker, and to the south between Zandvoorde and Messines. The Germans, confident in their numbers, attacked both, and they also drove hard against the point of the bastion in front of Gillowelt. As time went on, their main efforts tended to concentrate on the southern re-entrance, where were the cavalry and the right of the 7th Division. Very early on Tuesday, the 29th, in a sudden spell of clear weather, the first wave broke against the center of the First Corps at the point of the salient on the Gillowelt crossroads. The 1st Division was driven back from its trenches, and all morning the line swayed backwards and forwards. It was an enemy reconnaissance to prepare the way for von Farbeck. Before the dark, we had recaptured the ridge at Krusak, and the front line was reconstituted. South of Krusak, the fighting fell chiefly to Byng's cavalry, while on Puteney's front there was an attack on Le Guer and in the Prudstedt Wood. The 30th was the day fixed for the main German attack. The Duke of Württemberg was to press hard on his left against Bishut and Langemarck, while the left of a new reserve corps, the 27th, was directed on Gillowelt. South of it, against the southern side and the southern re-entrance of the salient, moved von Farbeck, his 15th Corps under Daimler south of the Menon Road, and his 2nd Bavarian Corps against the Messian Ridge. Daylight had scarcely come when the battle began. Württemberg attacked with his 3 new reserve corps, took the ruins of Bishut, but failed to drive the French from Langemarck. The impact of von Farbeck was first felt by Byng's cavalry on the Zandvoorde Ridge. The Germans, who had a great weight of heavy artillery, simply blew the British trenches to pieces. One troop was buried alive, and soon the whole division was compelled to fall back a mile to the ridge of Klein-Zillebecker on the north. The right of the 1st Division was thus uncovered, and had to retire to conform, and the Gillowelt salient was made so much the sharper. Allenby sent up supports, and with their assistance, Byng held the Klein-Zillebecker position till the evening, when Lord Cavan's 4th Guards Brigade from the 2nd Division arrived and took over the line. Higg resolved that the front from Gillowelt to the angle of the canal south of Klein-Zillebecker must be held at all costs. He accordingly brought the 2nd Brigade to the rear of the line held by the 1st Division and Cavan's 4th Brigade, placed a battalion in reserve at Hooge, and borrowed from the French 9th Corps 3 battalions and 1 cavalry brigade. The situation was desperately critical. If the Germans got to the Ypres-Cumin Canal at any point north of Hollebeke, they would speedily cut the communications of the 1st Corps holding the salient, and nothing would lie between them and Ypres itself. The Emperor was with his men and had told the Bavarians that the winning of the town would determine the issue of the war. It would certainly have determined the fate of the 1st Corps, which would have been wholly isolated and destroyed. Nor was the peril at Klein-Zillebecker all. Farther south, the 2nd Cavalry Division had been driven out of Hollebeke and had fallen back on Saint-Clairoix on the Ypres-Armentières road. The 1st Cavalry Division sent help, and were presently themselves in heavy conflicts round Messines, which was bombarded by the German howitzers. Puteney, too, in the south, had the line of the 11th Brigade broken at Saint-Yves, but the situation was saved by a spirited counterattack. It was becoming clear that he would have to extend his already attenuated line, for the 1st Cavalry Division on its left must be supported. Reinforcements had already come up from the 2nd Corps. 4 battalions, which had been relieved by the Indian troops, were posted at Neuf-Église on the road between Messines and Bayeux as reserves for the cavalry. Lastly, to conclude the events of this day, the 7th Division north of Zandvoorde was given no peace. The Allied line at this point was now retired to just east of Gileveld, where was the 7th Division, and to the corner of the canal near Klein-Zillebecker, where were the 2nd and 4th Brigades, assisted by General Mussy's troops from the 9th French Corps and with the 3rd Cavalry Division in reserve. Next day came the crisis. The fighting began early along the Menon-Ypres road, and presently the attack developed in great force against Gileveld village. The 1st Division was driven back from Gileveld to the woods between Hooge and Veldhoek. The headquarters at Hooge of the 1st and 2nd Divisions were shelled. General Lomax was badly wounded. General Monroe stunned. 6 of their staff officers were killed, and the command of the 1st Division passed to General Landon of the 3rd Brigade. Meantime, the falling back of this part of the line menaced the flank of the 7th Division. On the right of that division, Baufin's detachment, consisting of the 2nd and 4th Brigades, which had been brought there from the 1st Corps, was exposed by the attack on its left-hand neighbors. The 2nd Brigade fell back just as the right of the 7th Division, having been reinforced, advanced again. This right, the 20th Brigade, was once more exposed, but it managed to cling to its trenches till the evening. On Baufin's right, Mussy, with his troops of the 9th French Corps, was struggling hard to keep the line intact towards Klein-Zillebecker. He had come to the British assistance in the nick of time, as 60 years before, the French army at the same season of the year had come to our aid at Inkerman. He held the line, but he could make no advance to relieve the sore-pressed 2nd and 4th Brigades. Indeed, at one moment it looked as if he might have to yield, but he saved himself by novel reinforcements. He bade the corporal commanding his escort collect every available man, from cooks to cuirassiers. It was a repetition of Bruce's camp followers at Bannockburn, or the charge of Sir John Moore's ambulance men in the retreat to Corunna. The boat adventure prospered, and Mussy was able to hold its ground. Meantime, Allenby's cavalry farther south were also in straits. He had the whole line to hold from Klein-Zillebecker by Hollebecker to south of Messines, and his sole reinforcements at the time were the 2 much exhausted battalions of the 7th Indian Brigade sent up from the 2nd Corps. Byng, who had his 3rd Cavalry Division at Hooge, pushed forward Calvinot's 7th Brigade, which took up the line south of the canal near Hollebecker, while the 6th Brigade was ordered to clear the woods between Hooge and Gileveld. Even with this assistance, Allenby had no light task. He had to hold up the advance of 2 nearly fresh German corps till such time as Kuno could be brought from the south and the troops of the French 16th Corps could arrive. Hollebecker and most of the Messines Ridge were lost, and the position there was not the least desperate of that desperate day. Between 2 and 3 o'clock on Saturday, the 31st, was the most critical hour in the whole battle. The 1st Division had fallen back from Gileveld to a line resting on the junction of the Fresenberg Road with the Ypres-Menin highway. It had suffered terribly, and its general had been sorely wounded. On its right, the 7th Division had been bent back to the Klein-Zillebecker Ridge, while Baufin's 2 brigades were just holding on, as was Mussy on their right. Allenby's cavalry were fighting an apparently hopeless battle on a long line, and it seemed as if the slightest forward pressure would crumble the Ypres defense. The enemy was beginning to pour through the Gileveld gap, and at the same time pressed hard on the whole arc of the salient. There were no reserves except an odd battalion or 2 and some regiments of cavalry, all of which had already been sorely tried during the past days. French sent an urgent message to Foch for reinforcements and was refused. At the end of the battle, he learned to reason. Foch had none to send, and his own losses had been greater than ours. Between 2 and 2:30, Haig was on the Menin road, grappling with the crisis. It seemed impossible to stop the gap, though on its northern side some South Wales borderers were gallantly holding a sunken road and galling the flank of the German advance. He gave orders to retire to a line a little west of Ouge and stand there, though he well knew that no stand, however heroic, could save the town. He foresaw a retirement west of Ypres, and French, who joined him, agreed. And then suddenly out of the void came a strange story. A white-faced staff officer reported that something odd was happening north of the Menin road. The enemy advance had halted. Then came the word that the 1st Division was reforming. The anxious generals could scarcely believe their ears, for it sounded a sheer miracle. But presently came the proof, though it was not for months that the full tale was known. Brigadier General Fitzclarence, commanding the 1st Guards Brigade in the 1st Division, had sent in his last reserves and failed to stop the gap. He then rode off to the headquarters of the division to explain how desperate was the position. But on the way, at the southwest corner of the Polygon Wood, he stumbled upon a battalion waiting in support. It was the 2nd Worcesters, who were part of the Right Brigade of the 2nd Division. Fitzclarence saw in them his last chance. They belonged to another division, but it was no time to stand on ceremony, and the officer in command at once put them at his disposal. The Worcesters, under very heavy artillery fire, advanced in a series of rushes for about 1,000 yards between the right of the South Wales borderers and the northern edge of Gilderveld. Like Cole's Fusiliers at Albuera, they came suddenly and unexpectedly upon the foe. There they dug themselves in, broke up the German advance into bunches, enfiladed it heavily, and brought it to a standstill. This allowed the 7th Division to get back to its old line, and the 6th Cavalry Brigade to fill the gap between the 7th and the 1st Divisions. Before night fell, the German advance west of Gilderveld was stayed, and the British front was out of immediate danger. On Sunday, 1st November, the wearied British line received reinforcements. Divisions from the French 16th and 20th Corps arrived to take over part of the line held by Allenby's cavalry. With them came Cuno's 2nd Cavalry Corps, transferred from its place between the 2nd and 3rd British Corps. That day was remarkable for the hard shelling of our front, and 2 isolated attacks, one against Balfin's 2nd and 4th Brigades at Klein Zillebecker, and the other against Allenby on the Mizzen Ridge. The first was beaten back with the assistance of Bain's cavalry, who continued for the next few days to act as a general reserve and support to the Gilderveld salient. But the assault on Allenby was a serious matter. During the night, the Germans, breaking through on the left flank of the 1st Cavalry Division, reached the edge of Wischet on the Ypres-Armentières road. In spite of a most gallant defense by the French, the Bavarians carried the village before the evening. Mizzen, too, had been since early morning in German hands, making an ugly dent in our line, which now ran from Leguer to the west of Mizzen, west of Wischet, by Saint-Leroy, and Klein Zillebecker to west of Gilderveld. For 5 days, the battle slackened into an artillery duel, and our weary men had a breathing space. On 5th November, the line was readjusted, and some relief was given to the 7th Division, which was now reduced from 12,000 men and 400 officers to a little over 3,000. 14 battalions from the 2nd Corps, 2 territorial battalions, and 2 regiments of yeomanry now took their share of the line. The enemy also rearranged his plans. The far-back group had failed in its main purpose and must be strengthened both with guns and troops. The two minor groups under Gerlach and Utrecht on the Messine Ridge had also exhausted their impetus. Accordingly, a new group was formed under Linsingen, consisting of the 15th Corps and a corps under Baron von Plattenberg, which included a composite division of the Prussian Guard. This group was to attack on the 11th north of the Ypres-Commune Canal. Meantime, on Friday the 6th, a sudden assault was made on the Klein-Zillebecker position, held by Baufin's 2nd and 4th Brigades and Mussy's French division. In the afternoon, the French on the right towards the canal were driven in, and Kevin's 4th Brigade was left in the air. The only reserve available was Bain's cavalry north of the Zillebecker-Klein-Zillebecker road. Kavanagh deployed the 1st and 2nd Life Guards with the Blues in reserve behind the center, and his advance assisted the French to resume their trenches. But the German attack was being pressed in force, and the French came back again upon the Household Cavalry, a couple of whose squadrons were doubled across the road to stem the rush. For a moment there was wild confusion, French, British, and the oncoming Germans being mingled together in the village streets. Major the Honorable Hugh Dornay, who had come from the headquarters staff to command the 2nd Life Guards, led his men to the charge, and inflicted heavy losses upon the foe. 200 years before, the French Maison du Roi had charged desperately in Flemish fields, the splendid Gone Glacis, with their lace and steel, their plumed hats, and mettled horses. Very different was the attack of the British Household Cavalry, mud-splashed men in drab, charging on foot with the bayonet. In this action, Hugh Dornay fell, but not before his advance had saved the position. In him, Britain lost one of the most brilliant of her younger soldiers, most masterful both in character and in brain, who, had he lived, would without doubt have risen to the highest place. He would wish no better epitaph than Napier's words. No man died that night with more glory, yet many died, and there was much glory. Once more came a period of omnibus quietness. It lasted through the 8th, 9th, and 10th, when nothing happened but a little shelling. Then, on Wednesday, the 11th, came the supreme efforts. As Napoleon had used his Guards for the final attack at Waterloo, so the Emperor used his for the culminating stroke at Ypres. The 1st and 4th Brigades of the Prussian Guard were launched on both sides of the Menin Road. At first, they used their parade march, and our men, rubbing their eyes in the darkness of the small hours, could scarcely credit the portent. Long before they reached the shock our fire had taken toll of them, but so mighty is discipline that their impact told. The 1st Brigade and the left Brigade of the 3rd Division bore the brunt of the charge, and at several points the enemy pierced our front and won the woods to the west. Thence he was presently driven out with heavy losses, and his 1st Regiment, which had got beyond the Nunburg Wood, was checked and routed by the 2nd Oxford and Buck's Light Infantry. A line of strong points, prepared by Haig's engineers, was the high-water mark of the attack. On that day fell Brigadier General Charles Fitzclarence, V.C., commanding the 1st Brigade, the hero of 31st October, a soldier whose military skill was not less conspicuous than his courage. With the failure of the Prussian Guard, the enemy seemed to have exhausted his vitality. His tide of men had failed to swarm the thin Allied lines, and wearied out, and with terrible losses, he slackened his efforts and fell back upon the routine of trench warfare. To complete the tale, we must glance at what had been happening on the extreme left of the Ypres salient, where the bulk of Dubois' 9th Corps held the line from Zonnebecker to Bishut, and linked up with the battle on the Isar. He had with him to complete his front Bidon's territorial divisions and most of Mitry's 1st Cavalry Corps, and against him came, as we have seen, the bulk of the new German formations. The enemy tried to press beyond the ruins of Bishut to the canal, the winning of which would have turned the Ypres position on the north, an objective much the same as the corner of the Ypres-Commune canal at Klein-Zillebecker. In spite of desperate efforts, he failed to advance at that critical point, and Langemarck remained untaken. By 15th November, the rigor of the assault was ebbing, as it had ebbed 4 days before at the point of the Ypres bastion. On 12th November and the following days, a spasmodic assault was made on the Klein-Zillebecker positions, and along the whole line towards Mizin. On the 16th, an attempt was made on the southern reentrant, which failed, and the shelling of Ypres continued, till its cloth hall and its great church of St. Martin were in ruins. On the 17th, the German 15th Corps made a desperate effort at the same point, but was repulsed. Presently, further French reinforcements came up, and the sorely tried British troops were relieved from the trenches which they had held for 4 stubborn weeks. The weather had changed to high winds and snow blizzards, and in the tempest the first battle of Ypres died away. First, Ypres must rank as one of the most remarkable contests of the war. It is certainly one of the most remarkable in the record of the British Army. Let us put the achievement in the simplest terms. Between Armentières and the sea, the Germans had, apart from their cavalry, which was double that of the Allies, 31 divisions and 32 battalions, a total of 402 battalions, as against 267 Allied battalions. The greater part of their troops were of the first line, and even the new formations were terrible in assault, more terrible than the veterans, perhaps, for they were still unwearied, and the edge of their keenness was undulled. The immature boys and elderly men, who often fell to pieces before our counterattacks, came on with incredible valor in their early charges. They were like the soldiers of the Revolution, the more dangerous at times because they did not fight by rule. Against the part of this force which faced them, the British opposed 5 infantry divisions, 3 of them very weak. In the actual salient of Ypres, they had 3 divisions and some cavalry. For the better part of 2 days, one division held a front of 8 miles against 2 army corps. At all stages, the Germans had an immense superiority in guns. In this mad melee, strange things happened. Units became hopelessly mixed, and officers had to fling into the bridge whatever men they could collect. A subaltern often found himself in command of a battalion. A brigadier commanded 1 or 2 companies, or a division, as the fates ordered. At one moment, a certain brigadier had no less than 13 battalions under him. We can best realize the desperate nature of the struggle from an order of Sir Henry Rawlinson issued to the 7th Division. After the preparations and tension, he said, of being pursued day and night by an infinitely strong force, the division had to pass through the worst ordeal of all. It was left to a little force of 30,000 to keep the German army at bay while the other British corps were being brought up from the Aisne. Here they clung on like grim death, with almost every man in the trenches, holding a line which of necessity was a great deal too long, a thin, exhausted line, against which the prime of the German first-line troops were hurling themselves with fury. The odds against them were about 8 to 1, and when once the enemy found the range of a trench, the shells dropped into it from one end to the other with terrible effects. Yet the men stood firm, and defended Ypres in such a manner that a German officer afterwards described their action as a brilliant feat of arms, and said that they were under the impression that there had been 4 British Army Corps against them at this point. When the division was afterwards withdrawn from the firing line to refit, it was found that out of 400 officers who set out from England, there were only 44 left, and out of 12,000 men, only 2,336. The result was due in the first instance to Foch's masterly handling of his slender command. He inspired in his whole force a spirit of desperate resolution, and he used his scanty reserves to the best purpose. The leadership of all the corps commanders was beyond praise, and on Haig fell the heaviest task. But Ypres was like Albuera, a soldier's battle, won by the dogged fighting quality of the rank and file rather than by any great tactical brilliance. There was no room and no time for ingenious tactics. Rarely, indeed, in the history of war do we find a great army checked and bewildered by one so much inferior in size. Strategically, it can be done. Instances will be found in Napoleon's campaigns, and not the least remarkable was Stonewall Jackson's performance in the spring and summer of 1862. While McClellan with 150,000 men was moving against Richmond, and Banks with 40,000 men was protecting his right rear. Jackson with 3,000 attacked Shields at Kernstown. He was beaten off, but he returned to the assault, and for 3 months led the Federal generals a wild dance in the Shenandoah Valley. As a result, Lincoln grew nervous. Shields was not allowed to cooperate with McClellan. McDowell's corps was detached from McClellan to support him. The attack upon Richmond ended in a fiasco, and presently Antietam was fought and the invasion of Virginia was at an end. In that campaign, 175,000 men were absolutely paralyzed by 16,000. Ypres is not such a town. The Allied strategy failed, and all that remained was a seemingly hopeless stand against a torrential invasion. It is to the eternal honor of our men that they did not break, and of their leaders that they did not despair. A price must be paid for great glory, and the cost of Ypres was high. The total loss to the combatants was not far from the losses of the North during the whole of the American Civil War. On the British side, whole battalions virtually disappeared. The 1st Coldstream, the 2nd Royal Scots Fusiliers, the 2nd Wiltshires, the 1st Camerons. 1 divisional general, 2 brigadiers, nearly a dozen staff officers fell, and 18 regiments and battalions lost their colonels. Scarcely a house famous in our stormy history but mourned a son. Wyndham, Donnay, Fitzclarence, Wellesley, Cadogan, Cavendish, Bruce, Gordon-Lennox, Fraser, Kinnear, Hay, Hamilton. It was like scanning the death roll after Agincourt or Flodden. O proud death, what feast is stored in thine eternal cell, that thou so many princes at a shot so bloodily hast struck? Ypres was a victory, a decisive victory, for it achieved its purpose. The Allied line stood secure from the Oise to the sea. Turning movement and piercing movement had alike been foiled, and the enemy's short-lived initiative was over. He was now compelled to conform to the battle which the Allies had set, with the edge taken from his ardor, and everywhere gaps in his ranks. Had they failed, he would have won the Channel ports and destroyed the Allied left, and the war would have taken on a new character. Ypres, like Le Cateau, was in a special sense a British achievement. Without the splendid support of Dubel's corps, without the Belgians on the Yser and Mauduit at Arras, the case would have indeed been hopeless, and no Allies ever fought in more gallant accord. But the most critical task fell to the British troops, and not the least of the gain was the complete assurance it gave of their quality. They opposed the blood and iron of the German onslaught with a stronger blood and a finer steel. Their shooting was so perfect that it disguised the thinness of their ranks, and convinced the enemy that they possessed a great strength in machine guns instead of the regulation 2 per battalion, where all did gallantly it is invidious to praise. The steady old regiment of the line revealed their ancient endurance. The cavalry did no less wonderful work on foot in the trenches than in their dashing charges at Mons and Doman. The household brigade, fighting in that unfamiliar warfare, added to the glory they had won before on more congenial fields. The foot guards proved that their incomparable discipline was compatible with a brilliant and adroit offensive. The gunners, terribly outmatched in numbers and weight of fire, did not yield 1 inch. The few yeomanry regiments and the 1 territorial battalion showed all the steadiness and precision of first-line troops. "I have made many calls upon you," wrote Sir John French in a special order, "and the answers you have made to them have covered you, your regiments, and the army to which you belong with honor and glory." And again in his dispatch, "I venture to predict that the deeds during these days of stress and trial will furnish some of the most brilliant chapters which will be found in the military history of our times. It is no more than the truth." And to the field marshal himself, whose patience and coolness were among the sources of victory, we may well apply Sherman's homely testimonial to Grant's, and no soldier can seek for higher praise. If fate had rendered the strategy of Marlborough impossible, Sir John French had none the less fought his Malplaquet. Within hearing of the guns of Ypres roaring their last challenge, the greatest British soldier passed away. Lord Roberts landed at Boulogne on 11th November on a visit to his beloved Indian troops. On the 12th, he was at the headquarters of the corps and went about among his old friends, speaking their own tongue and greeting many who had fought with him in the frontier wars. To the Indian soldier he was the one Englishman who ranked with Nikhil Saini Sahib in the Valhalla of renown. The strain proved too great for the veteran. He caught a chill in the bitter weather, and while the Indian wounded waited in hospital on his coming, the news arrived that he was seriously ill. Piracy followed, and at 8 o'clock on the night of Saturday, the 14th, the end came. It was fitting that the master gunner should die within sound of his guns, that the most adored of British soldiers should have his passing amid the army he had loved so well. He had given his best to the service of his country, and had forgone his well-earned rest to preach the lessons of wisdom to dull ears. Such a career is a greater inspiration to his fellows than a cycle of victories. Felix opportunitate mortis. He died as he had lived, in harness. Lord Roberts's death synchronized with the passing of the army which he had commanded and done much to create. First Ypres saw the apotheosis of the British regulars, but also their end. That army was now to change its character in welcoming all classes and conditions within its ranks, and growing from a small professional force to the armed strength of a nation. A large part of the old contemptibles was dead, and much of what was left was soon to be distributed through 1,000 new battalions. But the memory of the type remained, perhaps the most wonderful fighting man that the world has seen. Officers and men were curiously alike. Below all the difference of birth and education, there was a common temperament, a kind of humorous realism about life, a dislike of tall talk, a belief in inherited tradition and historic ritual, a rough and ready justness, a deep cheerfulness which was not inconsistent with a service pessimism. They generally took a dark view of the immediate prospect. Therefore, they were never seriously depressed. They had an unshakable confidence in the ultimate issue. Therefore, they never thought it worthwhile to mention it. They were always slightly puzzled. Therefore, they could never be completely at a loss. For the man who insists on having the next stage neatly outlined before he starts will be unnerved if he cannot see his way, whereas others will drive on cheerfully into the mist, because they have been there before, and know that on the farther side there is clear sky. They and their kind had made Britain a nation, and had won for her a great empire. They now perished joyfully in the gates that the work of their fathers might endure. End of chapter 16, part 3. Chapter 17, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Part 1. Ebb and Flow in the East, 7th September to 24th December. The campaign in the East in the autumn and early winter showed a curious ebb and flow, corresponding to the fluctuating strength of the opponents. Russia, with her potential millions, found it hard to get armies ready for the field, harder to equip them, harder still to move them by her feeble system of communications with the speed and precision which the strategy of the Grand Duke Nicholas required. She was fighting with a clear head, but with a lame arm. Germany was in like case. Her hopes of a crowning mercy in the West had been shattered, first at the Marne and then at Ypres, and she was unable to transfer those masses of troops from France which would have given her the power to execute Ludendorff's bold conceptions. She was compelled to struggle on with inadequate forces, which by means of her admirable railways she disposed to the utmost possible advantage. The story of these months is therefore one of rapid Russian advance and of as rapid recoil, when the amorphous forces of the Grand Duke were suddenly stopped by a blow from his more skillful adversary. We see Hindenburg pressing Remnantkampf beyond the Niemen and falling back when he had overreached himself. We see Ivanov sweeping towards Krakow, checked and retiring. Then comes Hindenburg's first advance on Warsaw to save despairing Austria, and his failure largely because of Austria's failure on his right. Once more, Russia moves on Krakow. Once more, Hindenburg gathers himself together for a second attack on Warsaw, which also fails. Again, he makes the attempt, and again he is held, till by the close of the year, the Eastern Front reaches a degree of stabilization comparable to what, nearly 2 months earlier, had occurred in the West. 1. The first phase on the Liemen may be briefly dealt with, for it was only a sequel to the opening stage which had ended at Tannenberg. The position in the east in mid-September presented something of a strategic anomaly. The Russian center was aligned north and south, covering Warsaw, but the Russian wings were curiously dislocated. The right wing, Renningkampf's army, was some 100 miles to the northeast behind the line of the Liemen, while the left wing, which at the moment represented the chief Russian strength, was far in advance of the center, moving swiftly towards Krakow. Such a situation might have been dangerous but for one fact. The East Prussian campaign was, from the nature of the country, self-contained. Hindenburg was too weak in men and too busy with Renningkampf to spare the time for getting behind the Russian center, and if he had attempted it, there was the strong fortress line of the Narev to block his way. This enabled the Russian left to pursue the retreating Austrians without any great fear of a movement which should cut them off from their center. The only danger could come from the German reserves in Posen, but these were still reserves rather than a field army, and until Hindenburg could turn southward, the pursuit would go on unchecked. Lemberg had crippled one Austrian army, but Oppler, Amasov, and Rava-Ruska had all but put Austria out of action. Until from some sanctuary like Krakow she could gain time to organize her reserves, the offensive was beyond her power. The Russian High Command had an acute perception of the advantages of the situation, but they did not overrate them. They knew that Germany would presently come in force to the succor of her ally. Their aim was to lure Hindenburg into an impossible conflict on the Liemen, while their left wing gave the fleeing Austrians no peace, and prevented a rally which should block the way to the Oder. Hindenburg had already committed himself to an advance into the Vilna province. Every day that he could be induced to waste his strength on the line of the Liemen was a gain for the main Russian strategy. He seems to have been of the opinion with which Segur credits Napoleon, that the Liemen was not of much use either for offense or defense. The German commander fell into the trap, but he saved himself before it was too late. Perhaps it was too clumsily baited. It is always hard for a great military power which has suffered a crushing defeat to play the game of a strategic retirement once it has recovered its strength. The Liemen was made too difficult for the German army of East Prussia. The first serious check awakened the new generalissimo of the East to a sense of his true responsibilities, which in the flush of his Tannenberg victory he had forgotten. Hindenburg's advance had begun on 7th September. He moved on a wild front, with his left advancing on Kovno from Viabalin along the main Petrograd railway, while a detached force attempted to cross the river Memel. His center moved towards the Liman by way of Suwałki, which presently was in his hands, while his right, which was his strongest flank, swept towards Grodno, detaching troops to invest the fortress of Osowiec, an outlying fort to the northeast of the Narew chain. His army consisted of the 4 corps with which he had won Tannenberg, and at least 2 corps of reserves. The country through which he moved was famous as the theater of Napoleon's first concentration in the campaign of 1812. The distance between the East Prussian frontier and the Liman is never less than 50 miles, and is one vast tangle of bog and lake and forest. It had changed little since Napoleon's day. 3 railway lines pierced it. The roads were few, the chief being a causeway through the marshes from Suwałki by Seyni to various points upon the main highway, which runs north to Mariampol from the Niemen crossing at Droskaniki. In such a country, an advance was not unlike that through the passes of a mountain range. Columns and guns and transport moved along narrow defiles, on each side of which was impassable country. A bog on the flank is just as much a containing wall for a modern army as an alpine precipice. About 15th September, Hindenburg had passed the frontier. Rennenkampf made no attempt to stay him in the defiles, beyond a little rearguard fighting. Tannenberg had broken his army too grievously, and he could count on no reserves short of the Niemen. One considerable engagement did take place in the Augustovo woods, which was reported in German dispatches as a great victory. On 20th September, Hindenburg's right came abreast of Osowiec and began its investment. The sections of the German army which had the railways behind them traveled fast, and by the 21st the Liman had been reached at 3 points: at Droskaniki, north of Grodno, near Miroslav, and somewhere in the neighborhood of Kovno. Rennenkampf by this time had got most of his men over the stream, which was there a formidable barrier both from its width and volume of water to any army. There were some slight delaying actions on the western bank, but by the 25th the whole Russian force was across in prepared positions and had received large reinforcements from the Vienna command. The Battle of the Niemen crossings was mainly an artillery duel. The Russians lay hid in trenches on the low eastern shore and waited till the Germans had built their pontoon bridges. Then their concealed guns blew them to pieces. Thereupon Hindenburg attempted to prepare a passage by a bombardment. By the evening of Friday the 26th, he thought he had achieved his aim, for his guns had boomed all day, and the Russians had made no reply. So on the morning of the 27th, he again attempted a crossing, but again his bridges were blown to pieces, with great loss to his troops. He had taken upon himself an impossible task, and his communications did not allow of a rapid bringing up of reserves, even had these reserves been available or likely in the circumstances to be useful. This was on the German right, but the operations on the center and left were no more successful, while the siege of Osowiec was proving a farce, since the invaders could not find hard ground for their batteries in the spongy moss which surrounded the knuckle of solid land on which the fort was built. On the Sunday, Hindenburg gave the order for the retreat. He realized at last that this East Prussian terrain was self-contained, and that no German advance there would make any difference to the Russian movements towards Krakow. He might be kept struggling on the Niemen for a month while the Russians were invading the sacred soil of Silesia. The retreat was no easy matter, and the new field marshal showed all his old skill in marsh warfare. By the Monday he had fallen back behind Seyni on a line running from the Viabalin-Kovno railway through Mariampol to southeast of the little town of Augustovo. The extreme right gave up the attempt on Osowiec and retired along the railway, while the extreme left had also a railway to move by. Only the center was in difficulties, for between Seyni and Suwałki There was nothing but damp woodlands, with one or two narrow causeways through them. Rennenkampf made good use of his opportunity. Now was the time to play the traditional Russian game and harass a retreating foe whom the wilderness had betrayed. He crossed the Liemen and attacked strongly with his center and right wing, while he flung his left well south towards Ossowitz and the little valley of the Bob. Between Suwałki and the Bob, and extending to within 20 miles of the Liemen, lay the forest of Augustovo, such a region as that in which Hindenburg had destroyed Samsonov, but far less known than the Masurian lakes, and destitute of all roads, save swampy forest tracts. Guided by foresters of the district, the Russian left, carrying with them the very flag which Skobeliev had borne in the Russo-Turkish War, struggled through the matted woods. Their progress was slow, but by Thursday, 1st October, they were at Augustovo and had driven out the German occupants. Pushing on, they carried the village of Rachki with the bayonets, and for a moment it seemed that a large part of Hindenburg's force would be cut off between Suwałki and Seyni. The German commander escaped disaster by the slenderest margin. For 2 days there was a fierce rearguard action in the woods, in which the Germans lost heavily in guns and prisoners. But this stand enabled Hindenburg to evacuate Suwałki and get the bulk of his forces across the frontier to the entrenched position, which, as at the end, had been prepared beforehand. Rennenkampf pressed him along the whole front. On 1st October, his cavalry, pursuing the Ossowitz siege train, were at Grajewo, and the next day they were over the frontier and moving on Luk and Białwa. From the 4th onwards, the German aviators reported a great movement of German columns and transport trains across the border. Hindenburg had received reinforcements from Königsberg, but they were not sufficient to stay a retreat at any point short of the entrenchments on the Masurian lakes. By 9th October, the series of engagements which the Russians called the Battle of Augustovo was over. Rennenkampf was now faced with a check such as he had himself given to the enemy on the Niemen, a more formidable check, for a prepared position in marshy and wooded country is, for a modern army, less easy to carry than any river line. But he was not destined to have Hindenburg any longer as his immediate opponent. The time had come for the moving of the German center to relieve the pressure on Krakow, since it was clear that no invasion of the Liemen would effect this purpose. General von Schubert was appointed to the command of the 8th Army in East Prussia, and Hindenburg hastened southward. 2. Germany in the east was fighting on her defense. She could not hope to strike a decisive blow till victory or stalemate in the west provided her with the weapon. It was otherwise with Russia, which from the start followed an ambitious offensive. For this, one region was clearly marked out beyond others. This was Galicia, which only an artificial line separated from Poland. At first, the Russian generalissimo believed that the most that could be done was to drive the Austrians out of eastern Galicia and invest Yaroslavl and Przemysl. But the speedy fall of Lemberg, the victories of Tomasov and Rabarovska, and the apparent demoralization of the Austrian armies convinced him that a bolder strategy was possible. The German center, with the field marshal involved in the box of the Liemen, was not likely to make a rapid advance. Galicia, which suffered from nearly the worst weather in Europe, had one climatic merit. Its short, hot summers and long, hard winters had between them wonderful autumns of clear, cool skies when the ground was dry and the rivers low. The Grand Duke Nicholas, knowing what a Russian winter meant for armies in the field, was eager to strike a great blow before it set in. Accordingly, what was always the main Russian plan was accelerated, and the armies swept towards Krakow. The city of Krakow, the last refuge of Polish independence, was strategically the most important point in Eastern Europe. It stood on the edge of the Carpathians, at a point where the Vistula ceased to be a mountain stream and became a river of the magnitude of the Middle Thames. Hills flanked it on north and south and provided gun positions for its defense. A narrow ring of old fortresses surrounded it, but the main reliance was placed on entrenchments on the outer ring, which were intended to do what the lines at Verdun did, and prevent the enemy's heavy artillery from getting within range. Deep trenches were dug, especially on the northern hills, and light rails laid in them to carry the howitzers. Advanced field works were also constructed on the Raba, which enters the Vistula 24 miles east of the city. In view of the lesson of the Belgian and French fortresses, the defenses of Krakow could not be rated as of the strongest. On the south, the Carpathian foothills came too near to allow of proper field works. On the north, all the forts and entrenched positions could be dominated by the higher ground which sloped towards the Russian frontier. Only on the west, on the land between the Vistula and the Rudava, were first-class defensive positions to be found. It seemed likely that any army which allowed itself to be shut up in Krakow would run a certainty of capture, for the Russian attack would be from the east and north. Accordingly, the German staff ordained that the city should be defended by a field army and not by a garrison, and that the Russians should be held at all costs on the Raba. The map will reveal the high significance of Krakow. It was the gate both of Vienna and Berlin. 100 miles west of it, the great massif of the Western Carpathians, what is called the High Tatra, breaks down into the plains through which the river March flows to the Danube. These plains between the Carpathians and the Bohemian mountains constitute the famous Gap of Moravia, the old highway from Austria to North Germany. Through this gap, the army of Kutuzov had marched in 1805 to find its doom at Austerlitz. Through this gap ran the great railway which connected Silesia with Vienna, and the general who could master Krakow had a clear and easy road before him to the Austrian capital. Not less was it the key of Germany. 40 miles west from Krakow is the Silesian frontier. 70 miles from the city lie the upper streams of the Oder. The army which entered Germany by this gate had turned the line of the frontier fortresses of Thorn and Posen, the beautiful system of lateral frontal railways, and the great defensive positions on the Warta. It had before it only Brasnau, which till the other day was an open city, and even now had only limited defenses, and the old second-class fortress of Wargów. The Oder was a better barrier than was generally believed in the West. Its low banks are easily flooded, and the river in many places strains in mazy channels and backwaters among isles matted with dwarf willows and alders. The good crossings, too, had been for the most part fortified. But the Oder was a defense only against an enemy coming from the east. To an invader from Krakow and the south, it offered no difficulties, for he would be on the western bank. He would have turned the line of the Oder as well as the line of the frontier fortresses. If he were strong enough to keep his communications intact and to take en masse Brasnau, he would find nothing before him except the little fortress of Kostin among the marshes at the mouth of the Warta. The strong fort of Strechin at the estuary on the Baltic would be useless against such an invasion. And from Kostin it was no more than 50 miles to Berlin. The Russian plan, never for a moment lost sight of, though often postponed, was to render useless all the elaborate defenses of Thorn and Posen by turning them on the south. Once on the Oder and in the Moravian Gap, she threatened directly the two enemy capitals, and of this position Krakow was the key. But it meant more than an open road to Berlin and Vienna. It involved an immediate blow at the heart of Germany through one of her chief industrial centers. The advance of the Allies through Alsace would lead, at the best, only to the wooded hills and rural villages of Baden and Württemberg, and between the Allies and Westphalia lay the formidable barrier of the Lower Rhine. But with the Russians at the gates of Silesia, a province not less important than Westphalia was imperiled, and the most vital parts happened to be close to the southern frontier. It was not only that Silesia, like East Prussia, was the home of the great German territorial magnates, the Hohenlohes, Hatzfelds, Praxis, and Donnersmarck. It contained one of the chief coal and iron fields, and one of the largest manufacturing areas of the German Empire. It yielded more than a quarter of the German coal output. It had the richest zinc deposits in the world, and it had enormous chemical and textile factories. The invasion of East Prussia merely disposed the farmers and annoyed the squires. The German invasion of Poland had as little effect upon Russia's well-being as the tap of a cane upon the shell of a tortoise. But a closely settled, highly organized industrial land would feel acutely the mere threat of invasion. The delicate machine would go out of gear, and no part of Germany would be exempt from the shock. For on the products of Silesia, scarcely less than on the products of Essen, did the life of her soldiers and civilians depend. The primary aim, then, of the Russian advance through Galicia was the occupation of Krakow, and with it the roads to Silesia and to Vienna. This was the strategic purpose, but there were two others which we may call the economic and the political. Germany, with her elaborate system of motor transport, had made petrol one of the foremost munitions of war. She had immense stocks of it, but these stocks were rapidly shrinking. Overseas imports from America were forbidden to her by the British Navy. Russia, with her Caspian oil fields, was her enemy. Her supplies could only be kept up by importations from her ally, Austria, and through Austria from neutral Romania. Now, Austria's oil fields were all on Galician soil. Early in the 16th century, the Galician earth balsam was known to the world, and since 1878 the petroleum fields had been busily worked. These fields, some of the richest in Europe, lay along the northern slopes of the Carpathians, and consisted of three chief centers. Near Kolomir, which is just outside the northern frontier of the Bukovina, near Krosno, the town on the southern main line between Sanok and Jasło, and around Drobich, which is a little west of Stry. So soon as Russia controlled the Carpathian foothills, she entered into possession of the oil wells. This in itself would have been sufficient justification for the Galician campaign, and it explains especially Brusilov's persistent cavalry movements along the Carpathian skirts, which had another aim besides seizing the passes. A subsidiary economic purpose would be served by raids into Hungary. With Galicia gone, Romania was for Germany the only supply ground for petroleum. She was also her chief foreign granary, while from the plains of Hungary was recruited Germany's fast diminishing supply of horses. The lines of this traffic moved too far south to be cut by any incursion from the hills. But Brusilov's advanced cavalry served the purpose of dislocating to some extent the imports by the mere threat of its presence. The political objects of the Galician campaign may be briefly set down. The great bulk of the people was Slav, who, though not unfairly treated by the dual monarchy compared with the other subject races, had yet strong ties of race and tradition with the invading Russians. A second political object was concerned with the occupation of the Carpathian passes. This great range, which swept in a half-moon round Hungary from the iron gates of the Danube to the Moravian Gap, was not a mountain barrier like the Alps or the Pyrenees. Only in the west does it rise high, and then short of 7,000 feet. All the center and east of the chain is little over 4,000 feet. Its distinguishing mark is that it is crossed by many passes, all of them much lower than the Brenner. The 6 main passes from west to east are the Dukla, the Mesolapot, the Wupkov, the Usok, the Vereski, the Beskid, the Vyshkov, and the Dalatin or Yablonitsa. Of these, the highest, the Dalatin, is less than 3,000 feet. and the lowest, the Dukla, only 1,500 feet above the sea level. The Dukla, Mesolopod, Ariski, and Vyshkov have roads but no railways, while the Wupkov carries the line from Sanok to the Hungarian wine region of Tokai, the Beskid, the railway from Lemberg to Munkus, and the Delenton, the line from Stanislau to the Upper Theiss. By the beginning of October, the Russians had crossed the three eastern passes and were menacing the northern fringe of the Hungarian plains. Strategically, it was for the moment a side show, justified only by the immense number of light cavalry which Russia had at her disposal. But a serious strategical purpose would come later, for if Ivanov once reached the Moravian Gap, a flanking advance westward by the south side of the Carpathians would be necessary to protect his left wing. The moment, however, had not arrived for this movement, and Russia's purpose in her Hungarian raids was political. The mountaineers of the Carpathians were a Slav people and friendly. The Hungarians of the plains were bitterly anti-Slav, but they were no less anti-German. Their leaders had been largely responsible for the ultimatum to Serbia, which had been the immediate cause of the war. But it was becoming clear that they had raised a conflagration for which they had not bargained. If they found the sacred soil of Hungary threatened, they would call upon Austria to defend them, and Austria, it was certain, could not spare a man for the purpose. The Hungarian regiments of the line and the Hungarian Honved had suffered desperately at Lemberg and Ravarska, and were now either shut up in Przemysl or in full retreat towards Krakow. Russia had some understanding of Magyar psychology. She knew that Hungary cared little for the dual monarchy, but much for her own position of dominance. She judged that the sight of war at her doors and the stories of Hungarian regiments sacrificed to Prussian ambitions and Hungarian officers overridden by Hindenburg's staff would go far to weaken her attachment to the Teutonic alliance. When after the battles of Opola, Tomasov, and Ravarska, the Austrian armies fled westward across the Don, there were various changes made in the Russian High Command. Ruski was appointed to the command of the center, which it was clear would soon be engaged with the main German advance, and which had now been increased to at least 12 army corps. Ivanov was given command of the southern armies operating in Galicia, with Rako Dmitriev and Brussilov as his chief lieutenants. Brusilov's business was to act as a flanking force along the Carpathians and in the Bukovina, to seize the chief passes, and to threaten Hungary. To Dmitriev was assigned the duty of pressing the Austrian retreat, and in especial of reducing the fortresses which had given sanctuary to the remnants of Auffenberg's Second Army. The two chief fortresses of central Galicia were Yaroslav and Przemysl, both on the River San, and both commanding important railway routes to the west. The first, the main line from Lemberg to Krakow, and the second, the line which skirts the Carpathians by Sanok and Sangdek, and connects with the lines going south through the passes to Hungary. 30 years before, there had been talk of making Yaroslav the premier fortress, but the fortifications had been left unfinished, and when war broke out, they were made into a strong circle of entrenchments. 20 redoubts had been erected on both banks of the river, for the position was important, both as being on the main railway and as giving control of the branch line covering the 20 miles to Przemysl, and so offering a base for an assault upon the latter city. Austria looked to Yaroslav for a stout resistance, but something went wrong with the plan. Perhaps the garrison was too small for the size of the line, for the Russian night attacks led to the immediate capture of most of the redoubts. Ivanov appeared before the place on 20th September, and 3 days later it was in his hands. Dmitriev had no such easy triumph at Przemysl. On the 22nd he had closed in on it from the south and east, and presently had it completely invested. Its natural position among the foothills of the Carpathians was strong, and it had been equipped as a first-class fortress. Workmen from the surrounding villages had been brought in to strengthen the defenses, and a huge quantity of ammunition, most of Auffenberg's reserves, had been accumulated in the place. The danger lay in the scarcity of food, and Dmitriev, confident in the success of the main Russian advance and shot at the time of heavy siege artillery, resolved to starve the garrison into surrender rather than waste uselessly many lives in an assault. During the last fortnight of September and the first week of October, the impending fall of Przemysl was announced daily in France and Britain, and its uncouth name in many odd forms became familiar to the public. But Przemysl declined to fall, and soon its existence was forgotten in the great operations developing across the Vistula. Meantime, large infantry forces from Ivanov's command had crossed the Don. On 26 September, the Russians were in Zazov, on the main Krakow railway. On the 28th, they held Krosno on the southern railway, and Brussilov had seized the Dukla Pass in the Carpathians and had penetrated a short distance into Hungary. On the 29th, they were at Dambika on the main line, a point only 100 miles from Krakow. These, however, were cavalry exploits, and the chief force was much farther to the east, for news was already arriving of the beginning of a movement of the German center. Ruski reported German activity between Wowitz and Woods, and from Thorn along the south bank of the Vistula. Accordingly, within 10 days' march of Krakow, the advance was stayed, and Ivanov fell back behind the Don to conform with Ruski's position in Poland. The curtain was rising on the second act, when battle was to be joined at the very gates of Warsaw. End of Chapter 17, Part 1. Chapter 17, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Part 2. 3. The threat to Krakow compelled Germany to act at once. A blow must be struck in relief, and this would best be directed at the enemy's center. A new army, the 9th, was created out of part of the 8th, and reserves from Germany and from the Western Front. And by the middle of September, Hindenburg was at Brasnau, busied with working out the new problem. Already the friction with the Austrian staff had begun, and it was no easy matter to convince them of the value of the German dispositions. Hindenburg, besides his task of general supervision, was in actual command of the 9th Army, which formed the left and center of the projected advance. South of it lay a corps of Posen and Silesian Landwehr under Voisch, and on the right Dankel's Austrian First Army, with the Austrian Third and Fourth Armies on the right wing. About the 5th of October, the first news reached the Russian headquarters of a general enemy advance. To Hindenburg, one vulnerable point stood out in the amorphous and inorganic mass of Western Russia, and that point was the city of Warsaw. It stood on the wrong side of the Vistula. It was the center of the scanty railway communications of Poland. It was the capital of the Russian province, a city with a population of 750,000 and a maelstrom of races, the like of which could not be found in Europe. If he could take Warsaw before the autumn ended, he would have ideal winter quarters, a base pushed far into the enemy's territory from which to advance in the spring, a breach in the fortress which might speedily make it untenable. Even larger schemes rose to the mind of the new field marshal. If Russia defended Warsaw and so islanded an army on the western bank of the Vistula, he might cross the river higher up and cut her communications. If that were achieved, instead of a winter of weary struggles among the Polish mud, he would hold the capital city against an enemy who would have suffered a blow so crushing that no recovery could be looked for till the new year. But at the worst, a threat against Warsaw would relieve the pressure on the flanks, especially in distracted Galicia. The plan has been compared with some aptitude to Early's dash on Washington in 1864, which was primarily designed by Lee to shake Grant's hold on Petersburg and Richmond. To understand what was in Hindenburg's mind, it is necessary to look closely at the nature of the Vistula line. A glance at the map will reveal some peculiarities. From the point at Sandomierz, where it receives the sun, it flows north by east in a well-defined valley flanked by low hills. At Novo Alexandria, it bends almost at right angles towards the northwest and enters the vast, flat, melancholy Polish plain. 13 miles on it passes Ivangorod on its right bank, the fortress which was the southern apex of the Polish Triangle. 57 miles farther and it reaches Warsaw, which lies on the left or western bank, and there it is more than a third of a mile wide. 26 miles on comes the fortress of Novodvorozhsk on the right bank, and here it turns again and flows west by north towards Thon and the Baltic. From Sandomierz to Novodvorozhsk, the river is everywhere deep and unfordable, and it is bridged only at 2 points, at Warsaw and at Ivangorod. These were therefore vital points for the invaders. 2 tributaries of the Vistula are important to remember. The first, the Sun, runs past Przemysl and Yaroslav and joins the greater river at Sandomierz. In its lower course, it is navigable, but as it approaches the hills, it becomes a fordable and frequently bridged stream, the crossing of which offers no serious difficulties. The second is the Politsa, which enters on the west bank between Warsaw and Ivangorod. This is a typical Polish river, about 100 yards wide, muddy and straining through wide marshes, and it obviously divided any invading force into 2 quite separate parts. South of the Politsa again, and south of the town of Radom, lay a great belt of forest country which extended east up to the Vistula bank, and compelled another hiatus in an advance from the west on a broad front. The lines of communication were few and bad at the best, now that the approach of winter was deteriorating the never very creditable Polish roads. On the eastern side of the Vistula, the Russians had in the south the excellent main line from Lemberg and Kiev, which crossed the Don at Przemysl. North of that for 150 miles, they had nothing at all but indifferent country roads till Ivangorod was reached, which was connected by 3 lines with Lublin, Brest-Litovsk, and Warsaw. At Warsaw, the main line of Central Europe crossed the river and branched north to Mława and the East Prussian frontier, east to Vienna and Petrograd, and to Brest-Litovsk, and south to Ivangorod. A railway line, therefore, followed the east bank of the Vistula all the way from Ivangorod to Novodvorozhsk. On the western bank, the communications had a fantastic air. Behind the German frontier, there lay a network of lateral strategic railways, probably the most perfect system of its kind on earth. But the lines which ran eastwards from the frontier to the Vistula were few. On the south, there was a main line from Silesia which ran by Kielce and Radom and crossed the river at Ivangorod. Midway between Radom and Kielce, it sent off a branch to the southeast which terminated at the town of Ostrowiec, about 20 miles from Józefów, on the Vistula, where the river narrows to a gut between 2 island-studded ridges. Farther north, a line ran from Częstochowa by Petrikov and Skierniewice to Warsaw, and was linked up by a cross-country branch with the Ivangorod and Ostrowiec lines. Another line ran from the frontier by Kalisz, Łódź, and Warwick to Warsaw. Last of all, there was an important line from Thorn, which followed the left bank of the lower Vistula and reached Warsaw via Warwick. Warsaw, as we have seen, lay on the west bank of the river, but its main railway station, the nodal point of the Polish lines, was in the suburb of Praga, across the river. 3 bridges connected Praga and Warsaw: the fine Alexander Bridge for foot passengers and ordinary traffic, a road bridge farther south, and a railway bridge which lay more to the north, under the guns of the Alexander Citadel. That is to say, Russia's reinforcements could be brought up from the east behind the barrier of the Vistula. Until the enemy crossed that river, there was no fear of her main or her lateral lines of communication being cut. Hindenburg's strategy was determined by these simple topographical facts. Only one plan offered a good chance of success. The Austrians advancing from Krakow on the Sun should compel a Russian retreat behind that stream and the consequent relief of Przemysl. In the north, there should be a flank movement up the Vistula from Thorn by means of the river and the Thorn-Warwisch Railway. The center should advance by the two main lines, Kalisz, Łódź, Warwick, and Częstochowa-Kraków-Skierniewice, for a great assault upon Warsaw. But the operative part of the front was the right center, which should move towards the section of the Vistula between Ivangorod and Sandomierz by the Kielce-Radom Railway, and especially by the Ostrowiesk branch, while Danko's Austrian First Army moved in support along the left bank of the upper Vistula towards Sandomierz. If the crossing of the Vistula was to be won, there was only one place for the effort. This was the narrows at Józefów. With a railhead at Ostrowiesk, the Germans had an admirable base for the attempt, and two fair roads led thence to the river. The Russians on the eastern bank would fight at the very place where their communications were worst. Their nearest point on the railway was Lublin, 33 miles off on a bad road, while Ivangorod by the riverside road was nearly 50. Hindenburg's scheme was a general pressure all along the middle Vistula, and a piercing movement at Józefów, where it would be hardest for the Russians to repel an attack in force. Once over the Vistula, he would cut the Kiev Railway at Lublin, and if his attack on Warsaw succeeded, drive the Grand Duke Nicholas in retreat along the northern railways towards Vienna and Petrograd. It was a well-reasoned plan, which did credit to the victor of Tannenberg. But unfortunately for him, the Russian generalissimo, as soon as his cavalry had brought news of the great movement from the German frontier, divined his intentions. The Grand Duke played for safety, and he played the game well after the traditional Russian manner. He resolved to risk nothing on the plains west of the Vistula, where he would have to rely for supplies on divergent railway lines, and where the broad and muddy Belitsa would cut his army in two. Let the enemy have the benefit of the peculiar awkwardness of western Poland for autumn campaigning, leaving a screen of light horse west of the river to keep in touch with the invaders. He gave the order for all the Russian forces to retire behind the Vistula and the Son. This meant that Ivanov, pushing on by Tarnów to Krakow, had to fall back fully 50 miles to conform with the alignment of the center. The Grand Duke held in force the bridgehead at Ivangorod and was getting ready a field army for the defense of Warsaw. He did not propose to give Hindenburg the chance of bringing the Scotter howitzers against the capital. He would meet him well to the west on a line of entrenchments, and when the attack had broken itself there, would counterattack with his right and drive the German left down upon the Belitsa. Meanwhile, he had his eye upon Ostrowiesk and Józefów. If the attempt at crossing failed, if the Russians crossed and counterattacked, the German right center would have an outward forest country in which to retreat. In Russia, they told a tale of an ingenious counterplot. Poles were captured in the German advance, who, in terror of their lives, gave all the information they could about the Russian preparations. The Grand Duke, they said, had no large force in front of Warsaw, and he did not mean to defend it. He intended to give up the line of the Vistula and to fall back upon Brest-Litovsk and the valley of the Bug. Presently, authentic German spies brought back the same tale, and in a little, German aviators reported a movement of troop trains from Warsaw and Ivangorod towards the Bug. The Russian generalissimo left nothing to chance, and he succeeded in completely misleading his adversary. On 10th October, Hindenburg's center was at Łódź, that great manufacturing town built up by German capital. His left was farther east on the Thorn Railway, and his right was between Pratikov and Kielce. Dunker was on the left bank of the Vistula near Sandomierz, and the Austrian right wing had reached Tarnów. Except at Warsaw, the Russian infantry were east of the Vistula and the Don, and one last desperate effort was being made to reduce Przemysl before it should be relieved. 4 days later, the German left was at Płock on the Vistula, the center east of Wałęsa nearing Warsaw, and the right between Radom and Ostrowicz. The movement of the left endangered a small Russian advance, which had been made from the line of the Narew towards the East Prussian frontier. The Russians fell back, and Schubert's right wing followed and took Mława. Had the Germans been in any great strength, they might have seriously endangered the Grand Duke's right. Next day, the 15th, the battle was joined all along the line of the Vistula. The German advance was slow and deliberate, more like the occupation of a territory already won than an attack against an unbroken enemy. As they progressed, they made roads, excellent roads, which were destined to have only a life of a few weeks. Great stretches of forest were cut down, and the felled trunks used to make corduroy paths over the marshes for the guns. In the worst places, artillery causeways were built, soon to be blown to pieces. Actually, the gauge of the Kalisz-Warsaw Railway was altered, many miles being completed each day. These preparations not only gave Hindenburg a chance of bringing up his supplies by motor transport from the subsidiary railheads, but provided, so far as his center was concerned, a safe and speedy means of retreat. Russian airplanes out from Ivangrad in these days reported great activity east of Ostrowicz. It was the German right center improving the woodland roads from the railway to the narrows of the Vistula. Meanwhile, in Warsaw, there was an equal busyness. The first intimation of the coming of war was the appearance of German dirigibles and airplanes above the city, which dropped bombs chiefly in the direction of Praga and the great railway station. Presently came showers of leaflets, some directed to the Poles, promising Polish autonomy, some to the Russian rank and file, asking them why they fought in the war engineered by the aristocracy. Democratic appeals were varied by religious. One pamphlet, aimed at Polish Catholic sentiments, bore on its cover a colored picture of the Virgin and Child, flanked by medallions of the Pope and the Kaiser, that versatile believer who elsewhere was being represented as a convert to Islam. Warsaw, with its mixed population and its enormous number of Jews, was a difficult place to govern with the enemy at its gates. The press was most strictly censored, and elaborate precautions had to be taken to prevent espionage. Very soon, the terror of the aircraft passed away, though something like panic appeared again when German cavalry entered the villa district of Pruszków, about 8 miles from the center of the city, and the well-to-do residents fled into Russia, many not stopping till they had reached Moscow. But Warsaw soon settled down. All through the great battle at its gates, the city went on with its ordinary avocations, and only the sight of an occasional German airplane, the Siberian regiments, and the Japanese heavy guns moving over the Alexander Bridge, the daily return of wounded, and the western sky lit at night by fires other than the sunset, told the citizens that war was only a few miles distant. The bid for Warsaw by a part of the 9th Army under Mackensen began on Friday, the 16th, and continued till the evening of Sunday, the 18th. The brunt of the Russian resistance fell on the Siberian Corps, who had just arrived by rail from Moscow. The Grand Duke was also much assisted by the batteries of heavy guns served by Japanese gunners, which Japan had sent by the Siberian Railway. For the first day, the issue hung in the balance. On Saturday and Sunday, the Russians had established an unshakable trench position a few miles beyond the outer forts, and by Monday the attack had died away. The reason was soon apparent. The Grand Duke had swung round his right across the Vistula under cover of the guns of Novogorodisk and was driving in the German left center, while the Austrians on the right were in equal danger of outflanking. Rennenkampf, relieved from anxiety about the East Prussian front by the formation of the new Russian 10th Army, was able to strike the German left flank in the neighborhood of the Suron and compel it to a defensive orientation of east and west. The battle was now resolved into two separate actions, that of Mackensen to the north and that of Dunkel and the Austrians to the south of the Politzer. The attempts to cross the Vistula had been vigorously pushed on. One effort was made in the section between Ivangorod and Warsaw, but since the Russians had a railway line on the eastern bank, they were able to bring up their guns and blow the German rafts and pontoons to pieces. But this was in the nature of a feint, and the real effort was made, as the Russian staff expected, from Auschwitz as a base at the narrows of Yusupov. A strong assault was made on the bridgehead at Ivangorod by a corps from Radom to cover the movement which was going on farther south. The Russians appeared to hold the eastern shore weakly at Yusupov, and part of Dunkel's force, including several batteries, crossed in pontoons. They saw no sign of the enemy and moved joyfully towards the Ivangorod-Lublin railway, confident that they had turned the left of the Russian center. But on 21st October, Ruski fell upon them at a village called Kazimieryev, 8 miles south of Nova Alexandria. It is a district of low hills rising above swampy flats, and the wearied invaders found themselves suddenly opposed to a Russian bayonet charge. Few escaped over the Vistula. Next day, the Russians were across the river at Nova Alexandria, and having established gun positions on the high bank, prepared to advance along the whole line. The following day, they landed advance parties of Caucasian troops north of Ivangorod, opposite Kozhanitsa, and these held their ground most gallantly till the river could be bridged. So began the battle south of the Politzer, the fiercest part of the great engagement, the chief fighting taking place near the village of Głowaszu on the river Radomka. The Russians drove the enemy from the open country beside the river into the great woods of spruce, 10 miles deep, which make a screen between the Vistula and the Polish plain. Among the trees, there were 1,000 separate engagements, desperate hand-to-hand fighting in the cranberry mosses and forest glades. Ultimately, they forced the Germans into the open on the west side, where their guns completed the destruction. In the forest region south of Radom, the glades and paths were well known to the Russian guides, and there were many surprises of German detachments. The Russians, now across the Vistula with all their army, gave the retreating foe no rest. The Germans fought desperately, struggling, often at great cost of life, to save their guns or to render them useless to the enemy. By the 25th, they were at Radom, and the pursuit was moving so fast that it got between them and the Politzer. The next stand was at Kielce, but after an engagement lasting a day and a night, the Russians on 3rd November drove them from the town along the southern railway with the loss of many prisoners and guns. By the beginning of November, the long German front had been broken into two pieces, with the Politzer between, the southern retreating southwest towards Częstochowa and Krakow, the northern retiring westward towards the line of the Warta. The victory in the south determined the issue north of the Politzer. On the 18th, Mackensen was in retreat. On the 25th, the general retirement was ordered. Grujec and Skierniewice were taken, and then Warwisch and Łódź, for with both flanks turned, there could be no resting place for Hindenburg short of the frontier. In this fortnight's battle, the only modified success won by the Teutonic arms fell to the share of the Austrians. The troops of the dual monarchy had met with grim disaster in the first 2 months of war, and they had beyond doubt been badly led. But some were of excellent quality, and now they gave exhibition of it. The two reconstituted armies from Krakow swept eastward to the Don. Ivanov was in chief command here, but the resistance was mainly in the hands of Rako Dmitriev, while Brussanov watched the Carpathian passes and protected the communications with Lemberg. The Austrians were successful till Hindenburg's debacle in the north uncovered their left flank and compelled them to retire. Their communications were good, and the forested banks of the Don gave them a strong base for defense. They crossed the Don at several points, reoccupied Yaroslav, and relieved Przemysl. From the south, they delivered a fierce attack on the Russian left at Sombor and nearly succeeded, their object being the recapture of Lemberg. The garrison of Przemysl under General von Kuszmanek were very near starvation and welcomed their deliverers. Food and supplies of all kinds were rushed up from Krakow to the fortress, and Przemysl was given a new lease of life. It had need of it, for in a day or two the Iron Cordon was closed again. Yaroslav was retaken by the Russians, along with 5,000 prisoners, and Przemysl was reinvested. Finally, Dunkel managed to cling to Sandomierz long after there was no German within 40 miles of the Vistula, and only retired south of the upper Vistula when the Russian left center threatened to envelop him. As Hindenburg retreated, he left a desert behind him. The roads he had laboriously made were mined and destroyed, as was the new gauge of the Kalisz-Ush railway. He chessboarded the ordinary highways and blew up railway stations, water towers, and bridges. It looked as if the Germans had said farewell for good to Poland, for no army could advance through a wilderness where its communications would be as easy as were those of Crassus in the Parthian desert. But Hindenburg was no aimless vandal. The frontal assault had failed, and he was now to revert to the far sounder strategy of Tannenberg. Had a Russian staff officer been free about the beginning of November to travel over the whole of western Poland, he would have observed that the destruction, wholesale in the south, gradually grew less complete towards the north, and practically ceased on the left bank of the lower Vistula. There the roads were as good or as bad as usual, and though here and there a railway bridge had been demolished, enough had been left to reconstruct it quickly. The German commander was maturing a scheme which depended upon a devastated Poland, all except the northern quarter. The position was a grave one for Berlin. Austria was no nearer safety than before. The dash on Warsaw had failed, and the desperate venture of West Flanders was failing. It was not yet possible to get reinforcements in any great strength, though a number of rearward units were due presently from the west. But something must be done at once, or the Russians would be in Krakow, nay, in Posen. Since 1st November, Hindenburg was commander-in-chief in the east, and the command of the 9th Army was handed over to Mackensen. He and Ludendorff saw in the enemy's success a weak point which might enable them, even with their inadequate forces, to deal a crushing blow, and as the early days of November passed, they observed to their relief that the Grand Duke was likely to play into their hands. Most disasters in war have been due to successes pushed too far along the line of least resistance. Samsonov hurried on gaily towards Gratans and was annihilated at Tannenberg. Hindenburg, with Wagner as a bait, advanced to the Liemen, was thrown back, and suffered heavily at Augustovo. After Revarovska, there was no misadventure in Poland, for the Russian center wisely clung to the Vistula. But Hindenburg's assault on Warsaw failed decisively, and his retreat was attended by serious losses. It was now Russia's turn to make a premature advance in the center and to pay for it, as 3 months later she paid for the same movement in East Prussia. Her strategic position was bad, for she had before her that outward salient of West Poland, itself now a desert so far as communications went, but lined on north and west by a perfect system of strategic railways. She was faced with the problem either of surrendering the wedge to the enemy or of occupying it and placing herself in imminent danger of a flank attack and a battle fought on lines parallel with her communications. In all likelihood, the Grand Duke would have left West Poland alone but for the lure of Krakow in the southwest. In Galicia, he had an excellent railway to move by, and Krakow was an objective of such supreme importance that to seize it any risk might be justified. The Galician autumn weather had not yet changed to winter snows, and there was still time for a dash against it and the line of the order. We must believe that the Russian general staff were well aware of the dangers of Polish campaigning, though they had not divined all that was in Hindenburg's mind. But they realized that if Krakow was to be won by a Galician advance, an army must move also through Poland on its right flank, and they hoped to keep Hindenburg busy in defending the Posen frontier while Dmitriev dealt with the great fortress. They believed, as everyone at the time believed in Western Europe, that the Germans had a line of positions prepared on the Warta, where they would make a stand. Accordingly, while the main advance was Dmitriev's on the left wing, the whole center and right were moved west of the line Kudno Woods to Pilitsa. In front went a cavalry screen, traveling fast and covering the slow infantry movements along the damaged Polish roads. By 9th November, on the extreme right center, Cossacks were at Nashava on the Vistula, not 20 miles from Thorn. On the same day, they were at Kowo, on the right bank of the lower Warta, and next day the vanguard crossed the Posen frontier and cut the railway at Plashin on the Krakow-Posen line. This reconnaissance apparently did not tell the Grand Duke Hindenburg's main secret, the comparatively good condition in which the northern Polish communications had been kept, but it convinced him that the Germans did not propose to make a general stand on the Warta. The forces which had been beaten north of the Pilitsa were retiring behind the frontier on the line Kalisz-Thorn. Farther south, the case was different. The troops which had been driven from Radom and Kielce were apparently entrenching themselves along the upper Warta between Wielą and Częstochowa, while Danko's Austrian First Army was falling back north of the Vistula in the same direction. This news suggested to the Russian generalissimo an improvement on his first plan. While his left assaulted Krakow and turned the line of the order, if he struck strongly with his center along the Warta, he might roll up the left flank of the German southern forces and hem them in between Rossky and Dmitriev. Accordingly, there was a general hastening of the advance all along the Russian line. Strong assaults were made on the German front in the Masurian Lakes, probably to prevent reinforcements being sent to the German center. The Russian right center pressed forward towards Kowo and Kalisz. The left center bore down upon the lines of Częstochowa, and the race for Krakow was accelerated. It was believed that even if the movement down the Warta failed, the Russian center could hold the enemy and prevent his interfering with the main Russian objective, the flanking movement upon Krakow and Silesia. The Russians were resolved at almost any cost to treat Western Galicia, like East Prussia, as a self-contained terrain, and to refrain from weakening Dmitriev whatever might happen on their center. Long after Hindenburg's counteroffensive in the north had thrust back Rossky and Rannamkampf, the Russian left was still moving on Krakow, and it was not checked until the German-Austrian armies undertook a specific counterstroke on their right wing. By the 12th of November, Russian cavalry on the north bank of the upper Vistula had crossed the Nida and the Titsa, and had taken Mirchów on the German frontier, not 20 miles north of Krakow itself. Dmitriev's main forces were still 80 miles to the east, while Brussilov was systematically reoccupying the main passes of the Western Carpathians, and about this date was securing the Dukla. For the next 3 weeks, Dmitriev's advance went on slowly but steadily. The only heavy fighting was on its extreme right across the Vistula. where he came into contact with the right of Danko's army from Częstochowa. By the end of the first week in December, his cavalry were in the suburbs of Kraków at Wilica, and his main force was on the line of the river Raba. He was now about 12 miles from the fortress, and it seemed as if next day the investment would begin, for his right was closing in from the direction of Mirkov, and the northern side of Kraków was the hardest to defend. As we have seen, during the first Russian advance in September, the fortifications of Kraków had been overhauled, and it was now as strong as its nature permitted. The big Skoda guns had been got into position, and much entrenching had been done in a wide circle around the city. The main Austrian forces were not in the enceinte. They had been moved north to the line Wielą-Częstochowa, and during the last week of November, the place was held by a garrison rather than a field army. Hindenburg waited till the menace was very near before he took measures of defense, for he clung to the belief that Kraków could be saved at Łódź and Warwish. But by 5th December, it was clear that Russia could not be thus distracted, and a plan for the salvation of the city was hastily matured. Two forces took the field for the purpose. One under Björn moving from the southwest of Kraków among the foothills of the Carpathians, struck directly at Ivanov's left. The other under Bolshevik von Beutner, operating from the plain of Hungary, aimed at driving Brussilov from the passes, and so threatening the Russian rear and their lines of communications. They struck simultaneously, and Dmitriev was scarcely called on to face the menace on his flank when he heard of Brussilov being heavily engaged in the mountains. On 8th December, Dmitriev fought a battle almost on the outskirts of Kraków. But for the threat in his rear, he might have held his ground, for the action on the whole went in favor of the Russians. But two factors combined to make his position undesirable, apart from what was happening to Brussilov. His right across the Vistula was being strongly attacked from the direction of Częstochowa, and on his left, bodies of the enemy were working their way through the higher glens of the mountains and descending the Dunajec valley to threaten his left rear. Accordingly, he fell back to a line running from Novosandek on the Dunajec northwest across the Vistula to a point on the river Netitsa. On the 12th, grave news reached him. The Second Austrian Army had carried the Dukla Pass, and the Dukla, though it had no railway, was the key of the Western Carpathians. It is 10 miles across, broad and easy, and perfectly suited even in winter weather for the passage of great armies. Whoever held it had turned all the eastern passes against an invader from north or south. Its capture by the Austrians meant that large forces could at once be poured down upon the Galician plains, and the Russian army would be cut off between them and the enemy advancing from Kraków. To avoid that danger, Dmitriev fell back again. He was compelled to shorten his line, and his right was, therefore, retired from the Netitsa to behind the Nida. His front now ran from just east of the Nida across the Vistula, up but well east of the lower Dunajec, up and east of its tributary, the Biała, past Tarnów, and thence by Jasło to the Carpathian spurs southeast of Krosno. This meant that the debouchement from the Dukla Pass was now in front of his line. To observers in the west at the time, the news of the retirement was disquieting, but in reality it meant little except a check to the Kraków advance. Unless the Russian left were pushed north of Yaroslav, their main communications, the Lemberg Railway, would not be threatened. Przemysl, which was 50 miles from the mouth of the passes, might indeed be relieved, and it was the danger to Przemysl that was the main Russian preoccupation. As had happened before its relief in October, a vigorous bombardment was undertaken, but without effect. By this time, the numbers of the investing force had been seriously curtailed. presently came news that the Austrians had occupied the crest of the Wukov Pass in Dmitri's rear and were fighting hard for the Usok Pass, which carried the railway from the Hungarian plains to Lemberg. But by this time, the Russian retreat had reached its farthest point. New troops had been brought from Kiev, and the hour had come for a counterattack. About 20th December, the advance began. The enemy was driven from the eastern bank of the Nida across the lower Dunayets, across the Biwa, while the Russian left, swinging southwest from Krosno, seized the foot of the Dukla Pass and succeeded in cutting off and capturing a considerable Austrian force. Bruzanov, meantime, undertook operations against the Lubkov and Usok, and by Christmas Day, the Galician approaches toward the three great western passes were in Russian hands. About the same time, the mountains were visited by violent snowstorms, and the weather further safeguarded the Russian flank. Even across low passes, no great army dared move in a Carpathian blizzard. End of Chapter 17, Part 2. Chapter 17, Part 3 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Part 3. 4. On 11th November, Mackensen moved with his 9th Army, and about the 13th, the Grand Duke first realized that Hindenburg was preparing a counterstroke. The German advance was on a comparatively narrow front, the 40 miles between the Warta and the lower Vistula, though the extreme left was to operate against Płock on the right bank of the latter's stream. Hindenburg's objective was once again Warsaw, to be secured by a sudden blow at the right of the Russian center. He argued with justice that with broken railways and ruined roads, that center could not be quickly reinforced or easily retire. If it were destroyed, he would be in Warsaw long before Ivanov, who commanded the left center moving against the upper Warta, could come up from the south, and the fall of Warsaw would send Dmitriev back post-haste to the east. The Russian position was a bad one, except on the assumption that the invader had been finally broken. Against an unbeaten and reinforced foe, their line offered a dozen points of weakness. With forces which cannot be estimated at more than 2 millions, they were holding a front of nearly 1,000 miles. From the lower Liemen down through the Masurian lakes, their line ran along the southern frontier of East Prussia by Mława to a point between Płock and Thorn on the Vistula, then southward by Koło and Sieradz to east of Częstochowa, striking the upper Vistula near the Netczyca and continuing by Tarnów to the Carpathians, then along the crest of the mountains to the Bukowina and the Romanian frontier. From Masurian to Płock, their communications were poor. From Płock to the Netczyca, they were the worst conceivable. Against Hindenburg's sudden thrust, it may be doubted if the Russian right center had more than 200,000 men. The only hope of aid was from behind Warsaw, and the Kutno-Wawrzysz lines were still in disrepair. Help from the left center must come by the Częstochowa-Brześciszów line, and that had been most diligently destroyed in the German retreats. In late autumn in Poland, there come heavy mists which cover the landscape like a garment. From sunrise to sunset, they never break, and the traveler's vision is limited to 100 yards of sodden plain. Air reconnaissance is hopeless, and even light cavalry give poor results, for an enemy's strength, even when felt, can only be guessed at. In such weather, the boat was launched against the Russian right center. The Russian staff, who had been for some days aware of movements north of the Vistula, about the 13th of November, realized that something was happening on the southern bank. Aided by the railway from Thorn, a strong force was pressing in the Russian outposts, and Ruski promptly contracted his far-stretched front. Ivanov was 80 miles away, facing the entrenched position of the German southern force from Wielą to Częstochowa. and between the two halves of the battlefield lay 50 miles of unoccupied country. With a large force of cavalry guarding his left flank, the Russian general took up a line from the Vistula near Gombin to Univ on the Varta and waited to ascertain the enemy's strength. He was not left long in doubt. The attack came in irresistible force, and the much inferior Russian army slowly gave way. But the 15th Ruski had been driven back on Kutno, and his line ran from the Vistula through Venchisa and well east of Univ. Reinforcements had been summoned from behind Warsaw, but in the nature of things they could not arrive for several days, and no immediate help could be looked for from Ivanov. Many prisoners and guns were lost in the retirement, for the lines of retreat were few and bad. In any other army, the losses would have been greater, but the Russians had a practice of marching not in solid columns, but in scattered groups, which seemed to struggle indefinitely, but appeared with wonderful precision at the appointed bivouac. The cavalry did great service as a rear guard, and the orange and scarlet sheepskin coats of the Turkomans, mounted on their incomparable horses, gleamed through the mist on both flanks. The Russian aim was to fall back in good order behind the river Suron, which flows from south of Kutno east to Warwick, and then north to the Vistula. On the 18th, the Germans were in Venchisa and Orlov, in the curve of the upper Suron, controlling the roads to Wood and Woolwich. Ruski retired his whole left across the Suron from Woods for some 40 miles westward. His right still clung to the Vistula in the neighborhood of Ilov. The Suron at this point is a stream about the size of the Thames, running partly between high corroded banks in a channel eaten out of the plain, and partly in open ridges with a deep fringe of bog. There were no bridges left, but in its upper course, where it bends southward, there were many forts. West of Warwick, for some 40 miles, runs east and west a great belt of marshes, partly on the Suron and partly west of it towards Venchisa. There were crossing places in these marshes. Many of them for the country people had to find ways of movement, but for the most part they were small paths wholly unfitted for the movement of armies and impossible for guns. About Venchisa there were indeed several better passages, and almost in the center of the belt, between the towns of Kutno and Piontek, there was one famous causeway engineered for heavy transport. 20 miles south of the marshes lay the large industrial city of Łódź, which was the first German objective. To break down the Russian position, 3 courses were possible: a flanking movement on the north by Ilov, a flanking movement on the south by Venchisa, where the crossings were easier, and a frontal attack which should force the Piontek causeway. Mackinson at different times adopted all 3. The Suron was a strong line of defense, but it has the serious drawback that it could be turned on the south. The Russian left rested on no natural obstacle, no deep river or mountain range, but was in the air in that stretch of no man's land around the upper Varta. Had Ivanov farther south been able to move rapidly, a German flanking movement might have been caught between hammer and anvil. But Hindenburg knew well how thorough had been his campaign of destruction, especially on the Częstochowa-Petrikov-Łódź railway, and had no fear for his own enveloping right wing. Perhaps he remembered the lesson of the Polish insurrection of 1831, when Russia's aim was Warsaw. Then the advance from east of the Vistula made no progress, and Peszkowicz in the summer resolved upon an assault from the west. In July he marched by the north bank of the Vistula to the Prussian frontier at Thorn, where he crossed the river and advanced on Warsaw by the south bank. The post under Szczyniecki held the east side of the Suron with an army of 30,000, but leaving Pahlen to attack in front. Peszkowicz turned their flank by the upper Suron and drove them back upon Warsaw. A month later, the capital surrendered. Time was the essence of Hindenburg's plan, for he knew that Unless Łódź and Warsaw fell to him soon, the Russians could get up reserves by their trans-Vistula railways. He must strike finally while their force was small and much embarrassed by his first blow. Accordingly, he pressed hard with his right from Węgica and won the western crossings of the marshes. At the same time, his extreme left moved towards Wask on the north bank of the Vistula, and a force from East Prussia, attacking from Soldau, drove back the Russians south of Mława. He was clamoring for more troops and getting them promptly. The southern group at Częstochowa was ordered to advance to keep Ivanov's hands full and to prevent any of the nearer reinforcements reaching Ruski until he should have been thoroughly beaten and the way opened towards Warsaw. Meanwhile, the main effort was on Mackinson's center against the causeway of Piontek. What followed was tactically one of the most extraordinary incidents of the whole campaign. At first, the Russians beat off the attack on the causeway and held the German army among the villages north of the marshes. But on the 19th, a desperate effort of Mackinson's center pushed across and drove the enemy well south of Piontek. Over the causeway for 4 succeeding days, troops were rushed in huge quantities, and the Russian line fell back and back till there was a deep sag in it east of Łódź and south of Stryków. Against that sag, Mackinson on Monday the 23rd put forth all his strength. The Russian front broke, and the Russian right center was split into 2 parts, one lying east of Brezin and Kuloszki, across the Zuron at Warwish and so to the Vistula, and the other surrounding Łódź on east, north, and west, running from Zgów by Skiec to Sadek on the upper Warta. The ragged edges of the gap were Zgów and Kuloszki. It was a most perilous predicament, for at the same moment the Germans were bringing strong bodies up from Wask on the Kalisz-Łódź line, while the Wielą Częstochowa army was threatening Brześcikov on the south. This meant that the Russian left around Łódź was assailed on front, flank, and rear, from Węgica, from Wask, and from east of Zgów, while the Russian right was apparently powerless to aid. For a moment it looked as if Hindenburg had succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. Suddenly, at the supreme crisis, the Russians were reinforced. From the directions of Skierniewice and Petrikov, troops arrived from the 2nd and 5th armies. These fresh forces were flung into the battle and succeeded in cutting off the apex of the German wedge and re-establishing the Russian line. This was on the 23rd, and no help was ever more timely. Another day, and the Russian left would have been beyond human aid. The point of the German wedge was destroyed. It cannot have been more than a division, probably less, and whatever it was, it disappeared from the campaign. But a singular situation remained. The German wedge had consisted of 2 corps, the 20th and the 25th Reserve, together with Richthofen's cavalry, and 2/3 remained in a kind of sag, making a deep bulge in the Russian line. Ruski exerted himself desperately to close the mouth of the sag, and he almost succeeded. Petrograd believed that a unique Russian victory was preparing, and for 2 days from Skiec to Zgów and from Stryków to Polonsky, the sides of the pocket pressed in on the trapped German corps. More troops were needed, and these were summoned from the extreme Russian right under Rheinland-Kampf. But for some reason still obscure, Rheinland-Kampf was a day late. He was promptly dismissed and replaced in the command of the 8th Army by General Litvinov. Mackinson took the only possible course. He brought up reserves and broadened the mouth of the pocket, pushing back the flanking Russians at Strykov and Skiec. In the frantic struggle which lasted during the 24th and 25th, the Germans lost terribly. Companies were reduced to 1/5 of their strength. Whole battalions were so broken that they had to leave the fighting line and yield place to the new troops which Mackinson poured into the sag. The severest fighting was at night, but during 2 days there was no cessation. the Germans battling for freedom and the Russians for victory. By the 26th, the remnants of the two corps had got out of the pocket at Strykov, and for a moment there was a respite to the carnage. But the fresh troops which Germany had brought up were not allowed to remain long on the defensive. When an army is in difficulties, its staff falls back upon their favorite strategical device, the device which has given them the best results in recent fighting. With memories of Tannenberg and Mons behind them, the Germans naturally thought kindly of the enveloping movement. Reinforcements were still arriving for Hindenburg, and he ordered Mackensen to flank his strength against the Warwick-Busch front, while with his right wing he drove back the Russian left towards Petrikov. The Russian northern front at this moment ran from Ilov in the north, crossing the Suron west of Warwick, and continuing by Strykov and Sketch to a point near Sardek on the upper Varta. In the crook formed by its left wing lay the city of Łódź. Łódź, the second of Polish cities, was the industrial capital of the country, the Manchester of Poland, with large textile factories and machine shops. It contained a population of 500,000, of which 40% were German immigrants, since the factories were mostly German-owned and nearly a quarter were Jews. Such a place in rear of the Russian lines was a post of danger, a rendezvous for spies, and moreover, to hold it meant that the Russian front bent forward in an ugly salient. Had a retreat become necessary there, the 7 miles of the Łódź streets would have made it slow and difficult. Łódź in the east played much the same part as Ypres in the Western campaign. It was the foundation of a salient, the relic of an unsuccessful offensive. More cautious than the Western commanders, the Russian generalissimo determined to shorten the line and avoid the angle. Accordingly, when on the 27th there was a frontal attack on his center and a heavy movement against his left, he deliberately relinquished the city. The withdrawal was slow and lasted more than a week. On 5th December, shells were falling in the streets, and several of the great hotels were damaged. On Sunday, 6th December, the Germans entered Łódź without opposition, and were welcomed by their numerous compatriots. The Russian front now stretched in an almost straight line from just west of Petrikov to the Suron, west of Warwick, and thence to Ilov and the Vistula. Hindenburg now concentrated his forces for a blow at Warsaw, and for this purpose struck at the apparently weak Russian right wing. This wing, as we have seen, was north of the Suron and west of Warwick. Against it, Hindenburg held his left, which was amiably served by the Thorn-Warwick Railway. At the same time, he attempted a movement which, had it succeeded, would have been fatal to the whole Russian position. The East Prussian force, which for the past 3 weeks had been pressing down from Wawa, was reinforced, and a serious effort was made to cut the main railway line between Warsaw and Petrograd. Advancing on a 16-mile front, this new force occupied the high road which ran from Buchan to the railway south of Wawa. There, however, it was checked and decisively beaten by a Russian advance from Novogeorgiyevsk. It was driven north of Wawa almost to the East Prussian frontier, and for the moment the Russian right flank was secure. The movement against the Russian wing just south of the Vistula was more successful. When it began, the Russian cavalry were in Gombin, and the infantry held Ilov in force. The German pressure convinced the Grand Duke that his present front had serious weaknesses. It lay outwardly astride the Suron, like McClellan on the Chickahominy, and in the south it gave bad entrenching positions and worse communications. In all the country from Warwick to the Kielce-Ivangerod railway, there was no easy access to the east. Accordingly, he resolved to retire his left wing down the Pielitsa to its navigable waters, by which transport could come from Warsaw, and in the north to get behind the Suron and its tributary, the Wawka. The weather confirmed his decision. The winter frosts still tarried, and no more than a thin coating of ice lay on the Polish bogs. The Vistula and the Pielitsa were open for river traffic. Early in December came a spell of complete thaw, which waterlogged the whole countryside. Let the German offensive break itself against a strong defensive position and lose its ardor in the bottomless mud. What we may call the Second Battle of Warsaw raged for the better part of 3 weeks, from 7th December to Christmas Eve. It was fought on the German side not for any indirect object like the relief of Krakow, but for the definite possession of Warsaw itself. For the first fortnight, the Russians fell back slowly all along their line. By the 15th, Elov was untenable. By the 17th, Petrikov was taken. By the 18th, the Russian line had been formed from the Vistula along the east bank of the Suron, up the east bank of its tributary, the Wavka, through the hilly country south of Rava to Inovovush on the Pielitsa, across the railway line at Opochno, and thence by the Nida to the Vistula. This involved the surrender of towns like Wołysz, Petrikov, and Tomasov, but it gave a position which in a Polish winter was probably the best which could be found, both for natural strength and communications. It had always been in the mind of the Russian staff, and had been carefully worked out in every detail. But there is reason to believe that, at first, it was regarded as a place only for a temporary stand, and that the real Russian defense was to be on what was called the Warner Line, through the town of that name, 18 miles west of Warsaw. It was only when the strength of the Suron-Opochno line revealed itself that it became for the Russians what the line Arhaj-Newport was for the Allies in the west. The situation in the east now corresponded exactly with the position in the west. The Russians entrenched themselves on a front against which the enemy's assault broke in vain. As in Flanders, the severest fighting was in the north, and along the line of a little river. The Suron and the Ravka were indeed very different from the canalized Isa. The first named flows through a level plain, broken up with great patches of fir woods, in which stand the white Polish country houses. It is a shallow, muddy stream, 50 yards wide, and in its lower course easily forded, for there are no adjacent marshes. On the east bank there is a gentle slope inland. On the west side there is in some places, about 100 yards from the water, a sharp bank marking the rim of an old channel. The Russian trenches were dug close to the stream, the Germans for the most part a little retired beyond the spur escarpment. The Russians had here for their communications the unfrozen Vistula and the 2 lines from Warsaw to Sokachiv and to Wołysz. Farther south they had the Pielitsa and the Kielce-Radom railway. The Germans attacked the lines of the little rivers between the 19th and the 25th, their main efforts being against Sokachiv on the Suron and Bolimov on the Ravka. At night, columns in close formation would crash through the cat ice along the shore, wade the stream which ran breast high, and in spite of heavy losses, make good the farther bank. Sometimes they took an advanced Russian trench, sometimes they fell by the river's edge, but in no case did many return. The German attack on Warsaw was pressed with indomitable vigor, for Hindenburg desired the Polish capital as a Christmas gift for his emperor. But no valor on earth could carry that line. Warsaw was only 35 miles off, and the citizens heard daily and nightly the clamor of the guns. They might have slept as peacefully as if they had been 1,000 miles away, for a barrier is a barrier, at whatever distance it stands from the object of desire. By Christmas Eve, the German attack ebbed and died, as it had ebbed 6 weeks earlier before Ypres. The winter stalemate, long delayed in the east, had at last arrived. 5. Return to the heroic war which Serbia reigned round with enemies and suspicious neutrals, short of ammunition, supplies and everything but valor, was waging in the tangle of hills between the Drina and the Morava. At the battles of Sharbatz and the Jade, the Austrian army had been heavily defeated, and by 24th August there were few Austrians left on the Serbian side of the Drina and the Sava. Vienna announced that the campaign had been merely a punitive expedition which had achieved its purpose, and that for the present her hands were full with weightier matters in the north, on which it may be observed that the casualties of the punitive force were nearly 40,000, 8,000 of whom were dead, and that it lost some 50 guns. Serbia had now to face a question of some difficulty. The enemy was gone, but he would presently return. The wedge of her territory, bounded by the Drina and the Sava, jutted awkwardly into the dual monarchy, and offered an intricate problem of defense. Her forces were insufficient to maintain the whole of the long border line, and the nature of her internal communications did not allow of rapid movement. Accordingly, she decided that the wisest defense was an offensive aimed against the Bosnian capital of Sarajevo. If that city were won, there was every chance of a rising among the Bosnian Slavs, which would keep Austria busy. Accordingly, along with Montenegro, the invasion of Bosnia was resumed, and on 14th September, the important frontier post of Visegrad, which they had approached in August, was at length taken. Meantime, the Austrian forces north of the Danube continued their bombardments of Belgrade. To put an end to this annoyance, rather than as a part of a serious advance, a Serbian detachment crossed the Sava in the darkness of the night of 6 September, silenced the hostile batteries, and took the Semian town of Zemlin. These activities, especially the threat against Bosnia, drove the Austrians to a fresh offensive, and during the first half of September there was much inconclusive fighting on the line of the Drina. October saw Serbia entrenched along the river, along the heights of Jagodnia and Gučevo, through Nesnica to Racha, and thence along the Sava to Mitrovica and Obrenovac, a line of nearly 100 miles and utterly beyond the power of her small army to hold. Her hope was in the marching speed of her men, the soldiers who 2 years before had made the famous winter march across Albania to Duracell. With such troops, she might be able quickly to reinforce a threatened point. The third great Austrian offensive matured towards the end of October. It was inevitable for a dozen reasons. The German activity in Poland and the appearance of new German corps enabled Austria to turn her attention to her enemy in the southeast. The punishment of Serbia, which had been nominally the reason of the war, was eagerly demanded by the Austrian people, indignant at two humiliating defeats. Further, on 30th October, Sir Louis Mallet at Constantinople had asked for his passports, and Turkey had entered into the struggle. If Serbia could be crushed and Bulgaria conciliated, a junction might be effected with the Ottoman armies, which would keep Romania quiescent, and more important, would open up to the Teutonic powers a new way to the sea. In estimating the motives of Austria and those of Germany behind her, a chief place must be given to that old hankering for an Aegean outlet which had for a decade dominated their Balkan policy. To understand the campaign which followed, we must observe the configuration of Serbia. On the west and northwest, it is bounded by the Drina and the Sava. For 30 miles along the right bank of the lower Drina, there is something approaching a plain, which becomes wider as it nears the Sava, and extends along the right bank of that river to the Danube. It is never very broad, and it is much broken up with ridges, but it is possible maneuvering ground for modern armies. For the rest, the country is a knot of hills, which descend steeply upon the upper Drina, and stretch eastward to the Bulgarian frontier, where they join the main Balkan range. They are broken up into many subsidiary systems, which it is needless to particularize. But one main ridge runs from the Drina in a semicircle south of Valjevo, where it forms a watershed between the river Kolubara, which enters the Sava at Obrenovac, and the Western Morava, which flows from the Albanian border to the Great Morava. The principal river is the Great Morava, running through eastern Serbia from south to north. The railways are determined by the river valleys. The trunk line to Constantinople runs up the Morava by Niš to the Bulgarian frontier. Kragujevac, the Serbian arsenal, is on a branch line to the west of the Morava Valley. One line runs south from Obrenovac up the Kolubara to Valjevo, and another from Valjevo to the main trunk line, while from one of the stations on this latter branch, a short railway goes south up the valley of the Lig. The Austrian objective was Niš, whither the Serbian court had retired, and the main line to Bulgaria. But before these could be reached, there were various secondary objectives. The obvious route to Niš was by an advance up the Morava from Samandria on the Danube. But to this there were two insuperable objections. The first was the Morava Valley, which at two places contracts to narrows, where the ground falls steeply and forms a strong natural defense. The second was the lateral valleys entering the Morava from the west, which would enable a Serbian force from the central hills to strike at the flank of any Austrian advance. It was clearly the path of wisdom to occupy the central knot of hills, and especially the upper valley of the western Morava. With these in their control, they could advance to Niš with an easy mind, for their communications would be safe. The first objective was therefore Valjevo on the Kolubara, the terminus of two railways and the starting point for the passes of the Horseshoe Range to the south, which was the way to the western Morava. The second was Kragujevac, the Serbian arsenal, and a point from which the main Morava route could be seriously menaced. The Austrian forces under General Potiorek, concentrated for the movement, reached a total of some 265 infantry battalions, with a full complement of artillery. Against this great army, Serbia could not bring forward equal numbers, though she caught every peasant from the plough and every shepherd from the hills. The total force did not exceed 250,000, and of infantry she had only some 200 weak battalions. Her army, indeed, was largely composed of veterans, the men of Kumanovo and Monastir and the Braganissa. But her supplies, especially of ammunition, were terribly depleted, and the arsenal at Kragujevac was all but empty. She was shut off from the outer world, for the one port by which ammunition could enter was the Montenegrin Antivari, and only pack ponies could travel the hill roads that led to it. The great port of Salonika was free for Serbian goods, but to bring in munitions of war by that channel involved a breach of Greek neutrality. But the Serbian army, for all its difficulties, was in good heart, for it had already 3 victories to its credit, and it had implicit faith in its generals. The commander-in-chief, as in the wars with Turkey and Bulgaria, was the young Crown Prince Alexander, and his chief of staff was Field Marshal Putnik, a very able, irascible old gentleman, who knew every detail in the topography of his native land, and had a great eye for efficient subordinates. One of these, Mishit, who was presently to command the First Army, was to win one of the foremost reputations of the war. Before the wide sweep of the Austrian advance from Sava and Danube and Drina, the Crown Prince had no choice but to fall back and look for his help to the hills. For a little he clung to the foothills of the Sur Range and a line running east to the Kolubara, but he was too weak to hold it. Had he attempted to defend Valjevo and the low country, he would have been outflanked by the movement from Samandria on the east and Lubovia on the west. The Austrian advance began in the first week of November, and by the 10th they held the whole Kolubara Valley up to Valjevo, the main trunk railway up to Mladenovic, and were pushing on the west towards Ušica, on the headwaters of the western Morava. The Crown Prince fell back to the summit of the range south of Valivo, which forms the watershed. The main road from Valivo to Chap in the western Morava Valley, with a branch leading from Melanovec to Kragujevac, crosses a pass about 2,000 feet high, which divides the range into two massifs. That on the west is called Marnian, and rises to a little over 3,000 feet. That on the east is called variously Zuvabo and Rudnik, and is some 500 feet higher and more precipitous. By the middle of November, the whole Serbian army was on these ridges, while their left held the spurs running south to the western Morava to resist the turning movement of the Bosnian Corps from Utica. They covered Kragujevac and Čačak, and their line of retreat was open down the western Morava towards Niš, save in the unlikely event of the Austrian left making its way up the Great Morava. Then followed an unaccountable delay. For a fortnight, the Austrians lay in Valivo and along the skirts of the hills, and did nothing. Apparently, Podjerac regarded the precipitate retreat of the Serbians into the mountains as the end of their serious resistance. He was aware of their scarcity of ammunition, and believed that it could not be remedied. So confident was he of success that he deliberately weakened his army. By the beginning of December, the great Austro-German counter-offensive from Krakow was maturing, and he sent 3 of his corps to assist in the attack from the south against the Carpathian passes. During that fortnight, the Serbians had not been idle. King Peter, enfeebled by illness, had left his capital as the Austrians advanced, and joined the army on the ridges. Every man that could be brought up was added to the strength, and with heroic efforts, gun positions were created on the rocky spurs. Most important of all, fresh supplies of ammunition for artillery and small arms had arrived at last by devious ways from the Western Allies, in spite of attempts by Turkish and Bulgarian bands to wreck the convoys. On the 1st of December, the Austrians had initiated their major strategy, which was to sweep southeastward with powerful wings, from Mladenovac on the left and from Utica on the right, and enclose the Serbian army. Their center was advancing against the ridges, with its left moving up the Lig Valley, where ran a single-line railway, against the Serbian right on the Rudnik range, and its right moving up the headwaters of the Kalubara against the Marnian range. On the next day, they were well up on the slopes of the hills, and by the 3rd they had gained the western ridge of Rudnik. The Serbians lay along the ridges with the 1st Army under Mischet on the left, then the 3rd Army under General Jurisius Sturm, and on the right the 2nd Army under Field Marshal Stepanovic. On the afternoon of the 3rd, the moment came for the Serbians to strike. It was a crisis of their national history, graver than any they had yet met, and the whole army was inspired with a profound seriousness. King Peter, old, deaf, and sick, rose to the great occasion, and addressed his men almost in the words of Shakespeare's King Harry before Agincourt, or of Robert Bruce before Bannockburn. "Heroes," he said, "you have taken 2 oaths, one to me, your king, and the other to your country. I am an old, broken man on the edge of the grave, and I release you from your oath to me. From your other oath, no one can release you. If you feel you cannot go on, go to your homes, and I pledge my word that after the war, if we come out of it, nothing shall happen to you. But I and my sons stay here." This noble appeal had its effects. Not a man left the ranks. The calculated atrocities of Austria in September, calculated, for we possessed the imperial and royal instructions on the subjects, had made the war a crusade. The weary and ragged troops went into battle with a new passion of sacrifice. The ridges of Rudnik and Marnian are barren even in midsummer, wide screes and sharp ridges of shale descending to stony glens. No heavy snow had yet fallen, but a powdering of white lay on the rocks. During the night of the 3rd and throughout the 4th, the whole Serbian right and center were heavily engaged, while the left at Utica fought a separate battle of its own. The gun positions had been skillfully selected, and the Serbian infantry charged with fury and hurled the enemy from the slopes. Sometime during the 5th, the Austrian left center broke and streamed northwards down the Lieg Valley. Presently came the turn of the center, which was forced off Marnian along the Valevo road. That same night, the Serbian left at Utica won a great victory over the Austrian 15th and 16th Corps, driving them north across the western passes of Marnian towards the springs of the Kalubara. At dawn on the 6th, the Austrian line had everywhere given way. It was not in retreat. It was routed and broken till it had no longer the semblance of an army. The Serbians were as rigorous in pursuit as in battle. By the 7th, their front was Uzica, Valevo, Lazarevets. The enemy fled by the roads from Valevo to Shabets and Orbanovets, where they had a clear path for retreat. But their right, which was in the Marnian and Povnian hills, came out no more. The extreme left attempted a stand on the Kosmai ridges and at Lisovich, but after some hard fighting was driven back by Stepanović upon Belgrade. The Austrians could not halt short of their own frontier. The Serbian left swept up the Drina and beyond. The center pushed towards the Sava, picking up prisoners and guns with every mile. The right moved swiftly towards Belgrade, and with it went the king. On the 15th, the capital was retaken, and while the Austrian rearguard was fighting in the northern suburbs, King Peter was on his knees in the cathedral giving thanks for victory. A mere remnant of an army straggled over the Sava, while the Serbian guns rained shells on its crossing. The victory was of a type not unknown to history. A well-equipped army inveigled into a country where it could be caught at a disadvantage by a weaker force operating under familiar conditions. Of the 200,000 Austrians who crossed the Drina and the Sava, not 100,000 returned. The disaster was indeed for Austria what Tannenberg was for Russia. It virtually destroyed a field army. Potiorek was removed from his command, and all talk of the conquest of Serbia by Austria alone died away. The little Balkan state had done inestimable service to the Allied cause, for it had put 4 corps out of action and delayed for some weeks the Austrian main offensive against eastern Galicia. 2 of the most decisive battles in the first 6 months of war were triumphs respectively for age and youth. Tannenberg was won by a veteran nearly 70, and the Serbian ridges by a young gentleman of 26. End of chapter 17, part 3. Chapter 18, part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, part 1. The War in the Pacific and in Africa, 10th August to 8th December. 1. By the end of August, the war had spread beyond Europe to every quarter of the globe where Germany possessed a square mile of territory. Britain's Australasian and African dominions were engaged in defending or enlarging their borders, and though the fighting was on a small scale compared with the gigantic European struggle, it had important strategical bearings, and for Britain was scarcely less vital than the battlefields of France. The overseas German dominions were so widely scattered that they could get little aid from their fatherland or from one another. Each had to fight its battle alone, with such resources as the outbreak of war found in its possession. In the Pacific, Germany owned 100,000 square miles of territory, mainly in New Guinea. Her possessions there, officially known as Kaiser William's Land, were in the northern part of the southeastern section of the island. A long straight line running southeast and northwest divided them from Papua or British New Guinea, while another straight line running north and south separated them from the Dutch colony in the west. Kaiser William's Land had an area of 70,000 square miles and a population of 500,000, 300 of whom were Germans. The country had been little developed, but exported from its chief ports, Frederick Williamshaven and Constantinhaven, a fair amount of copra, cocoa, and rubber. The German protectorate of New Guinea included not only Kaiser William's Land, but a large number of islands lying off its coast, and its official headquarters were at Rabaul on the island of New Pomerania. Chief among these islands was the group known as the Bismarck Archipelago, which lay to the northeast of Kaiser William's Land and included New Pomerania, New Mecklenburg, New Lauenburg, New Hanover, Admiralty Island, and 200 little isles. Their population consisted of some 200,000 natives and a few hundred Chinamen and Germans. The chief island was New Pomerania, with its two considerable ports of Herbertshire and Simpsonhaven. A little to the east lay the Solomon Islands, that archipelago of high wooded mountains and cannibal tribes which Germany shared with Britain, owning the two chief western islands, Bougainville and Buchan. North of New Guinea, but still forming part of the protectorate, were three groups midway between Australia and Japan, the Carolines, the Paleo, and the Marianne or Ladrone Islands. They had been bought from Spain in 1889 and consisted of some 600 coral reefs divided into an eastern and a western group for the purposes of administration and yielding little but copra. Detached to the east lay the Marshall Islands, 24 in number, whose chief product was phosphates. Germany's remaining possession in the South Seas was Samoa, and the tale of her doings there may be read in Stevenson's A Footnote to History. The group consisted of two large islands, Savaii and Upolu, with Apia, the chief port, on the latter. Some 500 Europeans, chiefly British and German, resided there, about 1,500 Chinese, and a dwindling native population of about 15,000. From Samoa came copra in large quantities, and of late a fair amount of rubber. Lastly, far to the north on the China coast, in the province of Shantung, lay the important German possession of Kiao, the history of whose acquisition has already been told in these pages. It was a district some 200 square miles in extent, situated on a sheltered bay, and surrounded by a neutral zone. The town of Qingtao was a naval station, and most of its 5,000 German inhabitants were Marines. The place was strongly fortified both by land and sea. Germany had spent 20 million pounds on it, and was connected by rail with the Chinese lines. Its importance was due to its contiguity to the Japanese Port Arthur and the British Weihai Way, and to the excellence of its harbor, which made it an ideal base for the German Pacific Squadron. The German Pacific possessions had long been a source of anxiety to the Australian Commonwealth, and the first blow against them was struck by the adjacent British dominions. The initial attack was made on Samoa. On 15th August, a New Zealand expeditionary force, some 1,500 strong, left Wellington in troop ships and sailed for Samoa under the escort of HMS Australia, HMS Melbourne, and the French cruiser Montan. On 28th August, it reached Apia and took possession of the islands without resistance. The German officials came in and swore fealty and were confirmed in their posts. Then came the turn of New Pomerania, which had already been reconnoitered. On 11th September, an expeditionary force arrived at Herbertshire, the port at the northeastern extremity of the island. A party of sailors landed at dawn and proceeded through the bush towards the wireless station. The advance was not unopposed, for the Germans seem to have concentrated here most of the troops which they possessed in their New Guinea protectorate. In several places, the road was mined, while rifle pits had been dug along the edge, and snipers placed in the neighboring trees. The sailors fought their way for 6 miles to the wireless station, where the German defense surrendered. Our casualties were 10 officers and 4 seamen, and the whole German force fell into our hands. At the same time, the ports of Herbertshire and Simpsonhaven and the capital, Rabaul, were occupied without trouble. 2 days later, our troops sailed for the Solomon Islands and secured without difficulty the surrender of Bougainville. They then turned their attention to Kaiser William's Land, where they expected a more serious opposition. But again they want a bloodless victory. The British flag was hoisted in Friedrich Wilhelmshaven and a garrison left behind. The Australian Navy had done its work with admirable precision and dispatch, covering great distances in a very short time. HMS Melbourne, for example, sailed 11,000 miles in the first 6 weeks of war. At the end of September, 1 or 2 small islands were still nominally German, but for all serious purposes, the Emperor's dominions in the Pacific had disappeared. The important German wireless stations at Yap, Caroline Islands, Namu, Gilbert Islands, and Rabaul, New Pomerania, had been destroyed. Early in October, the Japanese occupied the Marshall Islands and the other northern groups, which they handed over to Australia. The German Pacific Squadron, based on Kiu Chau, did not attempt to defend the Pacific Islands. The bulk of it, under Admiral von Spee, sailed for the western shores of South America, with what consequences we shall presently learn. 2 smaller cruisers, the Emden and the Königsberg, betook themselves to the Indian Ocean, and as we have already recorded, did considerable damage to our commerce. The Königsberg, after her easy destruction of the Pegasus in Zanzibar roads, gave little more trouble, and proved unable to play the part allotted to her in the attack on Mombasa. Her end came about 10th November, when she was found by HMS Chatham hiding in shoal water about 6 miles up the Rufiji River. Here she was sealed up to be disposed of at our leisure, the fairway being blocked by sunken colliers. The Emden had also a short life, but in the language of the turf, she had a good run for her money. We last saw her off the Malabar coast of India on the last day of September. Then she turned southeastward and captured 5 merchantmen in the Indian Ocean, of which she sank 4 and sent 1 into Colombo. She was next heard of off the north end of Sumatra, where our cruisers captured her collier and her attendant steamer. The loss of her colliers made her task difficult, but it did not weaken her boldness. On 30th October, she entered the roadstead of Penang, flying a neutral flag and rigging up a dummy funnel, with the result that she succeeded in torpedoing a Russian cruiser and a French destroyer. Once more this new Flying Dutchman vanished, but her course was near its end. On 9th November, she appeared off the Cocos, or Keeling Islands, with the intention of destroying the wireless station and cutting the cable. A wireless message was, however, dispatched, which was picked up by the cruiser Sydney of the Australian Navy about 50 miles to the east. This message, which was much mutilated, ran, "Strange warship off entrance," and the presence of the Emden was at once conjectured. The Sydney sighted the feathery coconut trees on the Keeling Islands about 9:15 a.m. on the 9th, and shortly after saw the top of the Emden's funnels. She was lying off Direction Island, where she had landed a party to destroy the cable station. The Emden opened fire at long range and then steered a northerly course, fighting all the while a running battle with the Sydney. 1 hour and 40 minutes later, she ran ashore on North Keeling Island, a burning wreck, with her funnels shot away and her decks a shambles. It was an unequal contest. The Sydney's 6-inch guns had an easy mastery over the 5.1-inch guns of the Emden, and while the latter had 230 killed and wounded, the former had only 18 casualties. Captain Karl von Müller was captured and his sword returned to him, for he had proved a gallant enemy. He had treated the crews of his captures with generosity, and no charge of brutality was ever brought against him. The Emden was an expensive ship to our commerce. In 2 months, she captured 17 merchantmen, which made up about half the total loss to that date of our mercantile marine. One way and another, she cost us rather more than the price of a dreadnought. In her short life, she did far more damage proportionately than the Alabama, which destroyed about 68 ships, valued at some 3 millions sterling, but took 2 years to do it, as against the Emden's 2 months. On the other hand, it should be said that the Emden was more than 3 times the size of the Confederate privateer. Return to the chief episode in the Eastern Seas, the siege and capture of the fortress of Qingdao, the only German fortress to be carried in the war. On 15th August, Japan delivered an ultimatum to Germany, in order, as she put it, to safeguard general interests as contemplated in the agreement of alliance between herself and Great Britain. She asked for 1. An immediate withdrawal from Japanese and Chinese waters of all German armed vessels, and 2. The delivery at a date not later than 15th September of the leased territory of Chap, in order that it might be restored to China. The wheel had come full circle. After the war with China, Germany had interposed to rob Japan of the fruits of her victory, and on the plea of murdered missionaries, had forced from China the Kyushu lease. Now the tables were turned on the aggressor. Japan required an answer by noon on 23rd August, and not receiving it, promptly declared war and proceeded to the investment of the Qingdao Peninsula. Japan entered upon the war at the request of Britain, who, as the Japanese parliament was informed, asked her to free their joint commerce from the German menace in eastern waters. Her army was largely modeled on the German. It was from German instructors that she had learned that art of war which had given her the Manchurian victory, and there was much in the German military temperament with which she sympathized. At the outbreak of war, the best opinion in Japan believed that Germany would win, but she saw clearly that the victory of Germany spelled ruin to her national ambitions, and was resolved to play the wiser and bolder game. Her policy was dictated by self-interest, for she did not share the idealism of the Western allies, but it was self-interest in the highest degree enlightened. She had now traced the military and naval power which she had had when she began the war with Russia. This is not the place to enlarge on her armed strength. Suffice it to say that she had an army with a peace strength of 250,000, which in war would be increased to 1 million. She had made a specialty of artillery, especially the heavier guns. Her navy comprised 6 dreadnoughts, 6 other battleships, 4 first-class battle cruisers, and large classes of cruisers, destroyers, and coast defense ships. In tonnage, her fleet was nearly double the size of that which she had possessed at the date of the Treaty of Portsmouth. For the assault of Qingdao, she organized a special siege force under the command of Lieutenant General Camille. It embraced a division of infantry and 3 additional brigades, a corps of siege artillery, a flying detachment, and detachments of engineers and marine artillery. A squadron from her fleet, under Vice Admiral Cato, which was assisted by several British warships belonging to the China Station, cooperated by sea. The Qingdao fortress stood near the end of the Qingdao Peninsula, which formed the eastern containing shore of Kyushu Bay. To the northeast of the town were a number of low heights, Bismarck Hill, Moltke Hill, Iters Hill, which the Germans had heavily fortified. Beyond the peninsula lay marshy coastland, much liable to flooding, through which the railway ran west to the town of Chap, within the German sphere of influence, but outside the leased territory. The German governor, Admiral Mayer Waldeck, and his garrison of 5,000 were bidden by the emperor to defend the fortress as long as breath remained in their bodies. The German squadron under Admiral von Spee had, as we have seen, very properly sailed away, for a sieged harbor is not the place for a fleet in being, but several of the smaller warships remained behind. On 27th August, the Japanese took the first step by occupying as a base some of the small islands which cluster around the mouth of the harbor. From these they instituted a series of mine-sweeping operations, a wise precaution, for the Germans had relied much upon that peril of the seas. So thorough was the Japanese work that only one vessel of their fleet was mined during the siege. On 2nd September, they landed troops at the northern base of the peninsula, their object being to cut off the fortress by a movement against it from the mainland. But the autumn rains, very heavy in Shantung, put a bar to this enterprise. All the rivers which descended from the hills rose in high flood and spread out in lagoons over the coastlands. General Camille had to content himself with sending airplanes over the fortress, which dropped bombs successfully on the wireless station, the electric power station, and on the ships in the harbor, and with an assault upon the railway station of Kiuchao at the head of the bay, which he took on 13th September. He was then some 22 miles from Qingdao itself, and had the railway line to aid his advance. By the 27th, he had reached the chief of the outer defenses of the place, Prince Heinrich Hill, and next day captured it without serious opposition. This gave him a gun position from which he could dominate all the inner forts, much as the fall of the Trans-Nether forts gave the Germans command over the inner lines of Antwerp. On the 23rd, a small British force arrived from Weihai Wei under Brigadier General Barnardiston, who commanded the British troops in North China. It landed at Liaoshan Bay on the seaward side of the peninsula, and having only a short way to march, joined hands with the Japanese on 28th September, just after the capture of Prince Heinrich Hill. Since the floods were now falling, advance was easier, and the invaders were soon only 5 miles from Qingdao, and had drawn the cordon tight across the peninsula. German warships in the bay attempted to bombard the Japanese right, but were driven off by Japanese airplanes, which showed extraordinary boldness and skill during the whole operations. Meanwhile, a vigorous bombardment was going on from the Japanese squadron lying in the mouth of the harbor, and on 30th September, a German counterattack, both by sea and land, was quickly beaten off. Slowly, General Camille was coming to the conclusion that the enemy either did not mean to obey their emperor and fight to the last breath, or had very doubtful fighting ability. They were enormously wasteful of shells, which did not look as if they contemplated a long resistance. The Japanese general was convinced that a fierce assault was more desirable than a slow investment. But first, he gave the non-combatants in Qingdao a chance to leave, and on 15th October, a party of women and children and a number of Chinese were conducted through the Japanese lines. General Camille had now his big guns in position, and the bombardments began in earnest. He had practically no field artillery, but he had a heavy siege train of 140 guns, including 6 11-inch howitzers, and a large number of 6-inch and 8-inch pieces. The Germans seem to have had nothing larger than 8-inch. The first general bombardment was from the sea, when considerable damage was done to the forts on Kaiser Hill and Itis Hill. On the 31st of October, the birthday of the Emperor of Japan, the first land bombardments began. On that day, most of the inner forts were silenced, and as at Antwerp, the skies were black with the smoke of burning oil tanks. On 1st November, HMS Triangle silenced the forts on Bismarck Hill, and presently only one fort, Buchan was left in action. Next day, the Austrian vessel Kaiserin Elizabeth was sunk in the harbor, and the floating dock disappeared, having probably been blown up by the defenders. Meantime, the army was pushing its way down the peninsula, driving back the German infantry and making large captures of guns and prisoners. By the night of 6th November, the Allies were through the inner forts, with their trenches up to the edge of the last redoubts, and the outworks to east and west were taken during the night. Early on the morning of the 7th, the hour had come for the final attack in mass. But that attack was never delivered. At 6 o'clock, white flags fluttered from the central forts and from the tower of the observatory. That day, representatives of the two armies met, and at 7:30 in the evening, Admiral Mayer Waldeck signed the terms of capitulation. At 10 on the morning of the 10th, the Germans formally transferred Qingdao to General Camille, and Germany's much-debated foothold on the continent of Asia had gone. The German casualties were heavy, and the survivors, nearly 3,000 in number, were sent as prisoners to Japan, Admiral Mayer Waldeck and his staff being allowed to retain their swords. The Japanese losses were about 6%, and the British less than 5%. In addition, Japan lost one third-class cruiser, one third-class destroyer, a torpedo boat, and 3 minesweepers. The capture of Qingdao 76 days after the declaration of war, and little more than a month after the investment was complete, came as a surprise to Japan, who had made preparations for a struggle till Christmas, and to Germany, who had not realized that the fate which had befallen Namur and Maubeuge would, under similar circumstances, befall her own fortresses. General Camille handled the expedition with perfect judgment, and provided brilliantly for cooperation between the sea and land forces. It was an achievement of which Japan might well be proud, for it was to her armies that Qingdao yielded, since, though the British contingents had done well, it was only 1/14 of the investing force. The German defense was not brilliant, though the place possessed an armament equal in range and superior in number of pieces to that of the besiegers. It capitulated after a shorter bombardment than that of the French or Belgian fortresses. When General Bonardestin reached Tokyo, he was given a popular reception, such as had never in the history of Japan been accorded to any stranger. It was the one moment in the campaign when Japan felt something of the enthusiasm of brotherhood in arms, and her ordinary citizens remembered the ties which bound them to the other great island people of the world. 2. The scene now changes to Africa, where Germany possessed 4 colonies contiguous to those of France and Britain. Her colonial ambitions had awakened with her great developments after her victory over France in 1870. She desired to emulate Britain in finding an outlet under her flag for her surplus population, which had hitherto emigrated to North and South Africa. She wished to have producing grounds of her own from which she could draw raw material for her new factories. She sought to share in the glory of conquest and colonization, which had done so much for France and Britain. And as a coming maritime power, she was anxious to have something for her navy to defend. Her thinkers as well as her statesmen fostered the new interests. Liszt and Friedel and Treitschke pointed out that trade followed the flag, and that the flag might also follow trade, while Bismarck discerned in the movement a chance of getting fresh assets to bargain with in that European game which he played with such consummate skill. Especially, Germany's eyes turned towards Africa, and not without justification. Her travelers had been among the greatest pioneers of that mysterious continent. In the history of South African exploration, honorable place must be given to the names of Kober and Liechtenstein, Moore and Mauk. In West and Northern Africa, the roll of honor contained such great adventurers as Honneman and Bath, Ziegler and Schweinfurth, Cruz and Nachtigall. It was a German, Karl von der Decken, who first surveyed Kilimanjaro, and the story of African enterprise contains few more heroic figures than that of von Wiesmann. Germany was resolved to share in what has been called the scramble for Africa, and she had admirable pathfinders in her missionaries and explorers. This is not the place to describe in detail the tortuous events from 1880 onwards which led to the foundation of the 4 German African colonies. It is a fascinating tale, for Germany made adroit use of the suspicions and supineness of the powers in possession. So far as the British governments of the day were concerned, she might have had all she wanted for the asking, and it was only by the efforts of clear-sighted private citizens that her bolder schemes were checkmated. Her first attempts were directed towards the Portuguese colony of Delagoa Bay, which would bring her in touch with what she believed to be the bitterly anti-British people of the Transvaal. In Pondoland and at St. Lucia Bay on the Zululand coast, she endeavored to get grants of land from the native chiefs and was only stopped by a tardy British intervention forced upon the mother country by the people of Cape Colony. Few at home realized the significance of the attempts, and Mr. Gladstone in the House of Commons publicly thanked God for them and looked forward to an alliance in the execution of the great purposes of Providence for the advantage of mankind. In 1884, the work was fairly begun. Sir Bartle Frere from Cape Town had warned Lord Carnarvon as early as 1878 that Britain must be mistress up to the Portuguese frontier on both the east and west coasts. There is no escaping from the responsibility, he wrote, which has been already incurred ever since the English flag was planted on the castle here. All our difficulties have arisen, and still arise, from attempting to evade or shift this responsibility. But presently, Herr Luderitz had founded his settlement at Luderitz Bay, and on April 25, 1884, the German flag was hoisted in Damaraland, and the colony of German Southwest Africa was constituted. 2 months later, Nachtigall landed from a gunboat at Lumi, the port of Togoland, and by arrangement with the local chiefs, declared the country a German protectorate. A month after, he did the same thing in the Cameroons, and the British consul sent to frustrate him arrived 5 days too late. Bismarck, desiring to regularize his acquisitions, summoned the famous Berlin Conference, which met on 15th November of the same year. Many of its phrases are still in common use. Occupation to be valid must be effective, spheres of influence, and such like. Meanwhile, German agents, including the notorious Karl Peters, were busy in Zanzibar intriguing with the Sultan and sending expeditions into the interior to secure concessions. Someday the history will be written of the part played in that contest by men like Sir Frederick Lugard, who, while they could not prevent the creation of German East Africa, saved Uganda and the East African Protectorate for Britain. In 1890 came the Caprivi Agreement, as a consequence of which Heligoland was ceded to Germany. It settled the boundaries of German East Africa, but it did more, for it gave to German Southwest Africa a strip of land running northeast to the Zambezi, which formed a wedge separating the Bechuanaland Protectorate from Angola and northwest Rhodesia. There could be no objection in international law or ethics to Germany's African activity, though there might be much to her methods of conducting it. She had a right to get as much territory as she could and to profit by the blindness of her rivals. But by 1890, a new and more watchful spirit was appearing in British Africa and, to some extent, in the mother country. Cecil Rhodes was beginning his great struggle with Paul Kruger for the road to the north, and the dream of a Cape to Cairo route seized upon the popular imagination. British imperialists sighed for a Monroe Doctrine for Africa, but the day for that had long gone by. A solid German fence had been built across that northern avenue, which might have joined up Nyasaland and northeast Rhodesia with Uganda and the Sudan. Meanwhile, Germany, having got her colonies, did not handle them with great discretion. She was much out of pocket over them, for she lavished money on the construction of roads and railways, and especially on that cast iron type of administration which was the Prussian ideal. Her first blunder was her treatment of her settlers, who found themselves terribly swathed in red tape and were apt to trek over the border to more liberal British climes. Her second was her attitude towards the native population. Unaccustomed to allow ancient modes of life to continue side by side with the new, which is the British plan, she attempted to make of the Bantu peoples decorous citizens on the Prussian model, and when they objected, gave them a taste of Prussian rigor. One of the ablest of German students of colonial policy, Dr. Maurice Bonn, has noted the result so far as concerned Southwest Africa. We solved the native problem by smashing tribal life and by creating a scarcity of labor. Beginning from the west, the first colony, Togoland, was about the size of Ireland and was bounded on one side by French Dahomey and on the other by the British Gold Coast. It was shaped like a pyramid, with its narrow end on the sea, for its coastline was only 32 miles. About 1 million natives inhabited it, chiefly houses, and the whites numbered about 400. It was a thriving little colony, with a docile and industrious population, and a large trade in palm oil, cocoa, rubber, and cotton, while the natives were considerable owners of cattle, sheep, and goats. One railway ran inland from Nomi, and there was a network of admirable roads, which were a credit to any tropical country. Farther south, the German Cameroons lay between British Nigeria and French Congo, and extended from Lake Chad in the north to the Ubangi and Congo rivers. Its area was about one-third larger than the German Empire in Europe, and its population of 3,500,000 contained 2,000 whites, and the rest Bantu and Sudanese tribes. In the south lay the Spanish enclave of Rio Muni, or Spanish Guinea, which was an enclave owing to the arrangements which followed the trouble with France over Morocco in 1911, when Germany obtained a long, narrow strip of French Congo to the south and east of the Cameroons. This Nabob's vineyard was one of the pieces of territory which Bernhardi had marked down for speedy German acquisition. The Cameroons was a colony of great possibilities, for it contained a range of high mountains, which might form a health station for white residents, while the soil was rich and water abundant. Its products were much the same as those of Togoland, but its forests provided also valuable timber, and there was a certain mineral development. Some roads had been made, and 150 miles of railway, but trouble with the native tribes had done much to handicap progress. Following the western coastline past the Congo mouth and the Portuguese territory of Angola, a more important colony was reached in German Southwest Africa. Its area was some 320,000 square miles, considerably larger than the Cameroons, and it stretched from the Angola border to its march with Cape Colony on the Orange River. Its native population used to be 300,000, but at the beginning of the war, owing to the Herero campaign, it was little over 100,000, chiefly Bushmen, Hottentots, and Ovambo, while the whites numbered 15,000 and included many agricultural settlers. German Southwest Africa was the only German colony where the small farmer, as opposed to the planter, seemed to flourish. In spite of the dryness of the climate, the land gave excellent pasturage, and there was considerable mineral wealth in the shape of copper and diamonds. The latter were discovered in 1906 near Luderitz Bay, and promised at one time to become a serious competitor to the mines of Kimberley and the Transvaal. The colony had two chief ports, Swakopmund, halfway down the coastline and just north of the little British enclave of Walfish Bay, and Luderitz Bay, or Angra Pekina, nearer the southern border. The capital, Windhoek, was 200 miles from the coast, in a direct line east from Swakopmund. Some note must be taken of the railways, which were built with a strategical as well as a commercial purpose. A railway quadrilateral had been formed, of which the northern side was Swakopmund to Windhoek, the eastern Windhoek to Keetmanshoop, and the southern Keetmanshoop to Luderus Bay. From Swakopmund, an unfinished line ran for several hundred miles northeast towards the Caprivi Strip, which abutted on the Zambezi. But the most important strategical extension was in the south, where a branch ran from Rietfontein to Wambat, which was within easy distance of the Orange River and the frontier of the Cape Province. The last and greatest of the German colonies was German East Africa, which was twice the size of European Germany. It had a population of 8 millions, which included in normal times about 5,000 white men. The wide variations of climate and landscape which it contained gave it endless possibilities. Its northern frontier ran from the coast south of Mombasa, just north of the great snow mass of Kilimanjaro, to the Victoria Nyanza, of which 2/3 were in German territory. Going westward, it included the eastern shores of Lakes Kivu and Tanganyika, as well as the northeastern shore of Lake Nyasa. It had Britain for its neighbor on the north and part of the west borders, while the remainder of the west marched with the Belgian Congo, and the whole of the south with Portuguese Mozambique. The islands of Pemba and Zanzibar, under British protection, dominated the northern part of its coastline of 620 miles. The vast lake region of the west provided admirable means of transit and was eminently suitable for tropical agriculture. Elsewhere, water was a difficulty, for the only river of any size was the Rufiji, and the snows of Kilimanjaro largely drained towards British territory. Nevertheless, it was a land of great potential agricultural and pastoral wealth. Its forest riches were enormous. Gold was known to exist in large quantities, as well as base metals and solder deposits. On this colony, Germany especially expended money and care. She was resolved to make it a planter's country, and huge agricultural estates were the rule. 4 excellent ports, Lindi, Kilwa, Tanga, and the capital, Dar es Salaam, made commerce easy, and the colony was well served by the great German steamship lines. 2 railways ran into the interior and competed with the Uganda Railway to Port Florence. One, running from Tanga to Moshi, served the rich foothills of Kilimanjaro and was destined to be continued to Victoria Nyanza. A second, which was only completed in 1914, ran from Dar es Salaam to Tabora, an important junction of caravan routes, and was continued thence to Ujiji on Tanganyika. All such railways were intended under happier circumstances to be connected at their railheads by the Great Cape to Cairo route. It will be seen that if in West Africa Germany had acquired no more than ordinary tropical colonies, and in Southwest Africa something of a white elephant, in East Africa she had won a territory which might someday be among the richest of African possessions. End of Chapter 18, Part 1. Chapter 18, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Part 2. The first blow was struck in Togoland. That small colony was in an impossible strategic position, with French and British territory enveloping it on 3 sides, and a coastline open to the attack of British warships. Its military forces were, at the outside, 250 whites and 3,000 natives. In the early days of August, a British cruiser summoned Lomi, and the town surrendered without a blow. The German forces fell back 100 miles inland to Atepami, where was situated Kamina, one of the chief German overseas wireless stations. Meantime, part of the Gold Coast regiments had crossed the western frontier in motor cars, while the French in Dahomey had entered on the east. By Monday, the 10th of August, the whole of southern Togoland was in the hands of the Allies, and the British and French advanced against the government station of Atakpami. On 25th August, they crossed the river Monu, and by 27th August, with very few casualties, they occupied Atakpami, destroyed the wireless station, and secured the unconditional surrender of the German troops. Togoland had become a colony of the Allies. Normal trade was resumed, and in 2 months' time, there was nothing to distinguish it from Dahomey and the Gold Coast. A far more intricate problem was presented by the Cameroons. Strategically, this colony also was hemmed in by the Allies, but the great distances and the difficulty of communication made the concerted scheme not easy to execute. It was arranged that 2 French columns should move from French Congo, while the British columns should enter at several points on the Nigerian frontier. There is reason to believe that, both on the French and British side, the advance was made without adequate preparation. It was the rainy season in West Africa, and any campaign in a tangled and ill-mapped country was liable to outward surprises. A mounted infantry detachment of the West African Frontier Force left Kano on 8th August, crossed the frontier on 25th August after a heavy march, and occupied the German post of Tepe on the Benue River. Next day, it advanced along the Benue as far as Saratse, and on the 29th attacked the river station of Kawua. One fort was captured, but on the 30th, the Germans counterattacked in force and drove back the British troops to Nigerian soil. No better luck attended the other 2 expeditions, which about the same time entered from Nigeria at more westerly points on the frontier. One entering from Ikum met with little resistance, and about 30th August occupied the German station of Nzanakon, 5 miles from the border. The other expedition, moving in from Calabar close to the coast, occupied Achibong on 29th August. A week later, at Nzanakon as at Kawua, the Germans counterattacked in force. They arrived about 2 in the morning and met with a stubborn resistance until the British ammunition was exhausted, when the garrison endeavored to cut its way out with the bayonet. The bulk of them managed to retreat to Nigeria, but 3 British officers and 100 natives were killed, and many were taken prisoners. Thereupon the Germans crossed the frontier and occupied the Nigerian station of Okuri, northeast of Calabar, from which, however, they soon retired. The land attack having failed, recourse was had to the sea. For some time, the British warships Cumberland and Dorf had been watching the mouth of the Cameroon River and the approaches to the German port Douala. On 14th September, a bold attempt was made to blow up the Dwarf by an infernal machine. 2 days later, a German merchantman, the Latigal, tried to ram the British gunboat, but was wrecked, with the loss of 36 men. A few days later, 2 German launchers made another attempt with spar torpedoes, but once again the attack miscarried. On 27th September, an Anglo-French force under Brigadier General Dobell appeared before Douala, and the bombardment resulted in its unconditional surrender. Bonapari, the neighboring coast town, fell also, and the Cumberland captured 8 merchantmen belonging to the Voorman and Hamburg America lines. At the same time, a German gunboat, the Southern, probably constructed for river work, was seized and put into commission in the British Navy. Meanwhile, the French, operating from Libreville in French Congo and covered by the warship Surprise, attacked Ukoko on Corisco Bay and sank 2 armed vessels, the Chios and the Itolo. With the chief port in their hands and the coast as a base, the Allies could now advance with better hopes of success. The Germans retreated by the valley of the river Uri and by the 2 interior railways. During October, the half circle of conquered territory was rapidly widened, while isolated entries were made from the northern and southern frontiers. Yabasi on the Rui was taken, and Chapoma, the railway terminus. The Allies had now the measure of the enemy and could afford to advance at their leisure. By 1st October, the Cameroons, so far as it was of any value to Germany in the struggle, was virtually captured. The wireless stations had been destroyed, the coast was ours, and the German troops were reduced to defensive warfare in a difficult hinterland. In German Southwest Africa, the situation was different from that in the other German colonies of the East and West. There, over the frontier, lay not a British crown possession, but a self-governing dominion. Elsewhere, a cable from the Colonial Office could mobilize the British defense, but in South Africa there was an independent parliament and a miscellany of parties to be persuaded. Further, the ground had been carefully baited. Intrigues had been long afoot among the irreconcilable elements in the Dutch population, and the highest of German authorities had not thought it undignified to speak words in season, and to hold out hopes of a new and greater Afrikaner republic. Elsewhere, the German colonies had to fight their battles unaided, but here there was every expectation of powerful assistance from within the enemy's camp. Till the situation developed, the campaign on Germany's part must be defensive, and for this role, German Southwest Africa had many advantages. Her capital was far inland, and since she could hope for no assistance by sea, it mattered little if her ports were seized. Her railways on the south ran down almost to the Cape frontier, but between the Cape railheads and her border stretched the desert of the Kalahari and the dry and waterless plains of northwest Cape Colony. At least 200 miles separated the branch railways at Carnarvon and Briska from the nearest German territory, and the distance from Kimberley on the main northern line was little less than 400. At one point only had the British forces reasonable means of access by land. From Port Loloth, a line ran inland to serve the copper lands of Namaqualand, and from one station on it, Steinkopf, a 60-mile track led to Ramon's Drift on the Orange River, a point about 15 miles from the terminus of the German railway at Wambach. On the declaration of war, the German governor, Dr. Seitz, put at once into force the long-prepared scheme of defense. The Germans, about 10th August, abandoned their two principal stations on the coast, Swakopmund and Luderus Bay, and retired with all military stores to their inland capital of Windhoek. Before leaving, they destroyed the jetty and dismantled and sank the tugs in the harbor of Swakopmund. By 20th August, they had made small incursions into British territory, entrenching themselves in certain places among the kopjes, and skirmishing with the frontier farmers. When General Botha met the Union Parliament on 8th September, he was able to inform it that Germany had begun hostilities. In a speech of great dignity and power, he announced that, after careful consideration, he and his colleagues had decided to carry the war into German territory, in the interests of South Africa as well as of the Empire. He had information about German machinations which was denied to the ordinary politician, and the great majority of the members of Parliament were ready to trust his judgment. The sole opposition came from General Herzog, who succeeded in mustering only 12 votes in the House of Assembly and 5 in the Senate. Yet it is clear that his views were largely held in the country, and that many burghers looked with alarm upon a policy of active operations. These men lived chiefly in the districts bordering upon German Southwest Africa, in the Orange Free State, and in the Western Transvaal, and they argued that as long as Germany left Union territory alone, no offensive measures should be taken against her. It did not require any great political acumen to foresee that such an attitude was impossible. Sleeping dogs may be best left alone, But when 99 of the pack are tearing in full cry across Europe, it is folly to suppose that the 100th will continue its slumbers. The beginning of September saw scattered fighting in the southeastern angle of the frontier. Information was received that a considerable German force was advancing to Raymond's Drift on the Orange, with the intention of entrenching themselves and disputing the northward passage of British troops. The 4th South African Rifles left the Port Loloth Railway at Steinkopf, marched the 60 miles to the river, and surprised a German garrison at the Drift on 15th September. After a fight in which only one man was killed, they captured the German blockhouse and received the surrender of the garrison. They sent patrols up the Orange and ousted the enemy from the kopjes, while with a larger force they compelled the Germans to evacuate an entrenched position farther north. To set against this success, the Germans, on 17th September, surprised a small British post at Nakop, a point near the Orange just outside the southeastern angle of the frontier. The victors carried off some cattle and a number of prisoners and retired, leaving a small garrison. The next day witnessed a British counterstroke by sea. On 18th September, a force sailing to Ludgerus Bay occupied the town and hoisted the Union Jack on the town hall. The Germans had destroyed the wireless station, but otherwise the place was undamaged. While this frontier fighting was taking place, there was a widespread martial enthusiasm throughout the Union. General Botha, who had agreed to take command of the army, called for 7,000 men, 5,000 foot, and 2,000 mounted infantry, and to his appeal there was an immediate and adequate response. Recruiting was stimulated by the news of 3 unimportant German raids, 2 across the Orange at Pella and Riffontein, which they occupied, and 1 upon Wildfish Bay, which failed disastrously. Meantime, the Rhodesian police had occupied the far northwestern post of Schumannsburg in the Caprivi Strip and had forestalled any danger from that quarter. At this time, the strategical idea seems to have been a British advance simultaneously from Rhodesia down the Orange River and from the Port Loloth Railway, while a movement would also be made inland from the coast ports. With the end of September, there came heavier fighting. Between Wambad and Raymond's Drift lies a place called Sandfontein, important as one of the few spots where water can be got in that arid desert. On 25th September, a small force of South African Mounted Rifles and Transvaal Horse Artillery pushed forward to the waterhole, which lay in a cup-shaped hollow, commanded by kopjes, and with the only retreat through an outward defile. Early on the 26th, the Germans brought up guns to the heights, and till noon bombarded the waterhole, while a considerable force held the pass in the rear. The British troops made a gallant fight till their ammunition was exhausted, and then, having first rendered their guns useless, were forced to surrender. Their total strength seems to have been no more than 200, and out of it they lost 16 killed, 43 wounded, and a large number of prisoners and missing. The German commander, Lieutenant Colonel von Heiderbreck, behaved like a good soldier, complimented the survivors on their defense, and buried the British dead with the honors of war. The affair at Sandfontein was in many ways mysterious. It looked as if we had had false information or treacherous guides to have been betrayed into so hopeless a battle. A fortnight later came news which explained much and revealed a very ugly state of things in the northwest of the Cape Province. The British forces there were under the command of a certain Lieutenant Colonel S.G. Maurits, who had fought on the Dutch side in the South African War, and had assisted the Germans in their struggles with the Hereros. Maurits was the ordinary type of soldier of fortune, not uncommon in South Africa, florid, braggart, gallant after his fashion, but with little scientific knowledge of war. General Botha found reason to suspect his loyalty, and dispatched Colonel Conrad Britz to take over his command. Maurits refused to come in and challenged Britz to come himself and relieve him. The latter sent Major Ben Bauer as his deputy, who was made prisoner by Maurits but subsequently released and sent back with an ultimatum to the Union government. This ultimatum declared that unless the government guaranteed that before a certain date, Generals Herzog, De Wet, Bayes, Kemp, and Muller should be allowed to come and meet him and gave him their instructions, he would forthwith invade the Union. Major Bauer had other interesting matters to report. To quote the dispatch of the Governor-General, Maurits was in possession of some guns belonging to the Germans and held the rank of general commanding the German troops. He had a force of Germans under him, in addition to his own rebel commando. He had arrested all those of his officers and men who were unwilling to join the Germans, and had then sent them forward as prisoners to German Southwest Africa. Major Bauer saw an agreement between Maurits and the governor of German Southwest Africa, guaranteeing the independence of the Union as a republic, ceding Walfish Bay and certain other portions of the Union to the Germans, and undertaking that the Germans would only invade the Union on the invitation of Maurits. Major Bauer was shown numerous telegrams and helio messages dating back to the beginning of September. Maurits boasted that he had ample guns, rifles, ammunition, and money from the Germans, and that he would overrun the whole of South Africa. The immediate result of this discovery was the proclamation of martial law throughout the Union and a general strengthening of the Union forces. The time had now come for every man in South Africa to reveal where lay his true sympathies, and the center of action was soon to shift from the western borders to the very theater where for 3 years the British Army had striven against the present generalissimo of the Union forces. Meantime, Maurits proved a broken reed to his new allies. His one asset was an intimate local knowledge of the waterless Northwest. He had small notion of serious warfare and was incompetent to control his ill-assorted forces. He fixed his base near Uppington on the Orange and dispatched a portion of his command of 2,000 to march southward up the Great Fish River against Kenhardt and Calvinia. Britz lost no time in harrying the Uppington commando, and on 15th October captured a part of it at Rotterdam, many of the men voluntarily surrendering. On the 22nd, Maurits attacked Caimos, a British station on the Orange, southwest of Uppington. But its small garrison of 150, after holding on till reinforcements reached it, drove him back and captured 4 of his officers. Maurits then moved west down the Orange to Kakamas, where Britz fell upon him so fiercely that he lost all his tents and stores and was compelled to withdraw, wounded, over the German frontier. He made another sally on the 30th, but was conclusively beaten by Britz at Swart Drift and driven finally out of the colony. Meantime, the commando which had marched up the Great Fish River had no better success. It traveled fast and by 25th October had covered 200 miles and was close to Calvinia. Here Colonel von Deventer beat it heavily, taking 90 prisoners and the 2 Maxim guns which Maurits had confiscated from the Union Army. The commando was hopelessly broken, and drives organized by von Deventer and Sir Duncan Mackenzie collected its remnants at their leisure. It was fortunate for the British cause, for a far more formidable rebellion under abler leaders than Maurits was now threatening in the very heart of the Union. The situation in East Africa in the first months of war was the gravest which any British colony had to face. The German province was rich, well organized, and strategically well situated, for the Uganda Railway, which formed the sole communications between Uganda, the East African Plateau, and the sea, went parallel with the northern frontier at a distance of from 50 to 100 miles and offered a natural and easy object of attack. The original German scheme of operations, while providing for invasions of Nyasaland, northeast Rhodesia, and the British shores of Victoria Nyanza, aimed especially at an advance by land against Mombasa and the railway, which should be assisted by Königsberg from the sea. The German general, von Lettow-Vorbeck, was an officer of the General Staff, who had once been Chief of Staff in the Buchan district. He came to Africa in the spring of 1914 and set himself at once to develop the local levies. For the native troops, he drew upon the best fighting races of Africa: Sudanese, Somali, Zulu, and Wanyamwezi. He was a specialist in machine guns, and he saw the advantage of this weapon for bush fighting. His men were immune against tropical diseases. They knew the tangled country like their own hand, and his transport, being entirely by porters, was not incommoded by the bad roads. Moreover, like most of his countrymen, he had little conscience as to the treatment of natives, and could enforce discipline by the lash and the chain. One way and another, he provided a fighting force of some 4,000 white and 25,000 native troops. His instructions from Berlin were to maintain the defense of the colony at all costs. His first tactics were offensive, but he had no real hope of a campaign of conquest. His aim was to pin down to a difficult and unprofitable war the largest possible number of British troops, while the fate of German Africa was being decided on the battlefields of Europe. The British forces at the start were preposterously small. In British East Africa and Uganda, they consisted of 2 battalions of the King's African Rifles, mainly stationed on the northern frontier and in Jubaland, where a punitive expedition had just been dispatched against some of the Somali and Abyssinian tribes. All companies were at once recalled, and police were obtained for the defense of the railway line, by means of calling out the reserves and weakening police posts wherever possible. 2 volunteer corps were raised among the white settlers. The existing Uganda railway volunteers, less than 100, were called out and employed in guarding bridges. And as time went on, further volunteer units were raised from Indian residents. A small body of Somali scouts was created, and a number of Arabs were recruited by Captain Wavell, one of the few Englishmen who had made the pilgrimage to Mecca. In Nyasaland and northeast Rhodesia, there were small bodies of police, aided by white volunteers. The total British defense force, therefore, in the first 3 weeks of war may be put at under 1,200, much of it of doubtful quality. The King's African Rifles were first-class fighting men, and the new mounted rifles recruited from young British settlers of good blood and from the Boers of Uasin-Gishu were a force whose members reached a remarkable standard of shooting and veldcraft. But it was impossible that so small an army could have made a serious stand if the Germans had pushed their northern invasion with vigor. On 13th August, the campaign began by an attack of a British cruiser on the German capital, Dar es Salaam. The port was bombarded, and landing parties made their way into the harbor and destroyed the new wireless installation, dismantled the German ships, and sank the floating dock. On the same day, on Lake Nyasa, the British steamer Gwendolen surprised the German steamer von Wissmann at Swinshaben on the eastern shore, took her crew and captain prisoners, and rendered her helpless. 3 weeks later, 2 vigorous attacks were made in the southwest. At Karongwa, one of the chief British ports on Lake Nyasa, a small garrison of 50 was attacked by a force of 400, but held on long enough for supports to arrive. These supports decisively defeated the invaders and drove them over the border with the loss of half their white officers. The second attack was made upon Buchan in northeast Rhodesia, just south of Lake Tanganyika. A body of Rhodesian police drove it back and captured a field gun. Fighting continued intermittently all along this part of the frontier, but the balance leaned heavily in the British favor. Germany was keeping her best troops for her northern campaign. On 3rd September, reinforcements arrived for the British. Brigadier General J. M. Stewart reached Nairobi and assumed command of all the British troops. He brought with him 2 Indian battalions and 3 batteries. He had come only just in time, for the Germans were beginning operations against the Uganda Railway. About 20th August, they had seized the small frontier post of Tavita under Kilimanjaro, which was in dangerous proximity to their chief northern military post of Moschie. They had also taken the frontier post of Venga on the coast, due south from Mombasa. Early in September, they sent a detachment to blow up the Uganda Railway at Maungu. The history of this expedition is curious. It arrived comfortably within 20 miles of the line, guided by the excellent German maps. There, however, the maps stopped, and it was compelled to have recourse to English ones. The result was that it missed the water holes, went 8 miles out of its course, and was captured to a man. Thus made the deficiencies of a survey department prove an asset in war. A more serious advance was made on 6 September, when a force of Germans, about 600 strong, marched down the Tsavo River. They were much delayed by a mounted infantry company of King's African Rifles, who harassed them day and night, and gave time for a half battalion of Punjabis and several companies of the King's African Rifles to come up. An engagement was fought about 5 miles from the Tsavo railway bridge, and the enemy was driven back in some confusion. This success enabled us to establish advanced posts at Mzima and Kempia Marabu, which managed to maintain their position against repeated German assaults. 3 days later, on 10th September, the northern frontier was crossed at its extreme western end. The Germans occupied the frontier town of Kisi near the Victoria Nyanza. On the 12th, 2 companies of King's African Rifles with 2 Maxims and some native police surprised this force, which retired in disorder upon the lake port of Karungu. About the same time, an action was fought on the lake itself. 2 German dhows were sunk, and the British steamer Winifred sailed into Karungu Bay to relieve the town. At first it was driven off, but it returned with a collie, the Kavirondo, and in the face of the British strength, the Germans evacuated Karungu and fell back over the border. During September, there were other attacks on the northern frontier, making a total of 7 in all. But the most dangerous was to advance along the coast from Venga towards Mombasa. The expedition was to be supported by the Königsberg, which was to shell the town and occupy the island, while the land forces were to destroy the bridge connecting Mombasa with the mainland. Something prevented the Königsberg from playing its part, perhaps the presence of British warships, but the land attack came very near succeeding. The Germans were 600 strong, with 6 machine guns, and they were met at Kasi by Captain Wavel's Arab Company, strengthened by some King's African Rifles from Jubaland. This little force held up the invaders for several days, and on 2nd October was reinforced by Indian troops. Kasi was a very fine performance, for practically all the European officers were wounded before help arrived, and the command of the King's African Rifles passed to a native colored sergeant who handled his men with great coolness and skill, and headed the charge which drove back the enemy. Towards the end of October, the German attacks slackened. On 1st November, a second Indian expeditionary force arrived on the East African coast. It was commanded by Major General Aiken and consisted of 1 British battalion, the 1st Loyal North Lancashires, and various units of the Indian Army. On the morning of 2nd November, this force, escorted by 2 gunboats, lay off the German port of Tanga, the coast terminus of the Moschee Railway, and summoned it to surrender. The officer in charge asked for some hours' grace in order that he might communicate with the governor, who was then absent. This was granted, and the original time was largely extended and used by the Germans to hurry down every available soldier by the Moschee line. Towards evening, the British general grew impatient and landed 1.5 battalions, who advanced through the coast scrub towards the town. There it was apparent that a strong defense had been prepared, and the invaders had to fall back towards the shore, where they could be covered by the gunboats. The next day was occupied in landing the rest of the force, and the attack was renewed on the morning of the 4th. It proved a complete failure. The Germans had mastered the art of bush fighting. Ropes were hidden under the sand of the paths, and when stepped on, brought down flags which gave the enemy the required range. The attack left an open flank which von Lechtow-Vorbeck promptly enfiladed with machine guns. We reached and partly entered the town of Tanga, only to be forced back with heavy losses. There was nothing for it but to retire to the coast and re-embark. Our casualties were nearly 800 and included 141 British officers and men, so that the Tanga reverse was the most costly of the minor African battles. General Aiken's force went north to the East African Plateau, where it continued precariously during the next months to act as a garrison and watch the borders. So far, the enemy had clearly won the honors. There was as yet no attempt by the British government, deeply engaged in Europe, to coordinate military plans on the various frontiers of the German colony or to furnish an adequate force for attack or even for defense. End of chapter 18, part 2.